So
Hmm.
it's we talked about it's go time. Every single win matters. Every single loss is brutal. You have to win the series you should win, and the Mariners did win this series. So good series, not great, but you take it.
Yeah, last night's win was too chill and laid back for the Mariners to keep that going. They had to pump some excitement back into our lives with today for sure.
They'll have
Like you
to.
mentioned, you are going to pick up a game on either Toronto or Texas. So either your playoff buffer goes up to 2 over Toronto if they lose, or you go up a game on both Texas and Toronto in the playoff standings, and you will head into Friday in a playoff spot no matter what happens between those two teams tonight and tomorrow. So that's good stuff all around there on that front. And by the way, speaking of last night, shout out to Brian Wu. We're not going to have where we haven't had a chance to talk about him, obviously, because we're doing this show after the game. Great start yesterday. I mean, amazing start given everything that we felt heading into that start. Best start that the Mariners had gotten out of one of their pitchers since the Logan Gilbert start in New York, quite frankly. So that was
I mean, like
amazing.
back to back really good starts in the
Yeah,
month of September. Like,
it's
what is
possible.
this? August? Like,
Winning a series in September, it's possible,
yeah,
apparently.
against a bad team. Like, oh wow, you can do
Yeah,
that. Okay, cool.
yeah, yeah.
Good to
It's
see.
not
Yeah.
illegal after all.
Yeah. Starting pitching in this series pretty good against not not a very good lineup, but uh
Yeah, yeah,
bullpen still a little sticky, but you take what you can get, and Gilbert was pretty good on Monday, not great, but pretty good. Wu was fantastic last night,
yes.
and Luis was, I would say, very good today. So yeah, certainly what you want to do the rest of the year, obviously, but yeah, Brian Wu definitely deserves a shout out here because he was spectacular, which we talked about. You never know what Brian Wu you're going to get at this stage. He's either going to come out, and it was interesting though is that his velocity was down still a little bit, so just
Did that kind of
located
seem
better,
more planned, like
intentional.
intentional? Yeah,
I don't know. It's tough to say with these guys, and they'll never tell you. But his command was certainly better than it
yeah,
was in his last start, so I don't know if it was intentional. And it was, I think, up slightly from his last start, but still down overall. But I don't know. And that just goes to show, Wu's fastball is good enough that it's not necessarily about velocity. Obviously, more velocity is better. But if he has to sit 93, 94 to command on the corners like that, then so be it.
yeah.
That's just what you have to do. So, something to monitor. But yeah, Wu was excellent last night, and you hope that these kind of three solid starts in a row kind of builds the momentum for the rest of this rotation, because you're going to need it against the Dodgers this weekend and in the final, I think it's 16 games down the stretch.
Yeah, so Luis Castillo, as you mentioned today, was good. He wasn't dominant. Still 3 walks, a couple of 2-out walks. That was pretty frustrating. Had some issues putting guys away. Had some issues throwing his secondaries for strikes. The Mariners really, really need dominant Luis Castillo at some point this month, and I thought today was a good opportunity for that, but we didn't necessarily get that. But a good enough start out of Luis, and probably looks even a lot better if the offense, does a little bit more today, and it's not as close of a game where every single pitch matters. 6 innings pitched for Luis, 104 pitches for him, 8 strikeouts, 3 walks, 2 earned runs on 3 hits. He made the mistake to Brett Phillips, gave up an RBI double to Brandon Drury as well. So yeah, break it down for us a little bit more here. What did you think about Castillo's day?
Yeah, only 4 hard hit balls. Really, it was the walks that made Castillo's day go from great to just pretty good. You can't walk 3 guys, not in this lineup, not against anybody really. You're just creating too much traffic. It cost you at least another inning, probably, and at the grand scheme of things, it didn't hurt him overall. Again, only 4 hard hit balls all day. That's a really good number.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at how he did it today, it was fastball. It was the 4-seamer, predominantly the 4-seamer. 51% of the pitches were the 4-seamer, 19% the 2-seamer or the sinker. So 70% fastball. I think Wu showed Castillo like this is the formula. Wu was very fastball heavy last night as well. The Angels, this lineup that they've run out there the last 3 days, really struggling with velocity, in particular up in the zone. So that was kind of Castillo's game plan, clearly. Velo didn't take any major steps forward or anything like that, but 10 whiffs on 27 swings on a four-seam fastball, that's really good. That's a good fastball right there. Also got 50% whiff rate on the slider and 33% whiff rate on the changeup. So he was able to get whiffs on 3 of his 4 pitches. The two-seamer, no whiffs, just 3 called strikes. But that is a pitch that is designed to, it's not really designed to get whiffs. It's designed to get soft contact, which he got a lot of today. Again, only 4 hard hit balls. So overall, Castillo, pretty good. The walks, a little bit concerning. Castillo's a guy who, you never know. He's going to make a mistake at some point. He's going to leave a pitch over the middle of the plate. And if he does that after he's walked a few guys, then you're in trouble. So thankfully, Phillips' home run today was just a solo shot. But it's something he does still have to clean up. But I thought it was better. I thought he looked better today than he did in Tampa. So numbers not quite as good, but still, this is, at the end of the day, numbers-wise, at the very least, 2 back-to-back really solid starts from Castillo.
Sure.
And, you just hope he continues to build it. So he's going to get, I think, 2, maybe 3 starts in the last 10 games is how it's lined up. You're going to need him to really step up because you're going up against some formidable offenses with your playoff hopes on the line. You need Castillo to step up and be the number 1 he's capable of being. And the last 2 starts, certainly a step in the right direction at the very least.
Yeah, going to need to throw some more strikes, going to need to be able to put guys away more efficiently, going to need to be able to get more value out of his secondaries. But a good start today, nonetheless, from Luis Castillo. Colby, the Mariners finished the season, I believe, 8-5 against the Angels, and this might be the last time we see Phil Nevin as Angels manager. So he left us with a gift. However, today we're going to talk about that in just a moment. But first, a reminder: this episode of the Locked On Mariners postgame show is brought to you by FanDuel. Celebrate the start of the NFL season with great offers from FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $200 back in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 will get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Now is the best time to join FanDuel. The app is easy to use and you can be on everything from spreads to player props and more. So visit FanDuel.com/lockedon and kick off the NFL season with an offer you won't want to miss. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. And you're listening to the Locked On Mariners postgame show. Thank you again for making us your first listen after the Mariners' 3-2 victory over the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. The Mariners, of course, get a day off tomorrow after 13 games in a row. They have made it through that, and oh man, I hope they enjoy the hell out of the off day tomorrow, because the Los Angeles Dodgers are coming to town starting Friday, and over the course of the weekend, you can catch all the action on the Mariners' hometown broadcast with SiriusXM via the SXM app. Get you ready for that one on probably Friday, because tomorrow we're actually going to have Jordan Schusterman of Cespedes Family Barbecue join the show. Going to be checking in with him, see what he has to say about the Mariners and what's going on with the AL West division race and the AL wildcard race and all that good stuff. So Colby, like I mentioned, Phil Nevin gave us a little bit of a gift, maybe a parting gift. We'll see if he sticks around as Angels manager beyond this season. I would bet no, but we'll see. We'll see what they want to do this offseason. The Angels are not a very smart franchise, so yeah.
Also not a very desirable job.
That too.
So,
that too.
Especially after Ohtani leaves. So.
That's a very good point. Very good point. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Sometimes you're the only girl in the bar, so to speak. So yeah.
Yeah.
And that's kind of fitting because Nevin managed this game like he was drunk. So I think that the bar motif fits, because holy cow, is he bad at this job? He's so bad. But and it's not the intentional walk, although I think that's kind of dumb. Like, fine, whatever. We're gonna make somebody other than Julio beat us this series.
Sure.
Okay, there's 2 outs, but like, and it's the 5th. But okay, fine, whatever. But then you go and you get the left. You go and you take out the lefty to go to the righty to flip Cal back to his strong side, where he represents the go-ahead run.
Yeah.
What are you thinking? Like, if you're gonna intentionally walk Julio,
It's too far away.
it's to leave the lefty out there.
Yeah.
So that Julio doesn't face a lefty, and Cal has to hit right-handed. Like, if you do that, like, okay, like it seems a little silly, but okay, whatever. You can wrap your head around it. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Just go get, if you don't want the lefty to face Julio, go get the righty then. I don't.
Yeah. So for those of you listening that did not have a chance to watch or listen to the game today, it was the bottom of the fifth. Ty France led the inning off by getting hit by a pitch because, obviously, death, taxes, Ty France getting hit by pitches. Only 3 certainties in life. Then Mariners record 2 outs after that. Julio comes up. They intentionally walk him with Jose Suarez, the lefty, on the mound. And Suarez had already pitched. I think he had gotten like 5 outs up to that point on the day. So he was pretty much at the end of his rope. But they didn't initially take him out, right? So we saw Julio come up when we thought, all right, they're going to bring in Jimmy Herget. Instead, Suarez stayed out there for the moment. They intentionally walked him. Then Phil Nevin went out and got Herget and decided to flip Cal Raleigh to his power side. What? Like, again, like you mentioned, totally like get, intentionally walking Julio and even going after Cal, but go after right-handed Cal Raleigh. Don't go after left-handed Cal Raleigh. Because like right-handed Cal Raleigh is like, he's fine. Decent hair.
Hit a home run the other day.
Yeah, he did. But like left-handed Cal Raleigh, I've said this before on this show. Left-handed Cal Raleigh is like one of the most fun hitters I've ever watched in my entire life. Like he's awesome.
Seems a bit extreme, but okay, whatever.
It's incredibly fun to watch.
But like obviously, you have to factor in the ballpark too. Like you definitely want Cal swinging from the right side as opposed to the left side. This ballpark is much better for lefty pull power than it is righty pull power. So yeah, it just didn't make any sense. And, he was able to loop a single into right field. And, Manny Acta not learning from his mistakes since Ty France.
Did you catch him on the broadcast thanking the
Yes,
heavens?
I did. It's like, yeah, you should, because I've had just about enough of Manny getting Ty thrown out at home by 10 feet. And by the way, if Ohapi had let the ball come to him, instead of going out to get it, he would have been out by 10 feet. So
yeah.
Thankfully, the young catcher makes a bit of a mistake and tied with a really good slide. I mean, it was certainly a good slide.
Really nice slide, good hand placement, good stuff.
Sure.
Yeah.
Should have been out. Because like
Should
the
have been
ball got to Ohapi before he started his dive to home. Like it was it was a mistake by Ohapi to vacate the plate when the throw had plenty of distance to get to him. But whatever, young catcher makes a mistake, so be it. And then obviously you can't forget Teo, who actually had the game-winning hit right after that on a scorcher up the middle that was not able to be fielded by
Zach Neto, I think.
Was it Neto? Whoever, whatever.
Yeah.
Weren't able to get it done, and then unfortunately, the Mariners' offense was retired in order after that. So again, rough day for the offense, which is fantastic because which is fantastic that Phil helped you out when he did.
Yeah, after Julio's double, they had runners at second and third, 1 out, and then you have Cal coming up, you have Teo coming up. Like, all right, I feel good about this, and then Cal gets a 3-0 count. Takes strike 1. All right, cool, whatever. Fine. Wait for your pitch, right? And then he pops up, foul territory. And then Teo, first pitch, pops up, foul territory. And what do the Angels do right after that? They take a 2-1 lead. Yeah, and then it kind of, at that point, I was like, uh-oh. Like, I actually felt pretty confident heading into this game when the game started. You got Castillo on the bump. They got a bullpen day, whatever. But then when that happened, I was like, oh, the vibes are a little weird in this game right now.
I think if the Angels score a third run in that situation, I think the game's over. So the fact that Castillo was able to pitch around that, keep it at 2-1. Rojas made a really nice play on a slow roller that just barely got out Escobar, I believe. So, it was.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, they needed to review that.
Just barely got him, and that ended up being huge. So, sometimes you need those little plays to go your way. It was just a matter of inches today. Ty was almost thrown out. Escobar almost did beat that ball out to first, and it's first and third with 1 out, and it's like, well, maybe you get a double play, but like, still, it's 2-1 at that point. So yeah, there were a lot of things that could have gone their way, but then again, if Cal Cal got a pretty decent pitch on 3-1 too. He just missed it. Like he just flat out missed it. So we talk about this, the margin of error is so small, even when good teams play bad teams. Just look at Monday night, right? If Gino fields a routine ground ball at 6-5 in the bottom of the 11th, you have a good chance to win it. If you get one good at bat against a bad reliever, who, by the way, you didn't get a hit off of again today. If you had done that, you would have swept this series. And so
nothing irritates me more than the Mariners letting bad relief pitchers get away with being bad.
So I tell you, the one thing that irritates me is the one thing. Like there's one. Is when they get into like 2-0, 3-1 counts, and then they either get the cookie and they miss it, or they expand the zone and they chase. It's like, what are you doing? Like this is the count you dream of. 2-0, you're getting a fastball down the pipe, and if you don't, you take it. 3-1, you're getting a fastball down the pipe, and if you don't, you take it. Like, geez Louise, have some confidence in yourself, guys.
But my biggest ick in baseball, if you want to consider it that, is a bad reliever with bad numbers and not good stuff getting away with it. They should be punished to the full extent of the law of the Mariners offense in those situations. And Aaron Loop got away with murder the last couple of games.
The bottom third of the Mariners order were handing out pardons on Monday night. So, but hey, you know what? It's okay. They won the next two. So it's all good. We're positive here on Locked On
Mariners.
Hashtag
positive, baby. Positive.
I am the captain of positivity. I have to be. I'm the one who.
Sure.
I'm the one who keeps things loose and reminds everybody that it's just a game. Guys, at the end of the day, it's a game, and if they lose on Friday, I might snap. So it's just a game though. So good stuff.
Yeah, I would be happy with just one win against the Dodgers, to be honest with you. Would like more, just don't get swept by the Dodgers.
It's so hard though, because you're only going to be up by at most 1.5 games of a playoff spot, 2.5 if Toronto loses the next two, I guess.
Yes. Yeah.
So Toronto gets swept, you have a 2.5 game playoff buffer, but man, just don't get swept, for the love of God. Don't get swept,
and then don't have a letdown in Oakland. Which Oakland is giving some good teams some problems lately.
They're playing some good ball. All right, they just beat Houston twice. Didn't they beat Texas twice? Or they gave Toronto?
They beat Texas once, but they gave them a tough time. They obviously gave the Mariners a tough time.
They gave Toronto a tough time.
And look, it's 0-0 between them and Houston right now on the top of the third. So maybe they sweep the Astros, or is that a 4-game series?
No, Houston's off tomorrow, 3-game set.
Okay. They're off every Thursday, of course.
Yes. Yeah. Don't sleep on Oakland.
That's also been a problem area for Luis Castillo, and guess who's scheduled to start in that series?
So we'll see how that goes. Don't sleep on Oakland. They're playing good ball right now.
Yeah.
I don't know if Mason Miller is lined up to pitch against you, but he's he might be a guy. So
actually, I think he's scheduled to start on the weekend. I hope so. Maybe I'm coping. But also Waldichuk has been really good lately too.
Yeah. So I mean, Oakland's playing pretty good ball, which is weird to say as they're about to lose their 100th game. But they're playing pretty good ball this month.
Zach Geloff has been amazing.
Yep.
Yeah,
but they got some guys. We know Rhoda's Rhoda. Rooker is dangerous. Noda is dangerous.
Okay, yeah. They did the fusion dance.
They got some guys.
Noda
Tony
and
Kemp
Rooker did the fusion dance.
I don't know if Tony Kemp is on this team still or not, but if he is, he's gonna have a 3-5 game at some point in the series.
Yeah.
Langoliers is dangerous. And I'm pretty sure you're going down to Oakland, so there's not going to be a lot of energy in that ballpark. So don't sleep on
the team.
Yes.
Sell the team.
Oakland, I would like to win one against the Dodgers, because then I feel like I don't have to necessarily sweep Oakland. I can just win a series and get the hell out of there.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens.
Hey, Matt Brash and Andres Munoz were pretty good today. Let's talk about them. just a moment, but first a reminder, this episode of the Locked On Mariners postgame show is brought to you by Jace Medical. Modern medical care and treatment are important, but our global supply chains are fragile. Things like pandemics, natural disasters, and foreign travel may cut you off from the treatment you need. Jace Medical is your solution. Just fill out our online form and one of our board-certified physicians will review it to determine whether medications are safe and appropriate. Then they will send your prescriptions to one of our partner pharmacies where your Jace order will be filled and mailed directly to your home. Everyone should feel empowered to care for themselves and their loved ones during the unexpected. That's why Jace Medical offers the Jace Case. Save more than $360 by getting these life-saving antibiotics with Jace Medical, plus an additional $20 off by using their promo code LOCKEDON at checkout on jacemedical.com. That's JASE medical.com. And you're listening to the Locked On Mariners postgame show. Thank you again for making us your first listen after the Mariners 3-2 victory over the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. The Mariners get a day off tomorrow. Then they will be facing off with the Los Angeles Dodgers, who are my brother's favorite team. So a little family sibling rivalry there. We don't get that too often, but except now.
Your brother also a Cowboys fan?
He is a Packers fan.
Same thing. Duke?
No. Florida Gators.
It's... Have some originality. Ty's brother, whatever your name is.
He's also a Clippers fan, which you should give him that. Like, the Clippers,
that's
the
fair.
Clippers are like, they're kind of the Mariners of the NBA.
I'd say
They
they're more like the Angels.
They haven't gone to the final. I don't think they've gone to the finals.
I'd say they're more like the Angels, but like here the Angels.
The Angels have won a World Series though.
Yeah, barely.
Sure.
It's like 20 years ago. Who cares?
Sure. Can you name 5 players on that roster?
On the World Series winning team?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Frankie Rodriguez, Troy Percival was on that team. David Eckstein.
Yep.
It's the guy who used to crush Jamie Moyer, the lefty. Garrett Anderson.
Yeah, Garrett Anderson. Yep.
Tim Salmon was on that team.
Troy Gloss.
Yep, was on that team.
Yep.
Yeah, it was certainly a good team.
Good team. John Lackey on that team?
I think he was a rookie that year. Yeah, I think he had some big start, or he did big moments out of the pen or something like that as a rookie. I know K-Rod was like the big rookie sensation that helped him, but yeah, I certainly do. Darren Erstad was on that team.
That's a good one. It's a good call. Yeah, good pull. Yeah.
So,
I was
quality roster.
I was rooting for the Giants in that series.
Barry Bonds apologist.
Jeff Kent. Big Jeff Kent guy. Yeah. Oh wow, JT Snow. Wow.
Yeah.
Damn, that's a good one.
Rob Nin, I think, was the closer.
Wow.
Yeah, good squad. Tony Womack, I think, was on that team.
He
played for the Dodger or the Diamondbacks the year before when he won the World Series, and then I think he played for San Francisco that year. I could be wrong, but this has nothing to do with the Mariners. So Ty, pivot.
We get into these little phases where we just name some guys. We do it a lot over on Control the Zone.
And you do
Patreon.com/Control the
too,
Zone. Yeah.
That got me to thinking about the delusional aspect of that. But whatever. Then I wake up this morning and I hear this. So I play the audio of this fight, discussion, argument, whatever you want to call it, between Greg Opie Hughes and James Norden. And it was entertaining as fuck to listen to. I gotta tell you. Why? Because it was the exact same fight I had had with him twice before on the air. It's all out there now, so go listen to the grape argument. The great grape argument that I had with Opie. He got mad at me for eating grapes on the air. And then we got in an argument. But it's a carbon copy of this argument. Some of the same exact lines are thrown out. I'm like, this is amazing. But that's kind of how he does it. He's very insecure. I know that much. And then let's start off by saying he was mad at Jimmy for not supporting him. That's pretty much what I got from this. Esther Koo was on this morning. She was on their show yesterday. Then she was on this show, and then she's back again. Is she homeless? What's wrong with this girl? She brought up that she was here on this program. And it's like, that's all right. But everyone in the room could tell Opie was having an issue with it. Because you can. When you're in the studio, you can tell when someone's got an issue with something when they don't. And he did have an issue with it. I don't know why, with my name even being brought up. So then Jimmy jumped in. And I don't know what's been going on behind the scenes there over the past year and a half. I really don't. But I could tell you I was absolutely positive that Opie and Jimmy were having some issues. Not from anything I know, but I know Opie and I know Jimmy. And I know there'd be issues. There's no way, the way their personalities are, they couldn't possibly just be smiling at each other every day and doing a show. And that's not so much Jimmy's personality, and I'll get to that. It's very difficult to work with Opie. Just is. Always has been. I brought it up. I had the big blowout thing that I did when I first started this show, and talked about working with Opie, and it wasn't a treat. It wasn't a fun atmosphere. I had a lot of fun there, but a lot of times we'd walk in and the atmosphere was pretty shitty. And Jimmy brought that up on the argument he had with him today. He said, Opie, I go in the morning, and I say, hey, what's up, dudes, or what's up, guys, or hey, ladies, I think was one thing he said. He goes, hey, ladies, and he goes, and dude, you don't even look at me. You don't say a word. You don't even look. And that's what I dealt with for that many years. The not looking, the looking down on the phone. You're doing a bit on the radio, having a conversation with someone, and just out of it because he doesn't care or like what you're saying. I don't know. But that was the exact argument Jimmy was having with him this morning. And then, of course, I come up, and Opie, as you know, I will be attending the Patrice O'Neill benefit that Bill Burr throws every year, this year, next month. And I assume that would be a place where, hey, finally, I'll see Opie. We'll probably talk or something and, figure this shit out. He gets on the radio this morning as he's arguing with Jimmy and starts saying shit like, no, I won't talk to that fucking guy. I won't even be in the same fucking room with him because of what he did. And Jimmy goes, what did he do? I can't tell you. And Jimmy's just flabbergasted. He's flabbergasted by this. Because why can't you tell? Now he's getting mad. And this is how it kind of starts. Because he's like, why can't you tell me? Well, I just don't feel we're friends. And if you recall the great grape argument, that was Opie's big thing. We're not friends. You don't text me. You never gave me a wedding present. You never came over to my house. You haven't seen my kids. All that stuff that I like to call bitch shit.
Time is money, friend.
Because it's bitch shit. Men don't talk to men like this. So he's giving Jimmy the same bitch shit.
Keep it real.
I can't tell you right now. I can't tell you. But he was doing some pretty fucking heinous things behind the scenes.
Keep it real.
Heinous things behind the scenes. So,
Keep it real.
Jimmy's like, what? I can't tell you because we're not friends.
Keep it real.
Dude, come on. Let's be honest, dude. We're not friends. We don't talk. We don't.
Money, friend.
Carbon copy of the arguments I've had with Opie on the air. He has a very big problem with this lack of female-type communication. And this isn't me bashing him, hey, chick, faggot, whatever. I'm saying his idea of two men communicating in the workplace is a fuckload different than many men communicating. Again, I was talking with the lovely and talented Gavin McInnes outside. And we were talking about, could you imagine that on a job site? The fucking electrician is bashing my carpentry work. And, you, as the tin knocker, I thought I needed you that day. We're not friends. We don't talk. The electrician would come over with a big roll of Romax and just start smacking you with it. Get out of here. Guys on the job site would be like, is this a message
Have a
from my
good
wife?
one.
Are you actually talking to me? Or did my wife call and you took a message and now you're telling me what my wife said? Because it's not how men talk. There's a direct quote that said, I
What's that?
really needed you that
Be
day I
good.
was crying on the radio. He said that. I really needed you that day I was crying on the radio. I really needed you that day I was crying on the radio. Can you imagine that? I really needed you, Robin, that day I was crying on the radio. No one talks like this with a dick. Oh.
Potential.
So he went off
customer.
about this thing that he wouldn't mention, but apparently we shan't be in the same room together because I was up to some heinous shit years ago, and it had just come out, and it was so secretive and everything. Well, let me fill you all in as to what that is. And you know, I know Opie just wants his closest confidants to hear this, apparently, because he wouldn't tell Jimmy, who, by the way, he's worked with for 15 fucking years on a daily basis. Not close enough to hear radio-related stuff, by the way. It's radio-related. I don't know where. Anyway. A couple of days ago, you might remember this name, Danny Ross. A Mr. Danny Ross took to Reddit and did a Reddit AMA, Ask Me Anything. He is on there under Danny from the show. So I was reading it, and it
Keep
was
it real.
mostly accurate, pretty accurate, but I wasn't sure it was Danny. It could have been someone else that was very close to the show. He had like dump sheets from K-Rock and stuff where we used to have to dump out of the show, and it was written down and recorded the time and everything. So he had those. So obviously he had some connection to the show. But I wasn't sure it was him, so I emailed him and verified that it was in fact him. So I'm reading through all the things that he was saying, and one of the things somebody asked if Opie hated Derek. Remember Derek from the show? Derek, because Derek was Bizarro Opie, which was an account on Twitter that would relentlessly rip the shit out of Opie on a very personal level. So Danny on Reddit says, that wasn't, Danny says, that wasn't Derek, that was Anthony, was Bizarro Opie. So I get right on, and I'm like, now I got to defend myself. I'm like, I was not Bizarro Opie. I can't believe I'm even saying this. That I'm trying to... I remember when Johnny Carson was defending that he wasn't Bizarro Jack Parr on CB Radio. Bizarro Opie. So I went on and said, I was not Bizarro Opie. I followed Bizarro Opie and I read the tweets, but I was not Bizarro Opie. And I don't know why Danny actually said that. We had hung out during that whole time, and if I was, I absolutely would have told him, but I wasn't, and I never said I was. We had talked about the actual Twitter account and thought like, oh my God, this guy is fucking relentlessly brutal. But it was not me. Now I'm guessing that Opie, who cannot stand a lot of the Reddit people, who calls them, you know, they're all trolls and they're liars and this, that, and the other thing. He put complete faith in what they said after that. Because Danny never posted another thing about Bizarro Opie. He said, it wasn't Derek, it was Anthony. And I said, no, it wasn't. On multiple threads. I said it wasn't me. So Opie took that as I was Bizarro Opie. This is all I'm gathering. I'm gathering that this is what he meant by what annoyed him. One of the things. I'll get to the other stuff. We got plenty of time. Plenty of time. So I, in fact, wasn't Bizarro Opie. So I guess that's what he was saying, that he wouldn't tell Jimmy today during their argument. So now the reason he won't be in the same fucking room with me is because he's putting faith now in the people that troll and rip him apart on a minutely basis, and believes that it was me who was running this troll account on him. All right, you know, you want to believe that. It wasn't. I was not the infamous Bizarro Opie. This from Reddit, you know, that he never reads, yet knows everything they're saying about him. He never reads it, yet he has changed show policy, words he uses, logo of the show. The logo of the show was changed because people on Reddit were calling it Opie Racchio because the line went through too far on the D and made it look like a Q, and people were saying Opie Racchio, so he changed that. The hate that the Stangl brothers get, and he's altered that whole, like, he's so reactive to the internet. It's fucking psychotic. I mean, go on, read it if you want, comment on it, call them assholes, don't call them assholes, whatever. But to change everything you're doing, and there's a difference between constructive criticism and obsessing about every fucking printed word about you on the internet. And we all know Opie loves online. He loves being popular online, the viral video jokes and everything. So I think, you know, he wants to be kind of adored in that forum, and it really upsets him that he's not. Now, you know who enjoys this? Reddit. Oh, do they love working him like a marionette. That's what it is. What should we have Opie do today? Let's make him do this. They're running him. Relax. He doesn't have to fucking take everything they say like the Bizarro Opie thing. Again, Danny said it once, and I spoke with Danny on the phone a couple of nights ago. Had a nice enough conversation. We hashed some stuff out, some stuff we still got to talk about, but, you know, we talked about it. And I told him I wasn't Bizarro Opie, and it kind of got left at that. But he wrote it once on Reddit, and then the Reddit people run with it. And I'm sure someone sent something to Opie, hey, did you hear this was Anthony? And he reads it, and now without any confirmation from anybody, it's now me. And I gather, again, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm 99% sure that was the issue that he was talking about with Jimmy this morning. The other issue is Ben Sparks. Ben has been up Opie's ass for years. Ever since he got fired, Ben has taken to the phones and computers and stuff and just kept sending Opie messages and pictures and saying horrible things about him and his family and everything. And he's been dealing with that for years. No one should have to deal with that. I agree. But I heard him say during the argument this morning that, you know, he invites fucking Ben Sparks to his party. The party was an open invite to anyone that was kind of not even involved, but in the past, future. There were a lot of people there.
Talk to me.
How did Ben get invited?
Right back.
Ben wasn't invited. Ben came as somebody else's guest.
I didn't even know that. So Ben came to Caroline's, the party,
Yes.
as someone's guest.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I guess we should have kicked him out or something. Anyway, he got a little miffed at that because there's, you know, that whole thing with the alleged sex tape, and that came up. It's the only reason I'm even bringing that up, because Opie then said, you know, he fucking said shit about my wife. I have never said anything bad about Lindsay. Never. The girl's fucking great. She must be a goddamn saint, quite frankly. And she's fantastic. Beautiful, nice, and you know, that's all I really know about her. I don't even know her in her personal life. I knew her as Opie's wife, and that's it. And I would never say anything bad about it. There's no reason to, and you don't do that, actually. I guess Opie got mad because when I unloaded last time, I had spoken about this tape that Ben Sparks said existed that I knew didn't exist. But it was like, I said, you know, this tape, I've never seen any hide nor hair of a tape, and I don't think it exists at all. I said, but I'll leave that up to the internet to speculate on. And it was a bash of the internet. Because it doesn't matter what you say or do or prove or disprove, the internet is still going to run rampant with it. That was my point there. But again, Greg misses the fucking point. Like he did for 20 fucking years many times. And Jimmy even, brought up a few things this morning that were like, I don't think he was doing that, or there's no proof of that. And Jimmy, he's got to tread a weird line. He stayed on board with Opie after I was fired, and God bless him for that. I can't tell you how little, if any, of a problem that ever was for me. The only problem I ever had with it was I was jealous that I wasn't in there doing that show. That's a problem. But Norton's got to, toe that center line, and it's a hard thing to do, especially with someone like Opie. He's very, what are they called? Sensitive? I don't know. There's a lot of care he needs. He needs a lot of care. He needs a lot of TLC from the people around him. And if he doesn't feel he's getting it, he gets pissy. And that's happened for many years. He brought up, he said, Anthony thinks I got him fired. Again, I didn't think that Greg got me fired. I never said Opie got me fired. What I said was, I don't think Opie went to bat for me that hard when Sirius XM Satellite Radio fired me. I know who fired me. I know why they fired me. I've said, and as far as taking responsibility goes, yeah, if I didn't tweet that, I'd probably still be working there. What do you want from me? Yes, my tweets got me fired from Sirius because the bosses fired me. And I know they probably called Greg in and said, hey, we're going to let Anthony go. That's where the crossroad is, where you can say, no, you're not. It's my show, half my show, whatever, and you can't just do that. We got to figure out something else. Figure out something else. Or we'll leave. And then me, Opie, and Jimmy do this and become immensely popular and start a brand new industry, pretty much. But Greg was upset. He was upset with me at the time. And he even said on the show this morning, and I believe the wonderful, well, I won't say this, so just in case it's cower in the corner. I have a DM here from somebody that says, one moment stood out in the conversation that Opie and Jimmy had. And then I quote, it was a whatever effort, referring to going to bat for Anthony when he went into the office. A whatever effort. That pretty much sums up exactly what I was saying. I didn't say he got me fired. I didn't say he threw me under a bus. But I'm saying a whatever effort. The men landed on Omaha Beach. When the amphibious craft doors came down, they stormed the beach and gave a whatever effort. Jesus Christ. So that, pretty much sums it up, and I believed that. Opie says it was because we didn't have the chemistry anymore. He's big on chemistry, Opie, big on chemistry. And said, dude, the chemistry was gone. I had to watch you and Anthony's talking to Jimmy. You and Anthony, just riffing on stuff, and I sat back and I felt out of the whole thing. I'm kind of just summing up what he said. So Jimmy was like, well, the show was good. People liked it. It was still successful. Yeah, but I just knew it was time to move on. There was no chemistry. That chemistry. Look. You want to see the chemistry? I am chemistry. I'm the universal solvent. It's called sitting and being able to carry on a conversation with anyone. It's part of broadcasting. Holy fuckaroonie. Some people you can relate to more. Some people are more open when you speak with them. It's the chemistry. What are you? It's a girl thing again to say. Chemistry in a relationship with a girl. That's okay. Yeah, we don't have good chemistry. I don't know. But a working relationship like that? Stop. Stop. Yeah, chemistry. Chemistry is the ability to fucking be a dude and sit there and talk to each other on the radio. There, you have good chemistry. What do you think? Everybody that comes in that you're able to actually hit it off with, Dan Soder, perhaps, it's a chemistry thing? No. Dan's a talented motherfucker. He could sit there and rip with anybody. And you know, by that I mean you. It's not an easy thing to do. Now I gotta be the asshole and throw all this shit out there because you passive-aggressively wouldn't say what this mysterious issue was today. So now I gotta be fucking specific and lay things out. And apparently I influenced the fans to hate Opie. He went into this with Jimmy. He influenced the fans. Jimmy's like, nah, I really don't think. Hey, do you know what I'm talking about? What the fuck am I? You know what I would do if I could influence the fans to hate somebody? I would influence every O&A fan to subscribe. There you go. Subscribe. Subscribe. I'm like a Svengali. Did you say Svengali? Svengali. I didn't say Svengali. I said Svengali. So they're yapping about that this morning, and like I said, carbon copies of the arguments I've had. I didn't influence the fans of the show. Opie has zero self-awareness is what the problem is. Sometimes you really got to look and say, is it me? You do an assessment of your whole situation. I've done this a few times and been like, fuck, it is me. God damn it, I hate when it's me. I don't change anything, but at least I know it's me. An old dog. What do you want? No, when you have to go to... here's where this psychosis comes into play. When you're on the radio discussing something with another man, Jimmy, and you say, well, how come everybody hates me? Opie, Anthony influenced those people. You don't think like maybe it's you? Maybe it's the way you treat people? Talk down to people? This want to be grandiose thing. Like Opie's always had a hard-on for Howard's career. And I'm not just saying it. This isn't a radio thing. Yeah, let me just talk about Howard. It's fucking true. As a broadcaster, anyone would want to be where Howard got to. It's the pinnacle of the business. I doubt we'll ever see another person that had that amount of influence on broadcasting as Howard. And Opie always wanted that. Now, when you're a young guy in Boston or just coming into New York City, you have that to look at. You're like, all right, there's a goal. Let's go for it. And we were doing very well. I don't think we'd ever hit that mark. It's one of those 1 in a million things. You can't reach that level, but you could get as close as you can through perseverance and work and whatnot. And when the St. Pat's thing went down, that was our last real chance at building and building and building. And at that point, we had already lost syndicators in various cities, so I think it was already kind of petering out, as they say. The whole shock jock genre was just kind of, going away. And I don't think he dealt with that very well. I don't think we all did. You don't want to think you're on the, the end of the roller coaster there. But he really had a problem with it. And I don't think he ever accepted it. I think he has this grandiose persona that he looks at things and thinks he's up here, and sometimes he treats people like that. And something as simple as the J.J. Abrams thing, saying like, oh, what, J.J. Abrams is blowing us up. He directed Star Wars. This is going to be the biggest movie ever. Giant. He doesn't need anyone's show to promote Star Wars. And to even think that, nonetheless say it on the air, unsarcastically, is astounding to me. It's completely being devoid of self-awareness. I enjoyed our career together. It gave me things and opportunities I never would have had, obviously. And I respected Opie. I did. He was able to do things in the radio business and on the job with our show that I wasn't able to do, and I think that showed when, especially in the early days when I would do solo shows. I was always very uncomfortable doing those, never knowing where to start or stop or anything like that. So I had great respect for him in that sense. But what I did not like about him, and not just at the end, and this was when he assumed we still had great chemistry together, when I was livid at his attitude toward me, people I knew, girlfriends, things like that. It just got way like, what the fuck? Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck are you? I gave simple instructions. So it just, you know, it was a chore in a sense that every day I knew I was going into it like a gloomy atmosphere with him. But if it was going in there to chop wood, do construction, whatever, it would have been unbearable. But we're sitting there for a few hours a day making some jokes and making boatloads of money doing it. So can you really ever be mad? Can you ever really be mad at anything at that point?
It's too far
That
away.
the chemistry isn't... Stop. Me and Jimmy are going back and forth. It's great. You chime in with something, you take a call, you fucking introduce a guest, whatever you're doing on the show that day. Laugh your ass off that's what you're doing. Enjoy the living piss out of it. Because it's amazing how hard people actually work out there. And how long they have to stay at work. Just ask Garrett. It's insane. I treat him like a slave. Great. Slavery lives. Here attacks. It's just nuts. So, so he goes on a tear about the fact that the chemistry was done, the show was over. He decided, like 2 years ago, or 2 years before I was fired, like, where's this gonna go? How will this show end? You know how it ends? You keep fucking doing the show till it ends. That's pretty much it. Then when I got fired, after hearing every contract negotiation, hearing he wasn't going to sign, every single one, and not necessarily because of the company, sometimes it was me. I don't know, dude. I don't even know if, dude, I don't know if I want to do this anymore. I don't know. And I'm like, all right, whatever. And then we'd all sit there. Oh, we gonna have jobs? We gonna work? Not just me. Yeah, I made a lot of money. It was great. But then the rest of the staff is there going, Anthony, have you heard anything? I'm like, I don't know. I don't fucking know. But again, he's not a captive. He has free will. He could have left any time he wanted to. He's never shy to say he doesn't have a lot of money. So he could have left any time. He chose not to. Right up until the last contract, when I wasn't even there, he chose to re-sign. So I don't know where the bullshit's coming from, but it is bullshit that he wasn't going to re-sign or wasn't going to do this. I don't think it was financial. I think he does very well, and I think he's responsible with his money. I think it's an ego thing. I don't think he cannot be in some way in the public eye, which is fine. Again, if that's what you want to do, you're a performer, you want to perform. But the bullshit element is like, just stop. You want to be there. Hence the videos and vines and fucking you know, Harry the Hater and all that shit. It's to get a presence on the internet. After you, I don't know, after you reach a certain point and you've had a certain level in the business, I don't understand why that part is so important, you know? But it is to him for some fuck reason. I don't know why. So I got everyone to hate him on the internet. And to not realize that maybe it's some of the things you're doing. And when you realize that the arguments that you have with people are exactly the same, then you got to start thinking, oh, fuck. Well, maybe. Could it be? Now, who knows what's going to happen at the Patrice O'Neill benefit? I spoke to Bill Burr, and I got an invitation to the Patrice O'Neill benefit, and I want to go. I didn't go last year because it was very shaky. Things were going on. That's where I'll say, yeah, I fucked up. I never called Bill. Something I'm terrible at, and I understand that. And Bill was just like, nothing. He wasn't complaining that I wasn't even thinking about it, I'm sure. He's got better things to do. But then, you know, I gave him a call, and we're cool. Surprising enough, I don't even know if I said this. I gave Joe DeRosa a call a while back, a couple of weeks back. And we were talking and laughing our fucking balls off. And when he's in New York, we'll probably hang out and grab a beer or something. Because we realized we were both a little girly about the whole thing. We both being a little chickish about the whole thing. We goofed on it, laughed about it. And now, you know, it's cool. We'll hang out in person, face to face, and within 5 minutes, we'll be laughing our balls off doing Dice impressions. All right, you fuck, shut up. Boss is here. I'm letting you in a second. Don't, I actually want to treat you like Opie does. Oh, you do? Now? Now you go in whenever you want over there. What, you have a serious key card? Oh, shit, I don't even have one of those. I have a wanted poster on the wall over there. We'll get to Rich in just minutes. Rich Voss, Friday, December 4th and 5th at the Treehouse in Connecticut. Of course, the movie Women Aren't Funny on Netflix or iTunes. And My Wife Hates Me on iTunes, Riotcast, and Opie Radio. I'll do a little plug for Opie Radio. Great, now I forgot what I was. No, I was on the Opie thing. How about we talk about Gavin a little? Opie brought up that everyone hates him. Everyone that, oh, that's what it was. Everyone that likes this show or is involved in this show, apparently it is a prerequisite that you hate Opie. This is what he said. This is what he said this morning talking to Jimmy. That everyone that works with me and my girlfriends and everyone has to not like Opie. That's a power thing that I think he's probably familiar with. That they all have to be a yes man or something. But here, if someone doesn't like you, they probably had past contact with you that they didn't enjoy. But I don't know if anybody, first of all, Rat doesn't know you. Rat doesn't hate you. Garrett doesn't hate you. I know that. I know Garrett doesn't hate you. We had some great times at NEW, all of us. And you've never done anything to Garrett. Garrett's never done anything to you. Keith might not, I don't think he hates you, but you treated him like a piece of shit when he was standing in for Kenny a couple of days. Like just a solid piece of shit.
I don't hate him.
No, I don't hate him either.
No, if I saw him, I would say hello and conversate with him. I don't have a problem with him.
Yeah. So there's not this hatred. And as far as Gavin McInnes goes, Gavin called you things based on you and the show and our relationship on the show. Opie actually said this morning, he goes, you know, I don't know the guy. The guy doesn't know me. I never met him. You've been doing radio in New York for fucking 15 years. People know you through the show. So if Gavin says something about you professionally, not personally, he heard it on the show and drew an opinion and said it. That isn't a I hate Opie, Anthony made you hate me thing. It's gonna happen. People like you, people hate you. That's how it works. I've been on Reddit. I'm not gonna say I don't read it. I read it. And I've seen shit about me. I've seen shit about Jimmy. He was trying to argue that, you know, obviously Opie gets a lot of fucking shit on Reddit. But he's trying to argue that, no, Jimmy's going, I get shit on there. They call him the Worm. They call the show Tits and the Worm. Tits and the Worm. Oh. Or when they talk about me and you, Opie, it's the Tits and Zits show. Tits and Zits? We should have ran with that. They shit on all of us. This show sucks. Your show sucks. No one's fucking watching. No one's listening. Jimmy stinks. They say horrid things about everybody. Everyone. What was that one? Keith the Cunt?
Keith the Cunt, Keith the Cuck.
Keith the Cuck, Keith the Cunt. There's a fire rat fucking post every day. And that's coming from Keith the Cunt. No, they can't. That's what they do. But Opie puts so much credence in the internet. Like he wants so much to be a viral sensation or on the internet that it affects him negatively in that he takes everything that's said to heart also. So you know, when you make something that important that you want to be part of it, you want to be big in it, when they badmouth you, it becomes that much more important. Just lay off the internet. You got a fucking radio show. What are you doing? Holy shit. Enough trying to be a viral sensation. Leave that for the teen boys. And leave your arguments for the teen girls. For the love of Christ. I've never heard such things. I really needed you, Jimmy, when I was crying on the radio. What is that from? It's from a movie, right? Is that Sleepless in Seattle? Which one was that? Opie's show has become a rom-com without the com part. It's all rom, no com. I'm just tired of, like... And now I honestly assumed that going to the Patrice O'Neal benefit, I would see him backstage. Hey, what's up? Hey, how you doing? Oh, yeah, that was fucked up, wasn't it? Or something. But now I'm not even going to be in the same room as this fucking guy. That's what I get. That's right. Make it about you. Patrice is dead. Make it about you. Make the Patrice O'Neal benefit about you, and that you won't be in the same room. I fucking have a great relationship with my entire family. I never understood those relationships that go away. I haven't seen my brother in this many years of that. There's something to be said for that. It's called, you know, perspective, forgiveness, self-awareness. Things like that make it easier for you to communicate with people and kind of show how you feel about it. But when you're always talking down to people and the entire room has a negative vibe to it, and it's everybody. It's everybody. That's why. That's why it's so odd that he's not aware that it's him, because it's everybody. I don't have that kind of magic. I don't have that kind of mojo, man, where I could just get people to hate other people. It would be fantastic. I would absolutely do that. I would have just zapped Obama before the election. Oh, I hate that guy. So how about a couple of phone calls, and then we'll bring Rich in. Reed from Vegas, what's up?
And I owe you an apology, man.
Why?
Well, when this whole thing first started, I was like, Ant, I think he's the asshole in this. But then I started to think, all the fights from April of 2006 with Jimmy and Opie, you and Opie.
You're always a great guest.
Thanks, man.
You get the people talking.
Thanks, man.
Fuck.
This is the most fun I've had doing it.
All right.
What's wrong with Jim? Are you all right? We had issues before, so no
Really?
big deal. Yeah.
I've never seen this before. I'm like, what happened?
Quiet Norton.
I've never. It's the,
Quiet, unopinionated Norton. Is
I
one of
haven't
his new
seen him this
characters?
quiet since the episode of Power.
It's one of his new.
We had, well, the issue was DL. If you want to get into it.
Really? What
Yeah.
happened?
Yeah, because I like you very much. I knew he'd say that, so I'm kind of glad I did that. But when I had that pilot and you had to cancel, I understood, but you told us an hour before after we had rented the studio, and the day before, my manager was like, "Are you sure you can come tomorrow?" And your people were like, "Yeah." And then an hour before you canceled, and I just never heard from you. So I kind of took that really personally.
I don't blame you. And let me tell you.
And I happen to like you very much. So to me, it was like, I didn't want, and I think you're
Right.
a genius. I
Right.
genuinely do.
Right.
But it was one of those things where, you know, like I feel like a dick. Like the guy has no respect for me, obviously, as brilliant as he is. No. But I mean, then I'm like, why would I have him in the show? So Opie knew that. And he knew that I wasn't feeling that. And, you know, he's like, well, DL does good radio. And then he said, I'm like, well, you know, I have an issue with it. And he goes, well, why don't you just tap out for an hour? So he was basically saying that I should have left for an hour before, but I'm like, I can't do that because they pay me to be here. And I also wasn't going to be a dick to you, but I just took that very personally.
I tell you what, two things. One is, I got to tell you, I apologize for that. But, and if it happened, I obviously have to say that it was the onus was on me. But I knew that I wasn't able to do it, and I kept trying. I told my representative early that I couldn't do it because we had to do radio. I had to go right do my radio show. Now I don't work for a great boss like you. I have a dick for a boss. So it was a whole thing.
I know the feeling.
That got. And so the end result is that you got screwed over. And obviously, I would have never have done it. You know me well enough to know that I would have done that intentionally. I had no idea it got to this level, and I sincerely apologize.
Okay, because I had emailed you the script, and I thought maybe he didn't like the script. And
No, I didn't. I promise you, I loved it. I just couldn't get away.
Okay.
And she should have communicated that, but she didn't. And I had no idea.
But it was just a timing issue, and then I just never heard from you. That was my
and honestly, I assumed it was taken care of a lot earlier. I didn't know you got jammed up like that.
Yeah, and it was just one of those things where, like, when it would come up, like when we would have like guest pitches or whatever, he knew how I felt and Roland, but it wasn't like fuck DL, I hate him. It wasn't like that.
Yes, it was. You said it.
No,
I'm joking. Thank you.
But it was like that. Do you know what I mean? It was like that thing where you just it's almost like if you ask your girl out and she says no, you feel stupid going or whatever.
Yeah.
So and then I just came in this morning and I saw it on the prep sheet,
Right.
and fuck Roland just because he didn't tell me.
Right.
And I know he just does as he's told,
Right.
but you know it was like
I tell you what.
it's not my show. I'm a guest on this show just like you are. So that was our issue before. But I'm actually glad that you did that and just threw it out there.
Well, I also told
Wow.
Jimmy if you guys are, have a relationship, he should have
I had
reached
no
out
idea.
to see
This
what
is
that
not-
That's
was
true,
all
but
about.
that you don't actually do that with people. You know, it's like we all have our way of
I
handling
certainly
this.
have.
No,
I had
okay,
no
stand by.
idea,
Good
and
for
you know what? When something, if it was all great and everybody was loving what I did, I would take responsibility for that. I can only say this: I assumed it was communicated early and there was no problem. I should have taken the onus and made sure you were all right. You're a cat I respect and dig immensely. And I would have never, even if I didn't dig somebody, I would have never put them in that situation. And I would have felt exactly how you felt. But I can only tell you, as a man, that it shouldn't have gone that way. I should have made sure that you were all right and done something to make up for it. And that's all I can ask you for is that you forgive me and that you know that it didn't come from an unintentional place and that you give me an opportunity to make it right for you.
Thanks, man.
That's
That
all I
means a
can
lot.
do. Listen. And now we'll have sex with a hooker together. No, really, I would have been just like I was like, wow, this is the first time I ever walked in here. He hadn't said anything. It was.
Right.
It's like how my wife never speaks to me for long enough, and I get something wrong. I go, wait.
Yeah.
But it was a weird thing. It was like a part of me, like when he said for me to step out for an hour, I did debate doing that, but then I'm like, and the company
That wasn't me being a dick. That was just a solution to the issue.
Yeah. No, I know.
We canceled you twice, and I'm like, DL's too good. So we got to try to figure this out.
Oh.
Yeah, but that was about he knew how. Whatever. We have our own things. I'm not going to argue on there. It's one of those things where. I didn't want to just walk out and be like, and then just go and be resentful. I'm like, I'm not going to say anything during the interview. I'm not going to derail it. I don't know. It's a weird position to be in, to want to walk out of your own house. But I mean, you're a guy I genuinely like very, very much.
And I hope you know. Listen,
I know.
I hope you know the same. I can only say this: that I wish that it had been communicated. I can only apologize because it all happened under my watch. but I sincerely would have never done that.
No, I appreciate it, man. I do.
Sincere.
All right.
And now I can start.
We didn't even
cancel
promote the
me
book.
we did.
Not really. We got to get it up to 6 or 5.
I gotta beat what's his name? I don't even know who's in front of me.
What's the name of the book again?
It's called Black Man, White House, and Oral
Right.
History of the Obama Years.
Yeah,
it's,
right
it's
on.
very good. Hey, Jimmy, thank you, man. I really appreciate it. I do. I would have done the same thing. Only I'd have walked out. I would have. You could have had a fucking show without me, you son of a bitch.
It's no, I.
And
I
I'd have
couldn't
been
do
shouting
that.
from the outside, "Fuck that guy!"
No, I can't do that. I can't walk.
I
They do
would've-
pay me to be here, and I can't just walk out.
Anything else, DL?
No, man. I
That's
had a
it?
blast. And again, Jimmy, I'm sorry.
It's
man.
okay.
I'll make it.
I appreciate that. You don't have to. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And Jimmy
I
said
would buy you. I would take you to dinner, but you don't eat anything. So I'll send you some radishes or sprouts or whatever.
You did good with a hangover today, my
Man,
friend. That
man,
bourbon, holy
man.
fuck.
That's a mean hangover, too.
Oh my God.
That's a mean ass
Oh
hangover.
my God. Man, I've never had more fun than just now.
Oh, thanks, buddy. You're a good guest.
Yeah, man.
You
Thank
know how to do this shit.
Yeah.
Jimmy's heading to Australia and
Why? Why you
Working.
gonna say?
Gigs.
I'm just for a brief trip. To September the 9th, and then September the 11th, I'm going to be in Melbourne and Sydney, my first time in Australia ever. And then Montreal this weekend, and go to my website, and Minneapolis and Pittsburgh, and the new UFC Unfiltered is out today with Tyron Woodley and Jason Ellis, who was
Ever fear death yourself?
Well, I think I must. You know, I didn't get on a plane, so something.
Well, no, you're terrified of flying, aren't you?
Well, I don't like it. I just feel like, you know, I understand the premise of the bumblebee, and that's, you know, but I don't feel like a bumblebee. I feel like I shouldn't be flying. I should be rolling in my bus.
Was there something that was sparked it?
Yeah, there was a mid-air collision almost 30 years ago, when I was living in San Diego, which, you know, if you've ever been in San Diego, you know, if you stand on a balcony anywhere in the city, you can see everything, and we happened to be on the balcony.
And you saw it happen?
Yeah, we saw it. We saw it happen. My little one was very little at the time, so she doesn't have a memory of it, and it was still hard. I just hard. Just hard.
Why is it so hard?
Well, because what they discovered later on is that the people on the plane were aware that they were in some danger. But I think the person who was in the smaller plane had a heart attack. So the bigger plane really, there was no way to really figure out where to go. And I just feel for folks in a situation like that who see something that they're not sure they're going to be able to live through. And so that's what stayed in my mind, because I'm a visualist. So if I see it, it lives in my brain. So I always see it. And so I get on a plane, and, you know, things have changed, I must say, in the 30 years.
How many planes have you actually caught in that period since then?
Well, it's hard to say. Now I'm flying like a nun.
Tonight, Whoopi's getting on a plane for the first time in over a decade. So today, she's finding out every imaginable way to overcome her fear of flying and putting it to the test by taking off in a flight simulator. Coming up.
Wow. Well, Whoopi is stepping on an airplane for the first time in over, a decade?
Yeah.
Tonight, when she heads to London to work on the stage production of Sister Act. And she is absolutely petrified. And we are doing everything we possibly can to make sure she gets on board with the... Richard?
In 1978,
How did this fear begin? What was the genesis?
I saw, in 1978, a mid-air collision.
That'll do it.
Yeah, that pretty much started the ball rolling. And so
Okay.
everything from then on was about all I could see, because I'm a visualist, I saw it every time I got near a plane, when I'd hear a plane, and then I'd get on the plane, and then whatever it was doing was suddenly attached to that, and it was about, for me, watching in slow motion something happen. So that's what.
Especially having that image in your head. Is that something unusual? Do you hear that a lot, Richard?
Well, everybody's different, so it's different things that we have. But the Virgin Atlantic Flying Without Fear program deals with thousands of people, helping them to overcome their fears of flight.
So what happens does it start when you're in the airport? What happens when you get on a plane?
It starts the days before.
Okay.
I start to panic, I stop eating, I shake, I lose temperature, I get pale, which is not cute. And I'm just,
You haven't seemed like yourself, I will say. You've been thinking about it. Yeah, you've been a little off.
And I've been trying to get away from it, you know, because it's paralyzing. I mean, 12, 13 years I haven't been on a plane.
It's a long time. So what do you do? What calms you down? Anything?
It used to be about 80 milligrams of Valium and a lot of alcohol.
Okay.
But the problem was, it never affected me.
Calm you down or kill you.
No, it never affected me because the adrenaline is so high in me that it blocks everything. So it's not until I land do I get the sensation of having 80 milligrams of Valium in my system.
Okay, so you have the after effect. What about like professional help? Hypnosis, doctors?
Seen lots of people talk to all kinds of crash specialists and you know, because people, either they understand it or they think it's foolish. You know, I would love to be somebody who just sat on a plane and went to sleep.
Me too. I'm not that person either. I mean, once in a while I will. But so, Richard, when you hear this case, what is your course about, and what are we going to do today?
Okay. Well, what we're going to do today, in fact, first of all, I must tell everybody and the viewers that we had Whoopi yesterday, so to speak. We had Whoopi yesterday and helped her. Our course normally takes about 10 hours.
Yes, she did 5.
And we did it in 5 hours. I think we've got there as well. We've done very, very well.
Good.
Now, today what's going to happen is Captain Dominic Riley is going to answer some of Whoopi's questions.
Okay.
And then our fantastic psychologist, Jill.
On board.
Please.
Captain.
Because of what I saw. I mean, one of the things that the anxiety that I have because of what I saw, Captain Dominic actually put it to rest because aviation has evolved so much since 1978 and continues to that what I saw virtually cannot happen again.
Okay, so the things that specifically scare you, like when you're on the plane, when you feel something, is it like a shake? Is it a...
No, it's the whole package.
The whole package.
You can't isolate it. It is all of a piece.
Okay.
And so it was really extraordinary to actually say to somebody, you know, I think I'm going to get on the plane and not be ice cold.
Okay, so you seem fine now.
Yeah,
the
sure.
simulation, you seem pretty good because we're still on the ground.
Simulation.
It's going to be a little bit of motion. That's
Jill, who actually has some technique.
Which is a tapping technique.
Okay.
So we to the collarbone, and it's actually
benefit because you know it's hard, and if you don't know who to ask or turn to or say I need some help.
Some individual energy toxins. We called Dr. Roger Callahan.
Keep yourself in. We are. You're so good.
Pilot something?
Sure.
slightly more than light turbulence.
Do
None of it.
Land it, or does the machine land it?
We can land it automatically, but we tend to land it by the pilot.
Expressing our concerns. It doesn't matter. You know, I have to say, Whoopi, I have seen a huge difference in you just in the past couple of days going through this course, and I think.
Excellent. So go to iTunes, leave us comments if you like it. If you don't like it, be honest. We can handle it. Me and my buddy Matt Serra, and I love doing the podcast.
All right, Vic. I'm still in Kentucky, Comedy Off Broadway, the first week of August, 3 through 6. There you go. So that's my gig. Thank you to DL Hughley.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
See you tomorrow. Were you uncomfortable yesterday?
Yeah, a bit.
Physically, he means.
Yes. Again, a given, but yeah, yesterday was an interesting day.
Why? What happened?
Instead of me and Jimmy being on the spot, let's put you on the spot.
Fine
Just
with
make
me.
Eric tell everything.
Let's just make you uncomfortable about it.
You've had better shows.
Oh yeah.
Wow, Eric.
Yeah.
What, Travis? You don't think Eric's assessment of the uncomfortability was good?
I don't think anyone was asking if the quality was.
I think we both realized that yesterday's show was going to be a bust.
Well, that's good.
We try to make it work, but
Yeah, we have to meet with Don Wickland today.
I'm not. Well, whatever. I mean, I can meet with Jimmy. I'm not meeting with Don.
Oh. That's not what's on the agenda.
Don's going to figure all this out. Why are you laughing so hard, Travis? Why?
Things you say.
Why?
You want to meet with Don? He made a special trip to come see you.
Did he?
He did.
He didn't need to. He means well.
He's going to Montreal.
He does mean
Relax.
well. He should just stay on the choo-choo.
Yeah, he
and
doesn't
take it all the way to Montreal. Doesn't need to take a little detour to New York.
Yeah,
Get up to Montreal. You're needed.
You could have done like a phone conference or something.
Ah, God. What is he doing up there? I know Rich and Bonnie.
He's got Bennington doing a bunch of stuff up there.
And Rich and Bonnie are doing this time slot Friday, I believe, right?
No, they're doing it at 12 noon.
12
Eastern and 9 a.m. West Coast.
So Ronnie, live on this channel Friday.
No, Ronnie's not. Ronnie's doing...
who's on live Friday?
Nobody.
No show.
We have Best of the Week on
Best of the
Friday
Week,
morning.
and then
Voss and Bonnie live at 12 p.m.
All right, yeah. I was trying to get them to do it earlier, but it made more. That's right. It made more sense to do it a little later because the comics don't like getting up early, especially when they're in Montreal.
Did anybody edit? I know you didn't do it. Did anybody edit one of my lines out? I didn't hear it replay. People were saying that on Twitter, but I can't picture anybody going in there and taking a line
Nobody
out.
touched the
I
replay
didn't think so.
yesterday.
I didn't think so.
Well, I mean, there's enough drama, and then people have to fucking make fake drama and lie and just bullshit about just basic facts.
Yeah, I don't think anybody went back in there. I asked Travis, I texted him because I thought maybe for time they edited something and people.
No,
and he goes,
I
no,
did
he said
edit
no.
I did edit for time, but not that segment.
Okay.
But I can give you the explanation of what happened.
Oh, what happened?
It was a technical issue with that computer that we've had issues with in the past.
Okay.
Wait, so the end of the show was cut off?
No, the end of the show wasn't cut off, but there are.
And it tends to jump. Jump cut.
The computer that we record the show on, that I then take the recording and cut it up and put it into the replay. It's old, and it sometimes the audio will jump for a second.
Why are you winking?
Doing the jerk off motion.
So it appears that that's what happened.
Did it happen more than once?
I don't know because I don't listen back in real time. So
Right.
You know, I don't have that time.
But there was nothing. There was no one. No one went in and edited it.
I couldn't.
No, and if I did, I would have done a better edit than that.
I didn't hear the
I listened
edit.
back to it and it's shit.
For the record, I couldn't even tell you the last time I even asked for an edit. I
Yeah.
couldn't even tell you. And usually it's something to just cover our asses as far as lawsuits go.
If it's a name or something like
Name
that.
or phone
I
number.
couldn't even tell you the last time I actually called someone and said edit that out of the replay. We do edit a lot for time because
I had to cut 14 minutes yesterday because you guys went so long.
You did go late.
Which 14 minutes?
Well, unfortunately, intern Barbara's first.
Intern Barbara was terrific.
Yeah, but I can't cut Mike Ward, and I can't cut the last segment.
I thought she was
I can't
good,
cut the
though.
first segment because it's already loaded so that it can start at 11.
But
so
Eric said we had a shitty show, so you're talking about great segments.
I didn't say it was
that you
shitty.
didn't want to edit.
Hey, look, the operations manager knows better than me, but
Who's that?
Eric.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. I think you should call him the operation guy because he looks like him. Remember the game?
Nice. Eric has better hair.
Yeah, no. All right. I just went into a food joke. Yeah.
So
Are you tired?
That's what
Very. I'm sleepy. Yeah, yeah.
But
I mean,
but nobody edited anything out.
Okay, I didn't think so. I just saw it Twitter. I'm like, that didn't make sense. That it would be one. That just didn't make sense.
I'm sure people won't believe that explanation, but that's what
What?
No, I mean that. Honestly, I'll say that too. And I was on the other end of it. I'm the one who said it, and I don't believe it was edited out.
No.
Right.
I texted you. You said no, and that was it.
Yeah, so leave me alone.
You did. That was
I'm
a
a
lot.
Radiohead.
Because I kept saying, "Are you sure? Are you sure?"
Actually, that's not how you started the conversation.
I mean,
you started the conversation just by texting. Just sad.
No, let's start with Chip.
Yeah, you always start with Chip.
Sorry, can't help it.
You're not sorry.
I will say that I didn't. I wasn't blindsiding you yesterday. I know things were a little fucked up, but I really thought you had read the email the day before, and that it would give enough time to maybe talk about that issue again. And then you came in here and saw literally at 6:55 that he was scheduled, and I could totally see where that would piss you the fuck off. But I thought you got the email the day before.
No,
because I would have certainly stated my case again.
I mean, to me, it was like this. It was like, and it feels weird to say this now because I genuinely believe when DL said he was sorry, that was it for me. I believed him, and it was squashed. Because, you know, look, he's not afraid to tell Megyn Kelly to shut up. I know he's not afraid to disagree with me.
Right.
So if he felt, hey, man, I did it right, fuck you, I think he would have expressed that in some way.
Right.
So it feels weird now to go back and get that mindset of when I was really annoyed at him. But, you know, it was like we all have our very few. We've compromised for each other before. We all compromise at times. You'll take a guy you don't really want. I'll take a guy I don't really want.
Thanks for saying that. I got to interrupt for a second because it drives me nuts because people think it's a one-way street. There's plenty of times it's a tug of war. Jimmy will suggest people, and I'm like, ugh. And I end up taking them, or we take them, sorry. And then I tell Jimmy after the show sometimes, I'm like, I'm so glad you talked me into that. That ended up good. And then there have absolutely been other times where I'm like, fuck, I don't want to fucking talk to this guy whatsoever. But, you know, I try to play my part, whatever, and get through it. You know, it's just because we have different interests as far as guests go and whatnot. I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's a huge point because people think it's just, you know, it's Opie rules meaning rules, and that's it. And that's just not true.
But the compromises we've given, you know, again, when I say compromises, it's like, oh yeah, whatever, you want that guy, I want that guy, and it works that way. For me, at that time, he was, and Roland knew this too, he was a definite no.
Right.
And I said to Roland, and I expressed to you, look, man, for me, this is a guy I just do not want come. I knew eventually I would squash it with him because it wasn't a visceral hatred. I was just pissed about the way that thing was handled, and I'm like, the guy never texted me, so he obviously doesn't give a fuck about me. So like, why would I help him promote? That was basically it.
And I was trying to push you just to have a conversation with him, you know.
Maybe, but I mean, it was one of those things where for me it was a hard no, and this is why I don't want anything to do with Roland, because I know that he does as he's told. I know that Roland has a job to do, and he's good at it. But I also know that he just keeps coming back going, yeah, I like to command, yeah, I like to command. I know how he does it. He doesn't give a fuck that for me it was a hard no.
Right.
So
and we granted you that a couple times, just saying, you know, all right, it's a no, and that was a little frustrating to me just from where I sit, because I know he does great radio with everything going on politically. And then my intention was just to throw it out there again, say yes, you read the email, and then, you know, maybe I should have reached out to you, you know, to tell you, but I just assumed you would have read the email.
Or Roland, who had been just ignoring. He said his phone was a little wonky. Maybe it was, but I've been texting him.
Roland's phone is really
okay. Fair enough.
Why is his phone fucked
He
up?
keeps dropping it. He keeps dropping it, and he'll sit in here. Someone will be calling him, and he can't answer the phone, and he's just hitting his phone.
Yep.
He's just punching.
Yeah, I was just texting. Okay,
the other day
okay.
it was ghost texting too. The keypad was just moving by itself.
Yeah, I did buy it when he said that, but then it was like, you know, I'm and I have to ask. I feel like I have to ask permission. Like I come in, I want this porn girl. It's not that I love the porn girl. Lainey texted me, and I'm like, yeah, why not? We haven't had one in a while. I like that element sometimes.
Right.
And then I have to find out if my wish has been granted.
Right.
And again, when I say you're the boss, it wasn't. I know that sounds like it's a big fuck you, but it really wasn't. When I said take my, that was not open by people would kind of say it was you. That was me who said take my name off the social media.
Right.
It sounds like it was a big like fuck you, but it really wasn't. It's not my show. I'm here every day. I get well paid to be here. I'm not saying that they don't treat me. But the bottom line is,
well, you're not a guest here. That was silly.
I'm a little bit more than that, because when I asked you, like, hey man, I don't want him in here, you suggested to me, well, why don't you tap out for an hour?
Well, but that wasn't being a dick to you, because let me just tell you where I'm coming from, because at that point I'm like, he's on his way, basically. I don't want to certainly put you in an uncomfortable spot. So I'm like, all right, it's 9:20, maybe a tap out for an hour. We don't have to tell him why. And I have absolutely done that in the past for me personally. There's been times, especially when it was me, you, and Ant, that I would lose on a guest or whatever, and I'm like, you know what, I just don't want to talk to this person, and I would leave early, and you know, I'd have an excuse that didn't make anyone uncomfortable, like the guest or whatnot. So it's something that I know I have done personally. So it wasn't like me saying, hey Jimmy, if you don't like it, why don't you fucking get out of here? That wasn't my intention. It was truly not to put you in a uncomfortable position. Right or wrong, that's where that all comes from.
The only difference is in those circumstances, there are times where we don't want to talk to somebody, but in those circumstances, it was never a guy who you had said, this for me is a hard no. This is an absolute no because of something personal that happened, and then they were booked anyway, and there was nothing you could do about it. People thought I was being a baby. Like, to me, if I had sat on it the whole show and not mentioned it until 2 minutes before he's coming down the hall, that's a different set of circumstances. But I just didn't see the email. I checked the news email. It didn't come. I rechecked the email with the stories in it. It wasn't. Right. It was in a prior email, which I hadn't seen. I just hadn't seen it.
It's Travis's main email.
Just hadn't seen it. I always check the news one. That's the one I get with our stories.
It's fine. No one reads it.
But I understand. Yeah. So to me, I found out when I came in, and I mentioned it as soon as I came in, and then I said something to Roland, and he's like, "I'm just doing what I'm told." And then he sends me an email that says, "Craig Gass is a yes." I'd asked for Craig and the porn girls and others.
Well, that didn't. I asked Roland about the porn girl. I'm like, anything special there? It wasn't like I just blindly said no, because I understand how a porn girl could certainly still work on the radio. I mean, as I sit here today, it's not my thing. I feel like we don't get a lot out of them these days, and I haven't changed my tune because I'm married or any of that shit. It has nothing to do with that. I just I don't get excited about it. I'm just like, But it wasn't like I just said no. I did ask Roland. He could back me up. I'm like, well, is there anything special here? What is she promoting? What is this? And he didn't really give me anything of substance. So I'm like, all right, it's a no. And that wasn't a fuck you to you. I promise.
No, I know. But the reality is, I still have to ask permission. And again, it is what it is. I don't, it is your show, and again, that's not a big like, oh my God, life stinks, but it is what it is. It's when I have to say, hey, I want this person, and hope that you say okay. Like, that you'll give me the courtesy of mentioning who's coming in, right, or say, I never know what comics are coming and going.
Right.
I finally told Roland.
But all that's on the email.
No, meaning, but I'm never consulted on it. It's never like, hey man, what do you think about this?
Well, we've taken a lot of guys that you've wanted. Absolutely.
No, I mean on a daily basis. Like we always have another guy in here.
Well, but you also tapped out relatively recently, saying you don't want to be involved with the whole.
Because I had requested something and was told no, leave it.
Right, but then there have been requests that we have taken for you. So yes. I mean, I don't have a scorecard. I'm not trying to go, well, I don't know. I just try to get the best show possible going in front of our eyes every day. That's all. And I'm absolutely going to be wrong. Like I said earlier, there have been guests. I don't really want to start naming names, but there's been guests where I'm like, man, no, I don't want that. And then you will, plead your case or whatever, however you want to say it. And then also I'm like, all right, we'll give it a shot. And then, we've walked out of here and I go, you know what? I'm so glad you talked me into that. So it's a lot of that going on all the time. It's not that we're purposely blowing off your request for guests. I promise you that.
I know, but just the fact that I have to make requests, again, that is the nature of it, and I do accept that. I'm not sitting here screaming and yelling about it, but I will not have my name on. And this is where Don was wrong. And I wasn't mad at Don yesterday for saying that. Don wasn't being a dick, dude. He was just trying. I don't want fighting. But he's like, dude, it's been this way for a long time. And I'm like, I know. But yesterday, that was one of those examples of where I wanted something and I just can't. It's not going to happen. And I don't have the power to make it happen. And if I'm in a situation where I don't have the power to make something happen,
right,
at 48 years old, and I'm a fairly established guy, at least in stand-up, then I don't want my name on it.
Right.
I didn't say take Opie's name off it. Then Don would have a point. If I said, dude, just keep my name on it. But I was like, dude, I just back out.
Right.
I back out. I know it came at a moment of annoyance or anger, but the reality is that's the way it should be. And I even told Paul, man, I'm like, dude, just find a picture. Don't say Opie Radio because I don't want people to confuse it with his personal account. I was like, find a picture that he's cool with. Take my photo off. Find one he's comfortable with. It wasn't like, fuck him, put anything up. It just was, I'm out.
Right.
And the fact that Roland, and again, I know Roland has a job to do, but the fact that Roland knows this I feel a certain way, and he's still going, what about this one? What about this one? Knowing that I don't want the guy in here, that to me is my issue with him. Right. I know what he's doing. It's not like he's just throwing names out there. He's not giving guys I want the same enthusiasm as guys who you want, who will be pretty much booked automatically.
I don't know about that, to be honest with you. No, to be honest with you. And I can only speak for myself. I mean, I pushed the DL again because I'm like, man, I in a selfish way, I know he does great radio, so I threw it back out there hoping that maybe this time, something will shake loose.
I know, but if we had sat one day afterwards and said, look, I know you're having an issue with DL. Are you still feeling the same way? Have you talked to him? Because I do like him, but we're rolling it relayed that. It sounds corny and boyfriend, girlfriend is, but if someone said like, hey man, you're here every day, you're the priority, do you want to maybe revisit this with him? That would have been different. But he was basically booked. It was not a Jim, what do you think? Right. It was, here it is, and if I had responded to the email, maybe it could have been discussed. And that to me is, again, it is what it is.
I think it would have been discussed. I mean, you should absolutely not have found out, as you walk in here. That's obviously crazy. It's like, what the fuck did you just put me in a really shitty position? And that's why I said, maybe just leave it an hour early and then maybe we could discuss this again.
I thought of it, and I was able to do that, but then I'm like, no, I'm not walking out of my own gig. This is my job. I'm paid to be here. And I was quiet for the hour, and I was annoyed. But I'm not stupid. I know DL's a brilliant guy. And I really meant what I said yesterday. The guy's, I think, a prolific, fucking very underrated stand-up. So when he's talking about race for an hour, I know that it's compelling. And there was a few times I wanted to jump in, but I didn't want to jump in from a place of, I'm annoyed at this guy and I'm going to be argumentative.
Right.
Like, it was like it was going okay and there was nothing for me to do. And at the end, when he said, I didn't think he even noticed I literally did, because he's just kind of doing his thing. I didn't think he would pay any attention to it. I would have said goodbye to him and that would have been it. But when he asked and I said we had issues, I didn't say you had issues or, oh my Opie's a fucking piece of shit. I said we had issues.
Yeah, it sounded a little weird, so I had to jump in. I felt like I felt like I was being thrown under the bus a little bit.
I said we had issues.
Well, the issue is, now you got to tell him what the issue is.
Yeah, but we had issues, and I was fine telling him. I mean, I had no issue, no problem telling him as soon as you said that. Yeah, this is what it was.
It was squashed pretty quickly. I mean, that's not the point here. I understand that, but in the end, it was squashed pretty quickly because you were the one who introduced me to the guy, and we're actually friends. I like the guy a lot. We met him in Washington, and it was all because of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no,
you were there, and he was there at the same time. I think he was outside the hotel or something, and he was cool, and we all just hit it off. So
and what it came down to with him, he's a very busy guy, and I do know that. It's a weird thing though. Like, he's a guy I respect a lot, and I feel like we've had him on the show many times. We've always promoted everything he's wanted to do, and happily, because he's funny on the show. And then I have this one thing I'm doing, and he can't make it, and that's okay. But then when I didn't hear from him, I'm like, well, Jesus Christ, man, I'm a fucking asshole.
Right.
There's nothing worse than thinking you respect a guy who doesn't fucking feel the same. You feel like a dick.
Right.
That's all. But I believed him, and it's squashed. I like the guy very much, and I'm happy that it was squashed.
It seems like he's pretty genuine.
Again, if you would tell Megyn Kelly to pretty much go fuck herself on Fox Live, I don't think that he wouldn't do the same to me. I'm under no illusions. He's not afraid of me. He doesn't. So I believed it. If he said he was sorry, he was, and that was it.
Well, I'm certainly sorry. I don't want you to think I completely blindsided you. It was more like trying to shake it loose again. And I thought, if you got the info day before, that would maybe get the conversation going again. And if you, it's easy to say this now, but if you got the email and texted me and said no way, it's still a no, I would not have booked them. I hope you know that.
I would have just responded and said I prefer not to have them in.
But I also got lazy because I had a long weekend, so maybe I should have reached out. I threw it out there, but I really thought by the time you came in here, you knew he would have, he was booked. That's. I can only say the truth. That's truly what I thought. Mm-hmm. I wasn't blindsiding you with fuck you, we're taking him today and tough shit, get over this. And my suggestion of you tapping out was just, that's all it was. Like, hey, if you're that uncomfortable, we're in a weird spot now. you know, maybe you leave it. It hasn't been uncommon that we leave early. So.
No, I know. I would have just thought that being here with my name on the thing, that I was the priority over any guest. And if it was something that, again, if it was just me going, look, this guy's boring, I don't like him. Hey, man, if you don't want to, but if it was me having a personal issue with somebody, and it was something that had like a legitimate source for me, that the thing would have been, hey man, if you're that uncomfortable, we won't have him in.
Yeah.
And that wasn't given that option. And then when I talked to Roland about it, because I know what he's doing, I know how he does it. Again, part of it's his job, and part of it's not giving a fuck if I'm happy with the guest or not. You know, and he's good at his job. He should have the job he has, but.
And that was a double whammy yesterday, because then the porn girl was a no too. So
yeah, so I have to ask permission.
That wasn't personal, and no.
That is what it is. It's not even. I'm not even saying that in an aggressive way. But if I have to ask, and I have to get approval, then it's permission.
Yeah, but that's. I mean, our personal tastes are different. That's all. It's not like I'm purposely trying to fuck you over.
No, I didn't think it was that. I mean, I didn't think it was an attack on me.
Right.
When you said no to a porn girl.
I mean, I'm in a shitty spot. I got to make a lot of tough decisions every fucking day with this, and it's like, you know, where I come from. Like, all right, I don't really think the porn girl's gonna work on the show right now. So.
I think our audience, considering where we came from, we have no women in here, and we have almost no sexual at all. Like, we used to do cherry darts, and there's never. Again, I know that shock jockery is one thing, but we can't. It's like, if after all these years, we can't just talk to a sexy girl about fucking and keep that interesting. Then I don't know what male demo we think we're talking to.
I don't. I think in recent years that wasn't interesting radio. I'm trying to think of one that was in recent years. It just seems like
I think the Kendra, the masturbator in the library was great.
That was a very good one. Yes.
I think a lot of the girls Lainey brings are troopers. I think the problem is that we would expect them to take off their tits and just shake them, and if they didn't do that, we couldn't get anything out of them.
Right.
And I think we're just talking to them about sex or just talking about stuff. Had we interviewed them and just been like genuinely interested in sexual stuff with them or talking to them, you get answers, because the tits are for us.
Right.
I like seeing tits. I enjoy them.
Well,
as I glance to my left.
You're not gonna get an argument here.
Sorry, Archie.
I did think of flashing you.
But you know what I mean? But the tits are more for us. So when a girl's not showing her pussy, that's more our loss. The listeners want to hear stuff. So
right.
Whatever, and our guest is here.
I'm certainly not opposed to it, but I'm not. It's not my number one thing when I think about putting a radio show together.
No, mine either. I mean, look, but I don't. It's Stunt Brain, and I love Stunt Brain. I love him. He came to see me in Delaware. I like Mike very much, but he calls in all the time, and there's all these things that I have no say in. So
no, the Stunt Brain's a very good example. You didn't want him last week.
It wasn't that I don't want Stunt Brain. I really like the guy, but I just didn't want him, for an hour.
No, but you made it clear that you'd rather not have him on the show, and that's a good example, because that's a guy I would absolutely like on the show, and I took a little backseat. I'm not going to make this dramatic, but a little backseat last week, because I would have absolutely wanted him on last week when the Republican National Convention was going on.
But you could have, and you knew you could have. You just chose not to.
No,
if you wanted to, you could have.
No, I kind of. I mean,
I can't override you.
Yeah, but I mean, however, I kind of let you have that one in a way, because that's how this does work in the end. It's like, all right, Jimmy doesn't want him on. No, Jimmy, I really wanted him on. I have to say that. I really want him on, especially with the conventions going on. But I felt your energy on that one, on that particular day, and I did decide to pass on that. No, that was truly for you. I really would have wanted him on the show last week.
If we should bring John in, but if we're at a place where we're just like we'd rather do serious political commentary, in general, or talk to a hot girl about something. Again, if hot girls in every 2 days is boring, but literally it's been months and months and months,
right,
since we've had porn people in here, and it's like, I don't know. I think there's people who listen to our show who still enjoy them once in a while. I mean, there's a difference between this and 1992, where the girl showed her boobs.
Right.
But I don't know. I don't think that we're that different as men. That.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said. I think it could work too. You know, sometimes it certainly can. And as far as the political stuff goes, God, I hope we're trying to get jokes on when Stump Brain's on. That's I'm always aware of that. Like, let's try to get some laughs in between this serious political discussions.
We should bring him in, John. Don. We should bring the guest in. I feel bad. I just don't want to leave the guy out there. It's already 10 o'clock.
John Cho.
Oh, he's supposed to be 10. He's early. I didn't realize he was early.
Yes.
And still recharging.
Just one more thing, too. Have you seen the Opie Reddit? The Opie,
The Opie and Anthony Reddit?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it.
They fucking hate Opie.
I don't. Yeah, look.
They just skewer him.
They really do. I've taken my turn in the barrel with them at the moment. I think I'm more positive. Still, some of them don't like me. I'm a little more positive at the moment over there. I take that for what it is. At the moment, I will appreciate it, and I will not expect it to last. We'll see. But yeah, it's a dangerous, dangerous place.
Sure is, and it's great too because like all the posts lately are like, Sam Roberts and Jim Norton are doing the show. Well, at least it ain't fucking Opie.
Well, look,
you know?
For the record, and I appreciate the call, Dave, but I've said this, and I said this on the morning show. I want Opie on this channel badly. I very much want Opie doing a show on the channel. Apparently, he will be doing a show on the channel. I think he makes this channel much stronger, okay? Now, Opie and Jim split up for their reasons. They both wanted to do different shows. Awesome. Let them do different shows. And we're in the position now where if you like me or you like Jim, but you don't like Opie, you can just listen to one show. Or if you don't like me or you don't like Jim, but you do like Opie, you can just listen to that show. Or if you like everybody, you could listen to both shows. That, I think, is the zone that people want to be in. Like, I don't agree with most of the Opie sentiment on Reddit. You know, that you don't stay in this business as long as he has stayed in this business by mistake. And so I am glad. I breathed a huge sigh of relief when I found out that he had signed, because I think he should be here. And I think he does have fans. And I think he's going to be able to do a great show. And I think Jim's going to be able to do a great show. And I know that I'm going to be able to do a great show. So, and I think you all know I'm going to be able to do a great show. I mean, come on. You're not staying up till midnight on a Saturday night, a Friday night, whatever it is, listening to this shit for no reason, right? So that's what I think. I think if I'm running this channel, I build a super channel and put as many great shows on the channel as I can possibly find. And Opie belongs on that list, as far as I'm concerned. Let's go to Chip in Indiana. What's up, Chip?
Yeah, Sam.
Yeah?
Aren't you kind of making history here a little bit?
Should be educated, and you can't keep saying
He's
you know,
educated. He went to school.
I know he went to school,
He
but he
runs a
doesn't know
business.
policy. He doesn't know. He's not. He has no class. He has no class.
We'll be all right.
Wait. I was going to say, so last night, there's new speculation, but I think people took me a little bit wrong and thought that maybe I had more information than I did. Last night, I was talking about...
Is that what Don was just talking to me about?
No. Don was talking to me about my live event that I'm doing tomorrow. But last night, I was talking about what you and... Speculating. What the speculation is, what you and Oprah are doing after October.
Sucking each other's cocks.
But I tried to base what I was saying on what you've said on the air, because I have no idea. I don't think you guys have any idea yet. But I don't.
What did you say?
I said that you had said that you didn't want to do the show anymore.
I never said that. No, I've alluded to that on my advice show.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
But it wasn't. It's not even people like to make things like more devious than they are.
Right.
You know, you just creatively we're different, and he knows that. Opie would say that. It's not a slam on him. And I've said this. I think somebody called the advice show, and the way I phrased it was like, you know, it's not. It's easy when you're a performer to go, my way is right. But the reality is when there's two different people who want to do something differently, it honestly doesn't mean one is right and one is wrong. Oh no.
Oh, Jesus. You don't have to, like, roll
I'm sorry, the Diet Coke.
No, you're not sorry, because you rolled it on purpose.
Yes, I did. I thought it would be cute.
It wasn't cute. You're not a cute guy.
I am a cute guy.
No, you're not.
Look at this. You didn't like that?
No.
I just pinched my cheeks.
And you stretched them out because you got loose skin.
No, I don't lose skin. I have very firm skin.
Go on with what you were saying.
Yeah. So, so Sam called me last night, and I didn't hear the show. But he's like, look, man, I wasn't trying to, I was just, I've heard you say it on the air. And I'm like, yeah, no, I know, it's fine. I've said it on.
Right.
But again, it's not, Opie and I argued a couple of times. I'm not mad at Opie at all. I'm literally not have any negative feelings. Even after we fought, we had an argument, and then I'm in my apartment, and I'm like, I have a nice apartment, I have a good life, and a lot of my good life, a huge part of it, is because of Opie.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going to say. Like, I think both of us would absolutely have to sit here and say, we owe a lot of what we have to Opie.
I owe a lot to Opie.
Me, probably even, on a ratio scale, more than you.
But you have a lot less to owe.
That's what I mean.
But
but a higher percentage. I mean,
yes, a higher percentage of less. But no, I know what you're saying. And Anthony, I give 50% credit to Anthony as well. It's another reason I'm so loyal to Ant too. But again, we don't know what we're going to do, and I'm not being vague with you, or it's honestly one of those things where we don't know because we don't know what the company wants.
Right.
But I mean, I'm not going to necessarily do what the company wants if it's not what I want. And, and I don't think Opie would either. I don't think, but if the company may go, well, we're not going to let you do anything that's not together, well, then we would have to discuss what do we do. I really don't know. So people think that we're just being vague or bullshitting, but we're not. But everybody panics like it's this big secret thing. Oh, no. What are they gonna... No one gives a fuck.
Or that there's like some information that's going on behind the scenes.
Oh, no.
That's not...
Something leaked out. This is how it happened. Ope's doing a show today. Tune in and listen to it.
Of course, it's on the channel.
It's on the channel. I didn't know that. I called Don yesterday, or I texted Don, and because I'm home for this week. Sabbath's in town. I'm like, am I going? So I said, Sam, let's do another show in the morning. And you're like, yeah, just text Don. So I texted Don. I'm like, cool, I want to do a show.
Which is weird for me because normally people are like, hey, Sam, do you want to do a show? And I mean, I turn down a lot. Never.
No, I know you don't.
I've never turned down anybody's request to do a show.
You're doing mornings and nights this week.
Yes, I am.
So I texted Don, and I said, let me see if I can find the text. Hold on. Not that anybody cares.
Holding.
But in the interest of transparency.
Right. You could paraphrase, I think.
No.
Verbatim.
No.
Cares that much? It's probably not that interesting.
Oh my God!
You're now telling the story of how this one-off show came to be.
Oh, here's what it is. I wrote him. What a nice text. I wrote, "Hi, buddy. Sam and I want yo go live tomorrow a.m." I meant to say want to. Hi, buddy. Sam and I want yo go live tomorrow a.m. Don writes back.
By the way, that's how we do this. When are we going to yo go live?
Yo go live. I like the way that sounds. It's a great name for the show.
Yo go live.
If this happens again, we're going to call it Yo Go Live in the a.m.
That's cool.
Yeah. Hey, Jimmy. I don't have the staff to do. Opie is doing a show that he told me about the other day, and the staff will be doing that show from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. So he's basically saying that Opie said, hey, look, I want to do this afternoon show. I'm going to need the staff. And, okay, of course. So I didn't know that. So then I called him, and I think 'cause I told you that, and then you're like, well, I got, Adrian's here and Derek's
bring
here.
my guys in.
Yeah, bring them in. This way you don't have to get the guys in.
Right.
Like, I don't expect those guys to come in 12 hours early.
Right.
Arson.
Who is that?
Holy shit. I don't know. Good God Almighty. Who is that?
Some tall drink of water just went into Sway's show.
So,
scantily clad, by the way.
I called Don, and we did not have a pleasant conversation.
You didn't? Oh boy.
No.
But all's well that ends well. I mean,
all's well that ends well.
You both seem to be in a good mood today. We're on the air. Everything's okay.
Yeah, but I'm annoyed.
But Don?
Yeah, I mean, I've always talked nicely to Don. I don't like being talked to like I'm an asshole. At all.
I see. I see.
You know. Why do you want to do a show tomorrow? What? What can we do? Like, what's the big deal? It's a live show.
Yeah.
I could see if I was screaming about the staff, but I didn't. I mean, I get it. They're doing the afternoon show. It's fine.
I don't know what the motivations are. Maybe he's just, got a lot on his plate, and so anytime you throw something new on, it's like, what do we do? Come on, like, I don't need another thing to have to figure out. You know what I mean?
Well, there really wasn't much to figure out.
No, it ended up not being.
But he said at one point, he said, like, do you run the channel or do I?
That's not the most pleasant of interactions.
No, but I'll tell you what was pleasant, hitting the red button on my phone after that. No. Click.
Oh, poor Don.
Why is this camera blinking?
Because it's on, I guess.
No, it shouldn't be blinking like that. Probably running out of batteries, right?
I don't know. Don't get mad at the camera, too. The camera's like, do I run the camera or do you? Like, relax. Adrian.
What did Ian Halpern say?
Oh, Ian was just surprised by the whole thing. And then he asked me who would win in a fist fight between you two. I told him that you were getting along, that wasn't the issue. You weren't.
No, I wouldn't want to fist fight him. Opie's been an athlete for a lot longer than I've been working out, so he may win in a fist fight.
I said both of you are kind of past the point where you would fist fight, but Opie went through a period of time where he was having more fist fights. I politely did imply that Opie would probably win. He grew up with brothers too.
He's a bigger guy than I am.
He is.
Well, I'm a waif.
You are a bit of a waif.
8 pretzels.
Right. Well, you're sensitive. Well, you won't be a waif for much longer. You're going to get a nice gut on you after those pretzels. And you're a sensitive guy, you know what I mean? You're more of a lover, not a fighter.
I like my mementos.
You suck for having a mementos box. Well, I want to burn all of your mementos.
You don't like that?
Nope, not at all. No, I got it.
He's just happy.
Oh, that's gross.
Yeah.
That is gross. So yeah, you want to
sure
bring up this YouTube video we got mentioned in?
Yeah, our fins hurt.
Well, so yeah, look. Obi posted a video yesterday on his YouTube channel. He's been hinting and being mysterious about what he's going to do. We said it yesterday. I don't know.
We really don't
myself.
know.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I don't know what Obi's doing. I don't know what we're doing.
Should we play the video? Should we just play it? We might as well. I mean, we have to. If we're going to talk about it, we should play it. It's hard to understand some of the audio.
Okay.
But he was in like an aquarium.
Good morning, Lamb Chops. This is Opie, and I want to thank everyone that reached out to me trying to figure out what's going on with me and the future of my radio show. And, well, here you go. I feel like I have to tell you something. I do not do morning radio anymore. I do not do radio with Jim Norton anymore. I found out through my agent that Jim Norton will continue with Sirius. I believe he signed a contract a couple of weeks ago, according to my agent. And it looks like he'll be doing a show with Sam Roberts. I think that's pretty obvious to everyone. I have not been fired. Sirius has been very good for me.
There are sharks on the screen.
Yes, there are.
So trying to figure out what that's going to be. Satisfied with what they have offered. Let me leave you with a little lesson. Keep your head on a swivel, because you never know.
Now, he was correct and incorrect about me signing. You know, I'm kind of glad that he made the announcement, not let me make it. But the reality is this. So I've kind of hinted at it or said that I was signed at one point. But what happened was I signed the contract, and then it was Sirius wanted to change something in it. Minor. It was a minor thing. So technically, my contract was not signed until last night. And as far as you and I have done some shows together, and as far as what we're going to do, we don't have anything official. I know what I would like to do, but literally they have not promised us anything because everything is up in the air because he's not signed, so they don't know what he's doing.
Right.
You know, but to imply, look, yeah, I don't care if somebody takes a shot, but to imply that we're like sharks who are wading in the water, you know, like trying to, and that's how I took this, and keep your head on a swivel, like watch your back. The reality is this: I found out a while ago that he was trying to have me taken, have less days on the show. My agent, who's also Opie's agent, said to me, how would you feel doing like 2 or 3 days a week or whatever? And I'm like, well, does he want, you know, basically Bob had to tell me because he represents both of us. And so if that's going to be a possibility, it wasn't like Bob is running back going, psst. It's his job. He has to inform me. So Opie wanted to, I guess, have other guys come in and have me do 2 or 3 days because we weren't enjoying each other. It wasn't some hate-fueled walk-in, fuck you, but I mean, we both felt that vibe. I felt it, Opie felt, you know.
And by the way, like, as somebody who was not on the morning show anymore but listened, you said on the air that you weren't going to do the show anymore.
Yeah.
Like months ago.
Months ago. But that was after I found out, and I didn't say that on the air, I don't think, that he was trying to have me, I don't want to say replaced, but he was trying to have my days cut. He said to me and he never talked to me about it, but he did say to me in the hallway one time, which is true. He goes, just so you know, man, that's not true what Bob told you, or he told you wrong, or whatever. But it was also confirmed from somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
That, and it's like, look, you know, I'm not a guy who runs around bragging about, oh, I'm great at this or that. But I know that I can be really funny on the fucking radio. So I got really aggressive at one point when it's like, dude, you know, I know we're not doing an amazing radio show together. Let's be real honest. He knew it and I knew it. But, you know, you're going to take these other guys, you think they're going to be funnier than me on the radio show. Well, I got to kind of stick up for myself. That's just not the way it is. So I was just like, fuck this, I'm leaving. You want them? Take them, fuck them. But then I found out that the company, no, they actually do want me to stay. Because I always assumed that they would just be like, well, we want him and fuck Jim. That was kind of how I felt that they felt. But then I found out that they had, I guess, done some research or whatever, and they found out that I was equally popular. I'm not saying that to be arrogant, but we want you to stay. So then I was like, okay, but I want to stay, but I don't want to work with him, and he didn't want to work with me. So that's kind of how this whole thing unraveled. But it wasn't like we're just sitting there hoping he doesn't sign. Look, here's how I found out he wasn't going to be here this week. He's still under contract for the old contract, and so am I. I'm still on my old contract. The new contract has not begun. We get an email saying the last Opie and Jim show will be Thursday of last week. That was what the email said.
When did you get it?
Earlier in that week. Okay. Maybe Monday or Tuesday. I'm like, really? Like, I had no idea that like, I knew that we were coming to an end, but I didn't know it was going to be 5 shows early. And I'm like, okay, I guess he's like, yeah, he's taking the week off. And then Thursday, he's not here. He has a family emergency. So I sent him a text. I said, I hope your family's okay. He wrote back, thanks, Jimmy. And the next thing I saw was just pictures of him on the beach. So that's what I know. Mm-hmm. But as far as us being sharks who were plotting, like we enjoy hanging together, so I'm hoping we do something. But don't act like we were just plotting motherfuckers. It's like you're trying to have me replaced. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, and I've been pretty clear throughout the whole process of everything that I've done that Opie's given me just about every opportunity I've had. Like I've kind of expressed nothing but loyalty to Opie.
Right, which is why most of us dislike him. Because he's given you opportunities.
That's the real crux of this. but I still feel that way, you know. So and that's not anything that will ever change, and that's not anything that will ever go away. You know, he is the person that's put me in most of the positions that I've been in and has allowed me to succeed. The fact is, if I was working for any other radio show in the capacity that I worked for yours and his for all those years, I wouldn't have gotten the opportunity to break out, because most other radio show hosts keep their people down. You know, They don't kind of open it up. So I've always been appreciative of that. And I mean, I would like to think that he was not. Look, it sounded like he was referring to both of us as sharks. I don't think that there's any way that that would be justified, because he never asked me to do a show with him. He didn't even ask me to come in and guest, which I was fine with. You know, I guested once on his show, and I told him, look, whenever you need me, whenever, blah, 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 I want to come in. And like, he was like, okay, but he went on and did his thing. I did my thing, and that was totally fine. And I was fine with it. But at that point, I was like, okay. And when you contacted me and were like, hey, Opie's not going to be around, but I'm going to be doing shows. Do you want to come in and do a show with me?
I was doing those morning shows.
Yeah, early in the summer. I said, yeah, of course. Like, and by the way, I would have done it for him too. And now that we enjoy each other's company and enjoy doing a show together, and I've had you on my show too, by the way, and that there could be opportunities to do something in the very near future, of course that's something that we would want to take advantage of. But there's nothing sort of underhanded about it. There hasn't been an ounce of scheming.
We have the same agent. Yeah. He knew I wanted to do mornings. He wanted to do afternoons. Opie had fought for afternoons. When me and Ant were bucking against it, because Ant, for him, the traffic would have been horrendous. And for me, my travel, and it's just hard for me to do afternoons because I miss shows. But it wasn't like we were like, get him out of the morning spot. Him and Tim Sabian, they were fighting and actively lobbying to do afternoons. And that was a couple years ago. And me and Ant didn't want to do it. And we wound up not doing it. Whenever he has secret shows, he does them in the afternoon. And they actually sound good. Like, so it's like, it's a comfortable fit. And so I told Bob when we were doing this, I want to do mornings. I like being in the mornings, and I hate getting up. But the bottom line is, if I'm shooting something, maybe I can get a call time in a noon call time.
But by the way, for you to say, whatever I'm doing next, I want to do in the morning, it's not, like, why wouldn't you say that? Like, what would possibly be wrong with you saying, this is what I would like to do?
Absolutely, that's exactly it.
And being kind of transparent about it, not like, look, how do we figure out how to get, like, this isn't a fucking House of Cards, you know what I mean? This is like, hey, here's what I want, crystal clear.
And so I wanted to stay in the mornings because, again, as much as I hate waking up, selfishly, it's like, look, I shoot things, and a lot of times you can get a call time. Sometimes your call time is 7 in the morning. Okay, it is. But a lot of times you can get an 11 o'clock or a noon call, and then you can still do some radio and go and do that. But there's no way, if I'm doing an afternoon show, there's no way I just missed the day. Or when I travel to do a gig. A lot of times I would leave at 9:15, 10 o'clock, come in and do 2 hours. A lot of times Opie would go, how come you don't just take the day? Because he loved when I wasn't here. So, but I didn't want to take the day. It's like, this is my fucking job. This is not a hobby. This is what I do. I like doing this. I enjoy being here. I enjoy being funny on the fucking radio. So I would come in for 2 hours and then go. And by the way, when I'm saying he enjoyed when I wasn't here, it's true. And it's not even a fuck you to him, because we weren't clicking, and he felt that and I felt that. And you know, it's easy just to blame him, but he'll have a reason and go, no, I would look at Jimmy and he's doing this or that. There's two sides to that, and I'm not being just, Mr. Diplomatic. It's like, I can't be mentally ill enough to think that it's not me too. You know what I mean? Of course it's part of the problem is me. But I like knowing I can do a little bit of radio and then travel to do a gig and not miss the whole fucking show. I don't want to miss entire shows when I don't have to. I can't fly out for a Thursday show in Minneapolis. I can't fly out of here at 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Especially if you're trying to launch something away from Opie, right? Because then you'd be it'd be more of you. It wouldn't be you just kind of being there like, okay, I can duck out, Opie's got this, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Like, you want something that you can be there for.
Yeah. So, I didn't take that as he's saying to me and Sam are pieces of shit, but it was absolutely a reference to, at least I felt it was.
Yeah.
So, and it's like, that's just not the way it went down. When I found out, I always thought Tim Sabian wanted me gone. I got the same vibe over at K-Rock. But Tim, I felt really did. Tim denies that, but I'm not stupid. Like one time I went to do a gig, I left like an hour early, and Tim sends out an email to all of the I think I've talked about this on the air, but like to Gary and goes, do we pay him when he leaves like this? And so I texted Tim, and I'm like, hey, if you have a question about my finances, you can be a man and ask me. I'll answer you. I'm not gonna lie to you. And he's like, oh, sorry, I didn't mean it, But it's like, that's the, he goes, no, I was just checking. No, you weren't. No one is just checking. Do we pay? What do you think? I don't know how to read the fucking tone of an email. So there was that kind of vibe, and it's like, again, I know we weren't seeing eye to eye, but when I found out he was trying to, and again, I'm not even saying it was like some fucking Shakespearean play, but when someone's like, would you do 2 or 3 days a week or whatever, it's like, you want to swap me out with Chris or Sherrod or Vic. I love those guys. Those guys have gotten a really hard time by some of the fans, and it's like, I think all those guys are funny, man. I've known those guys as stand-ups. I genuinely like them, and I respect them, or I would never have invited them in. But when it comes to being here, I think I'm better at that. You know what I mean? I've been doing this for a long time, and I think I'm, when left uncuffed, I think I'm very funny on the radio. And I'm not being a cocky douchebag by saying that, but that kind of thing made me very
doing it for what, 12 years, 15 years, 15 years.
But that made me very fucking like, okay, if that's how it's going to be, then this is what I want.
Right.
You know, I want the morning, and I can't make them give me the morning. I really can't. There's no guarantee.
No, it's not. Yeah,
we're not in any. We're not, and the fans have been going, why the vagary? Because literally, I just honestly had finally got my contract signed last night, and we have not. They have not said you're absolutely doing this, but they have not. Or I tell you. You think we don't want to tell you?
Here's the thing: when all this stuff happens, all parties involved have to end up on the same page. So if everybody involved isn't on the same page yet, and that could be one person, there's not. How can anybody make an announcement?
Yeah, and I don't like my life being tied to anybody else.
Right.
It annoys me. You know, Opie's Opie and I'm me. And I'm sure he doesn't want to be tied to me either. But, you know, if I had to choose, I prefer the mornings, and I don't know why he wouldn't want to do afternoon. Maybe he does. I mean, again, he may want to do that. I honestly don't know. We have not talked. The last text was just that text I sent him, and he sent me back. So I thought it might be his mom or something. When his, you know, our last show together, he just doesn't come. So I'm assuming something was really genuinely wrong. So that's it. I mean, if people have any comments or questions, call up. We'll answer them. I just don't know the answer to a lot of the questions. Not being vague with you.
No, we don't know. We don't know. And like, you know, honestly, all I wanted to do was figure out what's next, start doing it, and thank Opie for every position he's ever put me in to succeed.
I've been look, my entire career since I've met those guys, Opie and Anthony, I have been extremely. There's never been an interview I've done where I didn't credit those guys. There's never been. I mean, I think 2 or 3 of my specials, I made the networks allow me to acknowledge them.
Yeah.
So I think I've been thankful enough, and I've proven my loyalty, and I've proven the fact that I was grateful. I've said it enough fucking times. They know. It was both of them. You know what I mean? It was Opie and it was Anthony. Opie's the one who brought me on. But, you know, then it was Ant for a long time. We also had all this tension. You know, Anthony is just as big a part of that for me as Ope was. But again, I would never deny that, and I've been pretty public about my gratitude for it.
Right. And it gets
but I also contributed to it. You know what I mean? And I mean that without arrogance, but I know I contributed to the success of that show. Like, you know, when I came on the Opie and Anthony show, it was a funny show, and it was a popular show. They'd done great in Boston. They were doing well in New York. But that show was never like the first show they had in Philly ever, I was on. I was already on the show. So they were never syndicated before I was there. So, you know, I felt like I was a part of them growing and succeeding as well.
Yeah, yeah. 866-969-1969. Let's go to, I guess, Birdman on Long Island. What's up, Birdman?
Oh. Heartbreaking, man. It's terrible, but what are you going to do? Life's got to move on, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Hey, Jimmy, why don't you just give him a call?
Why? No, it doesn't work. Why?
No, I'm just saying, man. He's got fucking pride. You know he ain't going to call.
Well, then, that's good. God bless him. I don't behave that way with other men. Like, well, why don't I just... No. Absolutely not. Under this, not that I wouldn't talk to him if he came in. I'd sit and talk to him. But I mean, there's no need for me to go, "Hey, man," I'm not doing that under any circumstance. There's no need for it. I'm a fucking 48-year-old man. I'm not gonna call somebody else who I think doesn't want to call me. Or maybe he's just dealing with the agent, and that's how he wants to do it. That's cool too. You know?
You think he's gonna retire after this?
No, I don't think he wants to retire, to be honest. And he hasn't been fired. People who don't like him think they canned Opie. They didn't fire Opie. Look, I know you didn't, but I mean, you like him. There's people who hate him or are happy, but he hasn't been fired.
Here's the thing. I would assume he'll be back here. I don't know. I haven't talked to him at all. My guess, based on the fact that we've lived through several contract negotiations, I would assume he'll be back here. And I think if he were to come back here, it could be a very positive announcement that all the shows that would launch at that time would be able to be like, hey, good news, everybody. Here are the shows. They're going to be good shows. They're going to be like, you know, this is good news. And so the fact that it's been kind of shrouded with all this stuff is like, it's shittiness. And there's not a specific reason for it when, honestly, there's an easy road to go down where everybody succeeds.
And the reality is this: you got to understand something too, Birdman. Like, I know you're a fan of the show, and you know you're a loyal supporter of the show. But you know, when somebody is your boss for all of these years, you know, the bottom line, Opie would hate when I would say that, but the reality was he had the ability, if not to get me fired after a certain point, to make my life miserable by being the guy in charge, and he was. And now he's not my boss. So I mean, again, it's not that people are like, oh, Greg Shell, you're afraid of. Oh, it wasn't about that. It's like when somebody has the ability in a work situation with a gig you love to do that, you have to be, you know. But it was never about being afraid of arguing. I'm always afraid of what I'm going to say. I'm not afraid to argue with anybody. Certainly not. It's like I'm afraid that I'm going to say things that I cannot take back. And he may have been afraid of the same. You know,
you get fucking pissed off. That's when you get pissed off. You say something you regret saying it, then you're gonna fuck yourself.
And Jimmy tends to get angry when he argues.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, as far as that is concerned, man, whatever he does, if he comes back and everything is good and it's nice, then great, man. I'm not gonna fucking blow up on the guy, and I don't think he's gonna blow up on me. And we'll have a good time on the same channel. But I said I don't want to be on the same channel anymore. Like, I'm like, I don't want anybody, you know, like, if we separate, I don't want him to have any influence over my life at all. And I'm sure he felt the same way. Again, it wasn't like Opie's going, come on, Jim, let's pal up. And I'm going, no, you know, it was mutual. He would tell you the same thing. He's having a good time with Chris and with Sherrod and Vic. And I'm not saying that's shitty. Those are guys he's enjoying, and fair enough. I'm enjoying other people as well. So,
yeah, but you make the fucking show, Jimmy. It's you that makes the fucking show. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, look, man. For
me, at least, it was, you know, entertaining. Put it that way.
Thank you very much. He and I, look, we grow apart humor-wise. You know, there's a lot of fans who hate Uncle Paul, and that was a big sticking point for me too. Was that not Uncle Paul? You know, but it's whenever you're doing something that, like, I've never tried to stop someone from being funny. And when I do Uncle Paul, yeah, it's creepy. It's the cringiest thing I can do. But I've listened back to those Uncle Paul bits, and I've literally laughed out loud.
Little egotistical.
It doesn't. I know it sounds crazy, but it doesn't sound like me. Like, I don't connect that to Jim Norton. I listen. It's just creepy and stupid. Interrupting. Sure, answering questions and open air. We're just trying to talk. Like, there's no connection to the way I feel. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm such a non-pedo.
Right.
Like, there's zero connection to my real sexuality.
And even if you were a pedo, you'd know enough not to bring it up in public conversations.
I'm a pedo, as in P-E-T-O. I love animals. Sam's laughing over there.
No, I'm not. You would hear it if I was.
But you know what I mean? Like, so for him to get uncomfortable with that or not like it, I get you don't think it's funny. That's totally cool. But if I'm the guy saying it and there's zero connection to my sexuality or zero connection to who I really, then I wouldn't know why that would make anyone else uncomfortable because they have a family. So what?
But by the way, there's a
Travis has kids. You know that's not who I am. It's like, fuck, come on.
Sure.
Uncle Paul has met my daughter more times than Jim has met my daughter.
Okay, that's no good. Again, this is
Uncle Paul
makes me want to call specific agencies.
Well, that's just because Jim's socially awkward.
Uncle Paul knew you when you was a baby and introduced your mother to a rabbi.
By the way, you set the whole thing in motion.
By the way, that is Jim's social default. He's so socially weird that he's like, okay, I don't really know how to act around the kid. Oh, I'll do the pedophile character.
But it's just to make the adult laugh. But the point I'm making by saying that is, like, when he would get weird with that or uncomfortable with that, or like lobby to have that to have that not included in best ofs. You know, it's like, hey man, maybe you don't like it, but you know what I mean? It's like, It's not like,
It makes it tough
whoa.
for you creatively.
It makes it very tough for me creatively, because even though that makes people uncomfortable, there's nothing real about it. So you're just interrupting a joke or stopping a joke that you object to.
But by the way, like, that's like something to acknowledge, right? And I felt like it had been acknowledged. You had been public about the fact that you were not happy doing that show.
Sure.
You had said it when it was an appropriate thing to say. You'd said it on your advice show multiple times.
Sure.
And it was not a hostile thing. It was like, okay, you don't like this. I get it. But it's tough to do my job if I can't do this. So we need to figure out how to do things separately.
Absolutely.
Which seemed, by the way, from an outsider's perspective, like, okay, it could be amicable. Like, you could still both do what it is that you want to do, and it could be fine.
Yeah. So just, again, that's what that's, you know, and again, any comments or questions people have, we'll answer to the best of our ability. But no one is holding back. Like, I know the fans want answers too, but there's certain things we can't tell you because, again, I don't, and also certain announcements, I know it sounds stupid, like I'm shooting a special. I have a new date in New York. I'm just trying to confirm the theater, which I'm very fucking psyched about.
It's very vague.
But I'm not even allowed to announce the people I'm shooting for, because when you sign a contract, they give a press release. It's just the way it works. It's not that I don't want to. I have a big, if I've told you I've fucking held dicks in my mouth, you think I don't want to tell you what I'm doing career-wise? Did I say that or just think it?
Yeah, because I didn't know that.
But you know what I'm saying? It's like, I've tried to hold
dicks?
nothing
Oh.
back. I've tried to hold nothing back.
Of course, but like, it's like... when you
should have held that back.
Yeah, no, we didn't. You could have just illustrated. I've been very honest. Yeah, yeah. You want to kind of introduce things on your terms, right? And set things up in a positive way, not, you know, on YouTube.
Yeah.
But so be it. Mike in North Carolina, you're on with
Yes,
Jim
sir.
Norton and Sam Roberts.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hello.
I just want to say how sad I was to hear about the show ending, because I was a big fan and that was a part of my morning for about the last year. And so I was a big Opie fan, and to me, he's the one that made the show. So I'm gonna have to find me another morning show to listen to, guys.
All right, or you can listen if he's on. He may still be on in the morning. He's saying he doesn't do morning radio, but if he's on, whenever he's on, he's on. I mean, you listen to him then. He's not killing himself. He's gonna be on the radio
or on demand, and it's like it's fine. It's completely, and that's the point, right? That like there's a world where nobody's going away, and it's like two people who didn't want to work together.
No.
Mutually aren't.
Look, man, again, there were times where I thought the fans were very hard on us when they shouldn't have been. It was a shit situation. You know, and there were days we had really funny shows. We had a good time together, and it wasn't like it was some fuck you fest. It really wasn't. But by and large, I mean, you know, and he probably feels the same way. It was never a show that I was proud of. There was moments that were really funny, but it was never, you know what I mean? I knew the chemistry just wasn't good with us. He was correct about that. He really was. You know, him saying that early on was one of those things that probably shot us in the foot a little bit. But again, he wasn't lying. You know what I mean? That was a moment of honesty, and I can't fault him for that. So it was something I never felt amazing about. I never felt great about Anthony not being here, ever. And it felt like a dying, like, you know, when you have it felt like we were just the dying limbs of what was once a living, breathing thing, which is probably why I wasn't enjoying it, he wasn't enjoying it. You know what I mean? And that's why he was enjoying Chris and Sherrod and those guys, because for him that's something fresh. That's why I enjoy working with you, or I love having I love Travis and having him chime in, and because it just feels like it's not Opie and Anthony.
Yeah.
It's a different show.
And it should be at this point, right?
Yeah, it has to be.
But I was going to mention that Travis, less with the chiming. I'm not as big.
Yeah,
a fan.
yeah, those days are dead and gone. But I mean, you know, the chiming in.
Travis, if you're going to say something, if you're going to react, mic off.
Yeah, every time we play Hava and Aquila, he pipes in. I hate that song. We know.
I'm just crying.
I had a meeting with Jim.
With who?
I had a meeting with Jim, and we want you to be like Mike Francesa's producer.
How does he- what does he do?
No. You respond to my earphones, and I will talk to you, but the audience will not hear your voice.
Oh.
Yeah.
You'll say things out loud?
Yeah. Have you heard him get into
Of course I
arguments with
have.
his producer?
Yeah, I mean, the technology does allow for that.
It's not a thing. And whoever created the Teftism Twitter account, it's not a thing.
Is there a Teftism Twitter account?
Yeah,
I've not seen
it's not
that.
a thing. It's because it's not a thing.
Okay.
We do. I'm glad we're bringing the technology to the mornings.
Well, technically speaking. Fucking piece of garbage.
He is.
Teftidiums. Oh, no, Teftidiums. That's very funny.
Teftidium.
Teft in hand is what I do in the studio.
A Teft saved is a Teft earned.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. No, it's right. That's right.
Tefting all over.
What?
Good tefting grounds.
Phil in Dayton. You're on with
Well,
Jim
Dayton's
Norton.
not empty.
Morning,
And
guys.
Sam Roberts.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good morning, guys.
Good evening.
You know, I just, or evening, yeah, wherever you might be listening from. You know, I was just thinking, I now feel like I'm kind of repeating what you guys just said, so I apologize. But I do feel one of the biggest travesties I think in radio in general was.
Is that a pun on
you know, the
Travis's
breakup-
first name?
Maybe. What was the breakup of Anthony and Opie and Jim? You know, I really miss the days when it was Whip 'em Out Wednesdays and Little Jim Norton with Opie and Anthony. It was some of the best radio I've ever listened to, and you know, I learned who Jim Norton was from there. And you know, Jim, now you're one of my favorite comedians on earth.
Thank you.
You know, I have noticed over the years since Anthony's gone that the chemistry just isn't there anymore, and I actually sort of look forward to new and refreshing from all of you guys. You know,
Right.
So,
I think
No
I'm
promises.
I'm better working with other people. And I heard some of Ope's afternoon shows when he does these pop-up shows. No one told him to do the afternoon. He just decided to. And he seemed comfortable and loose and free, and he was enjoying himself. Like, it's just, you know, when two people are in that situation, it's like you're better off both just doing what you want to do and not being tied to each other anymore.
Yeah, and Opie's good. And Opie's got more of an ability than anyone to carry a show. I mean, nobody's sitting here competing. You know what I mean? Like Jim and I would not be sitting in the seats that we're in had it not been for him. And everybody knows that, and that's very, very public. It's just, I don't know why this got framed the way it got framed when it's like...
Yeah, no one is a victim of people plotting against them. You know, I was ready to sign in mid-August. And the only reason is Andrew and Scott were on vacation, and then I went to Australia. It was just a whole bunch of stuff. You know, but I wasn't holding out till the last minute. I actually had a fairly decent negotiate. You know what I mean? It was like...
But I think everybody's doing what they should be doing, which is just minding their own business. Like, you were signing your deal because you want what's best for you.
Yeah.
And me for me, and Opie for Opie, and I mean, I don't know if anybody wants what's best for Travis, but...
What do you mean?
No, don't even worry about it.
You
But,
Yeah, least of all, Jesus.
Let me go to Steve in Connecticut.
Yes!
Jim Norton and Sam Roberts.
hey guys.
What's up, buddy?
Morning.
Hello.
I had a great opportunity to see Jim in Foxwoods back in February. It was actually a cool birthday gift for my girlfriend. So, and I got a chance to take a picture with Jim. So I got to say, Jim, I really appreciate you taking time for your fans at the end of your shows.
Thank you.
I think
Fan.
that's great. Yeah, with a one fan.
Yeah, singular.
The question I had is, you know, I noticed in the beginning of the show they introduced you and said either sponsored by or brought to you by Sirius XM. And my question is, you know, does Opie get a piece of any of your road gigs when it's like a Sirius sponsored or brought to you by event?
And absolutely not. No, and I don't get a piece of his YouTube videos, which I'm featured in a lot of. No, we don't. Of course not. I mean, I'm the one doing the stand-up and writing the material. So why would he?
Well, I thought maybe because, you know, being part of the show was like the platform.
No. No, come on. And any more that I get, those guys made a shit. He still makes a lot more money than me. And I mean, and again, he's been around longer, fine. But if we were all, if they said, we'll pay you Opie and Anthony's salary if they get a piece of my road gigs, I'd have split the road gigs 50-50. But no, SiriusXM sponsoring has nothing to do with Opie.
Right.
So no, he does not, and I've never gotten any of the YouTube money. So it's like,
Yeah, you guys do your own separate things.
Absolutely. My stand-up, I was a stand-up before I met those guys. But in honesty, they never expected that or asked for it either.
Right. So, like, the history of when I started listening to the show, I was a Howard fan, and I, ordered XM.
Jump out of that! No, I'm just kidding.
And I happened to just stumble across a show, and Anthony was on it, and then I heard of you, and I was like, oh my God, because I love comedy. And, I really started listening to the show to listen to you.
Oh, thank you.
And then, I heard the argument that you guys had, and I was like, here's the beginning of the end. But, and part of me just selfishly, and I don't know if I could speak for all fans, but, I was like, well, if this ends, where am I going to get my Jimmy fix? I would come and see you every single time you're in the New England area because I can drive to it. But, every day hearing your wit is something that I really enjoy listening to.
I'm waiting for that.
And I have an hour to do every day. It bums me out when I heard that argument because I started thinking like, here it is, here's the end. First Anthony leaves, now it's Jimmy. So I'm glad to hear that you're working something out, whether it's with Sam or, I think even Travis is pretty good on the radio too.
Yeah, in all honesty, what did he say?
He said, "Thank you, caller."
Yeah, I think Travis has been is valuable to the show. I really mean that. Like, I really love having him on. So, I appreciate that, man. That's nice of you to say, and thank you.
Yeah, well, good luck. I'll still continue to listen as long as you're on the radio.
All right, buddy. I appreciate that. Yeah, our on-air argument. And again, this is not some... I mean, look, I don't want this to be some big, nasty falling out. And it's not something I'm afraid of, to be real, because now... At all.
But it just doesn't
have to be that way. I would feel bad having, like, a legitimate gloves-off fucking argument with Opie. Because it's like you don't want to say things to each other that can never be taken back. Because when at the end of, I don't say the end of the day, but I really do look back on the history of the show, and it's like, man, I don't want to not bump into him with his wife and have this uncomfortable. Like, I want to be able to say, hey, man, how you doing, and how's your show going? Like, I don't want it to be like him, and it's not a fear thing. If I'm not afraid to argue with Jesse Ventura sitting right next to me, I'm not afraid to argue with someone who's, fucking, 175 pounds.
Right.
It's not about being afraid, especially if you can't get me fired.
But it's not like...
But I don't want that.
And it's not like you hated each other forever, and it's not like he never made you laugh, and it's not like, you know what I mean? Like, there are pleasant things to look back on.
Yeah, and there's a lot of them. And there's a lot of nice moments. And again, I'm not just being PC. No one has told me don't talk about this. I called them yesterday, and I told them I'm addressing this today, and they're like, okay. Like, they didn't care,
Right.
Like, you can't not. I'm never going to not go, okay, guys. You can't do that.
And I don't think anybody wants to hear a show where you don't, right?
No. But, that's why I don't want it to go down some fucking horrible or shit road. If it does, again, then that's where it will go.
Right.
But I would prefer not.
Shane in Indiana.
Hashtag fully erect dicks out for Norton.
That's right.
Wait, what did he say?
He said hashtag fully erect dicks out for Norton.
Thank you very much.
He's a nighttime listener.
I don't want to don't dump the call. I don't want to push any buttons, but I don't really get the whole going to aquarium with the sharks in a reference. The way I see it is you are like a fucking jackass, and Sirius hooked their card up to two workhorses. I mean, Jimmy, you never missed a fucking day of work. Sammy, you started as an intern and built one hell of a fucking radio show. I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer which way Sirius was gonna fucking go.
Well, they're not going. In all honesty, Opie is not out.
Yeah, I think they're going all ways.
He's they remind me of myself in that way. He's he has that's the type of wit you get in the morning. No, but he has for him, he's negotiating. It's not like they've said sit down, kid. He's negotiating. But yeah, the days I've missed have always been, and I'll say this in my own defense. I don't think I've taken a sick day. I can't remember the last time
You come to the fucking studio with your luggage, and you waited till the last minute to fucking catch a flight.
Yeah.
And he flat out said, "Oh, if I got a hangnail, I'll call off." You know, whatever, dude. For a couple of real quick points, if we could name the show, what about Fireside Chats by the Burning Cross?
Well, that's if Ant joins us.
And then, you know, a picture. Yesterday, you guys were talking about pictures, sitcom pictures for the crew. I think you should go with, like, Give Me a Break. Jimmy, you can be, you know, the dad. Sammy, you can be little Joey Lawrence. Travis can be whatever the other fucking kid there was, because there was no mom in the picture. And E-Rock can be Fat on Mel Carter.
Thank you, Shane. I feel like Shane was just... Oh, sorry, buddy.
Sorry.
I feel like Shane was just saving up his insults for everybody.
Yes, he was. He started off all nice, and then he goes, "Oh, I don't mean to do it," and then he just unloads.
We'll take a couple more, and then we'll move on to something else.
Okay, to grow.
Yes.
Princess.
Turning young lives around, giving out thousands of
Means of building bridges between people of different backgrounds, cultures, and generations. What do you think?
I think it's brilliant.
Just heritage, cultural heritage.
Right. No doubts, no hesitancy.
House and is the brain way ahead. Welfare.
Ourselves for the transcripts.
And women my age.
We are.
Does that mean terribly?
Project.
More than a collection of words.
It might be better to leave the audience.
Her river. Trust is all about.
It's nice. Is that all you have to say?
Sorry, I'm late, that's all.
What for now?
Flight to Munich, then to Hamburg for a Duke of Edinburgh award ceremony, followed by a World Wildlife Fund event in Brazil, then Alaska, Canada, then back to London. We managed to combine it all with a couple of carriage driving competitions, too. Here it is.
As a regional official in the Urals, first secretary of the party committee in Sverdlovsk Oblast, to be precise. Sverdlovsk is the name given to the city formerly known as Yekaterinburg.
Yes.
Which is where Ipatiev House was located.
Go on.
Welcome to
having sex with a guy?
Well, I wasn't gonna say anything.
That would be awesome if you were getting.
I wasn't gonna tell you, but yeah, I was fucking you while you were asleep.
Dude, what?
Oh, not just any guy.
Yeah, while you were asleep.
It was you.
I was fucking.
Are you serious?
All your head holes.
I don't have any head holes.
Yeah, you do.
You mean my mouth?
Yeah, and then the one on the back that lets you go into the Matrix.
That was quite a twist right there.
How does it feel? What would that feel like if you got that fingered?
What, that hole?
The
in
head
back?
hole?
Would you bust?
I don't know.
I don't know if it's an erogenous.
I wonder
thing.
if you could like get your scratch.
Well, they can put sex stuff through the wire into that hole.
How about a different Matrix, like a different Matrix where the Wachowski brothers announced that they're
Okay, with the Wachowskis.
They announced that instead of being women, they're racists.
Oh.
Okay.
And they're like, yeah, the movies are actually about a utopian future where black people don't know how to use computers, so they have to live underground in a dungeon.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's something, but don't black people aren't they good at computers?
Yeah,
in that
they're really
movie?
good at computers in that movie.
The only
But
white
they're
guy
not
is
in there.
Keanu.
I mean, it is very funny to watch those movies and realize the implication is that they just don't let black people in the Matrix. Unless they're hacking.
Yeah.
guess
All
you're
the black
right.
people live in a hole in the middle of the earth.
Mhm.
All the white people are just like...
But there are no
living-
white people in the Matrix?
The
Or
white
black people?
Matrix
There's
is...
Trinity.
Yeah, what about the Oracle? She's black.
Well,
That's
the
a
Oracle's
computer program.
Yeah.
Really?
That's
Yeah.
not a chick.
That
at
If you
all.
black
watch
lady
the Matrix,
wasn't-
here's the only... If you watch the first one, right? When Neo's walking around the city, no black people. There's none. The only the slaves that are hooked up to the computers are only white people.
Oh, interesting.
Because that's not slavery. You have a tube hooked up to your mouth that feeds you probably stuff that tastes good. Like if they got out of if you imagine like Neo wakes up and he's in that amniotic sac or whatever, instead of it being like a bunch of scary towers or whatever with lightning all over the place, he was in like a comfortable bed somewhere. There was a hot woman robot sucking his dick.
That'd be pretty awesome.
You know, and it's like...
Yeah, imagine if that was work. You just clock into the Matrix for 8 hours,
Yeah.
and then you clock out and you get to get pussy from the robot?
Right.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That would have been a better movie.
That would have been a much better
It
movie.
would have been a much better movie. It's a world where you're getting your dick sucked all the time to generate power.
That would have been actually interesting.
for evil robots.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, why are the robots even so evil? They just want to exist, mate.
Mm-hmm. Well, they thought it would be kind of racist to have black slaves, so that's why they don't have, you know. That's why all the black people have to live in the middle of the earth because they're like, ergo, it would not be a good look.
Yeah. They're the
Let's
actual.
consider the optics. That's why there's two programs that run everything, me and then the Oracle, and we figured that should probably be a black lady. We figured for diversity's sake, that one should be a black lady.
The Oracle is a program.
Yeah.
Really?
The Matrix was created by Viacom.
And the Oracle was created by Oracle.
You believe it is the year 1999, Neo, when it's closer to the year 2099. The Matrix was set up after society fell apart when they had to staff every TV show with Indian women. And people became so bored that they started
TV
jamming.
was so gay.
Yeah,
they
became-
started trying to put wires into their heads.
People started jamming wires.
Maybe this will be fun.
Maybe this will be better.
Maybe I could see a show in my brain directly, they said.
After the 12th season of Blackish, there was a mass suicide.
I love how much of a black nerd Morpheus is.
Oh, yeah.
Just
Oh, yeah.
horrific. Just like Neo's like, can you stop spitting on my lips when you're talking to me? And he's like, I can't control my excitement.
Hi, a new Yu Yu Hakusho just came out.
It's just like, he's like, this is my ship, the Shadow the Hedgehog. It's named after this is my prized ship, the Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. It's powered by Chaos Emeralds. Actually, it's powered by gas.
Shut up, Joe Pantoliano. Shut
Let me
the
ask
hell
you
up.
something. If they told you you'd be out here taking orders from some black nerd, would you have done it? Would you have fucking done it? You're hanging out with this fucking guy who can't shut up about the GameStop get some pussy special. To finally get pussy.
Spending all his time sharpening his samurai swords.
I want the codes to Zion. I can't give you that, but I can give you the membership number of the GameStop rewards program of the guy who might have it.
Fuck.
I had no idea it would be nothing but fucking queers. It's all fucking losers.
Nobody gets any pussy down here.
Let me tell you something. I get out of this fucking matrix, there's not a single fucking Italian guy. Nothing. Yeah, you won't believe what they got going on down there. It looks like Newark. It's fucking terrible.
I just want a chicken palm.
He's like, I want to go in and I want to be in Bensonhurst and I don't want to remember nothing. You understand me? Nothing. And I want there to be, some kind of new type of smoked meat I haven't had before. Something like sopressata, but maybe a little spicier.
I want to be the captain of the neighborhood watch, and I want to be able to kill black teenagers.
Yeah, I want my arms from the elbows down to be baseball bats. And they spin like windmills. And I'm just walking through a black daycare center. Consider it done. Oh, I need the codes to Zion.
So wait, there's special codes? That's what he gave them?
Yeah, that's why he wants to kidnap Morpheus so that he can get the codes.
It's been too long since I saw Matrix 1.
I should fire it up.
I'm thinking we should watch it in between episodes.
Rewind the Matrix.
Yeah, maybe
rewatch?
order a little food.
Dude, that's not
Watch
a bad
Matrix
idea.
1.
I would watch the fuck out of the Matrix.
I'm down, dude.
I don't remember what happened at all.
I mean, I think I remember everything, but I haven't seen it in forever.
But Tom in Philly.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hello, Tom.
How are you?
Good, buddy.
I want to start off by saying congratulations, Jimmy. I think, just like the couple callers before, I too listened to Howard for quite a long time. And coming over and just hearing Jimmy, I mean, I've been on and off Opie and Anthony, but in the last year, especially, it's been Jimmy mainly that's kept my attention.
Thank you.
Just your quick wit, the funny stuff, the interjections in between some of the conversations, definitely made my experience want to stick with the show. And I found myself gravitating almost all my mornings over to the Opie and Jimmy show. And, when I heard the argument earlier this year, I got a little nervous as well and said, well, I hope Jimmy shows up somewhere else. So to hear the fact that you're going to be staying is a huge relief.
Thank you. And again, the truth is, if he wants to stay, is staying as well. We're just not doing it together. And I'll be much happier, and so will he. You know what I mean? This is not something where he's a victim. I mean, he will be he started this ball rolling, but he wasn't wrong. It wasn't a wrong thing to do.
I'm sure if you talk to Opie, there were things that he wanted to do on the show that you would, the same way your characters couldn't get over. There were probably things that he wanted to do that he didn't feel that you would get over.
He's correct, too, I'm sure.
Right.
Although I'll say this for myself, I never interfere with someone being funny. I just don't.
Right, but you will shut down if you don't like something.
You know, my opinion
but
on
not,
the fact with the
not. But you
I
won't.
can't control this.
Yes. You're right.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever really, and at least in the last year, has valued the weight that you've brought to the show. He almost seems resentful in some aspects, and that kind of put a bad taste in my mouth. No, I love Opie, but you know, I think he should have publicly put some more value into you, Jimmy.
He admitted at one point too. He did, he felt a kind of when me and Ant were going back and forth that he felt like he kind of wasn't his I understood that too, that he had built up some resentment against us having I don't know if you're designated, or in your mind you're designated as, well, you're the straight guy in the show, he hated being called the bus driver, or whatever term you want to use, and you begin to resent that and not enjoy it, and you're like, instead of every time you're guiding things and kind of helping them move along, instead of enjoying that, if you resent it, and the other guys, you're like, I want to be the comedic force on it, then you're not going to enjoy doing the show anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, if he began to resent that role, then yeah, maybe that's where a lot of the resentment came from.
I think it's important people be aware of their roles. That's why the only thing I'm waiting on to sign my contract with Sirius is, contractually, I want to be referred to as the comic relief for the show. And I think that's where I'm being used most.
Here's what you are on the show.
Tell me.
If this show was black and white, you'd be a little girl in a red dress.
Frank in Indiana. What's up, Frank?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, man.
I'm huge fans of both of you. I've been huge fans of O&A for a long time. I was not a huge fan of Opie and Jim.
Yes.
And I think the bottom line is that this is the best possible situation after Anthony was fired. Opie is not funny. He's not particularly good at radio. I don't know who listens to him.
And look, man, obviously it's what I want to do, but again, I can't speak for them, and I've dealt with these guys for a long time, and I'm never going to get too excited about something until it's real, or you know what I mean? I've learned that too. Like I signed the deal and I was okay, and then they're like, well, we got to fix this. I'm ugh. But in honesty, dude, and I'm not saying this in false humility. There are people who will listen just for Opie. There are people who have a fucking family who relate to Opie a lot more than they relate to me. They find me abrasive. I have a lot of people that hate my fucking guts. I'm not delusional as to thinking that I'm fucking, Mr. Superstar who everybody loves. But dude, it hurt my stand-up business. That show. And I know some people didn't like my stand-up, but I watched my draw even drop in a lot of cases. And I think a couple of things is people weren't listening to our show in the morning like they were to Opie and Anthony, obviously. And I think people just didn't associate it or associate me with something they were enjoying anymore. It reminded them of something they weren't enjoying in the morning. It reminded them of something that used to be great and was no longer great. So I think that it was it's almost like, it was a relationship that had to separate. It was a relationship that had to separate for, I think, for both of us.
And look, that's a tough part, too, that, like, Opie and Anthony as a show is 3 parts. Opie, Anthony, and Jim. When you remove one part of that, it becomes difficult to reinvent what is 2/3 of a show. Yeah. And a fan is going to sit there and be constantly reminded of it's not a new thing. No matter how hard you try, it's just not. And it's going to take a long time to be a new thing, if ever. And I think that the only way to do it is to kind of split the parts and create some new.
Yeah, especially when you pull the funniest part out of it.
Yes.
And that really is. Ant was the funniest part of the show. I know I'm funny. I mean, I'm not questioning. Ant's a different level of radio funny. He just is. I mean, it's not even. There's not a comic alive that wouldn't tell you that who's worked with the guy. He's just a different level of radio funny. I mean, I'm great at firing out one-liners and blah blah, but he could literally walk you through putting in an air conditioning fucking ductwork and be interesting.
Right.
I joke a lot of times. I always say if on 9/11, if I had made it out of the fucking 110th floor, I'd lose people halfway through the story. I'm a terrible fucking storyteller. I just don't have that gift. It's not what I do.
I like that, you're a terrible storyteller, but you'll still come in and, tell a story about, just mundane life shit. Just
once in a while I like to.
I got new windows yesterday. I was on.
Those are more complaints. I'm a great complainer. I'm a great sniveler and kvetcher. I'm not a good storyteller. But Ant, to his credit, I mean, he's just, he's a very unique guy in that he can be so fucking funny. And, is he slightly insane? Yeah. He's kind of crazy. Is he volatile? Yes. He would tell you that. But as far as broadcasting, and when he's having fun in broadcast, he's just, there's nobody like him. He's a genius.
Jason in California.
Hey, what's up, guys? Is this the new Shark Tank or Swimming with the Sharks?
Fucking home run, Jason. What are you, on Friday the 15th or something?
It's not the name of the movie.
No, it is. Fuck yeah.
No, it isn't.
Piece of garbage.
It makes no sense. It's not even a thing.
Yeah. Travis and the school shooter were laughing in there.
Damn it, Kippa.
Jason, do you have a point, or are you just here to get Chip excited?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
No, I just like to hear Chip. I don't have a point at all. If Opie didn't want to be the bus driver, then he should be more funny.
Well, it's easy to say, honestly, but when I look back at the old, the comfort level he and I used to have together, literally when we were off the air, dude, Opie and I would travel together. We really were very, very close friends, and we had a good time together, and it was just there was zero discomfort between us. And I don't know when that started. I think when we came back on satellite at one point, it did things change for him, or maybe I changed, whatever it is. But it just started slowly. Or maybe when me and Ant started really going back and forth, he felt a little left out, which he didn't have to. It was never about us looking at it like, fuck him. We were, he might have felt that way, but we weren't looking at him that way.
And I was, as everybody knows, very close to Opie for a long time.
Yeah.
Years. I mean, spending time with his family, with his kid, the whole deal,
Sure.
all the time. And I think everybody knew that. But something did, and we never had a falling out whatsoever. I still consider him a friend. I haven't talked to him in a long time, and things changed a little bit when Anthony left, and I think he started to maybe change how he handled his inner circle or whatever, and that's his prerogative, and I always took it as his prerogative.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't
I'm
know.
trying to grab
Let
you
me
by
go
the
to,
collar and say,
but
hey.
yeah, so I didn't talk to him the way we used to talk for probably a year or more.
Yeah. It was just
Maybe two.
the idea of the shark thing, almost like being a victim of people doing that. That's simply not the way it is.
Yeah,
I was not going to be squeezed out. And I'm not saying he wanted me fired. Let me clear this. I think that literally he just wanted me to have another show too. And he said something about it'd be like a promotion. But the bottom line is he just didn't want me here as many days. But I don't think he wanted to be fired. And I don't think he was trying to have me thrown off of Sirius. And I'm not putting that out there.
No.
But I also know how to read the writing on the wall. You know, when you're in front of an audience every night, you have to kind of see what you feel the room really well.
Mm-hmm.
You have to. The guy yells at you. You have to immediately understand why he's yelling at you. Is he having fun? Is he trying to chime in? Is he trying to hurt me because he hates my guts because I'm making his day? You learn to make fucking snap judgments quickly.
Right.
So, I'm not an idiot.
And I won't speak for you, but I would love to simply be consistently, publicly grateful to Opie. I would love nothing more than just to that be the only thing.
People would get tired of it if that's all you are.
Yeah. You know who's great?
Yeah, but I've also...
But I was going to say, but it makes it difficult to do that when there's videos like that coming out. That's like the implication is that I'm a shark as well. And it's like, no, I don't even know why my name has to be in the video.
Yeah. You're a bottom feeder.
Exactly.
Big bottom. But, hey, look, man, I've gone on the, very few people have defended Opie like I have. Like when the Cake Stomp video was going crazy and I was on fucking Rogan and all these places explaining like this was the tone of what it was like. Because it was true. That was the tone. But, I haven't exactly been a fucking, just take either. I've given back and I've been eternally grateful, and I've been very, very vocal about that my entire career. From the moment it began up until this point, I've been very vocal about that.
We go to Chad in New Orleans. Chad.
Hey. Good morning. How are you?
Morning, buddy.
All right. Hey, I just wanted to say, look, the Opie and Anthony show was awesome. It had its run. The Opie and Jim show, I thought it was great. I listened every morning, made me laugh. But I was really excited to hear about the Kirk Simmons and Sam show.
I don't know if that's official.
We're hoping that if it happens, it's going to be awesome, Saz.
I promise you it won't happen.
I'm really excited for that. I think the show was fresh. I mean,
I hate the way Kirk says awesome, by the way. He says awesome.
Well, he's happy.
Sorry, Chad.
I just
go on.
wanted to say I'm excited you guys are doing.
All right, your phone's breaking up. But look, yeah. Drew and I are doing a show today. We're doing a show tomorrow. We're going to see what happens next week. But obviously, I love doing this, and I appreciate the opportunity. And, it is what it is. So
yeah, it's fun.
It's fun. That's the point, right?
Yeah. And when I've heard him in the afternoon, he was having fun.
Right.
Yeah, honestly.
Right.
And again, I'm not being across the board. Hey, let's be nice about it. It's the truth.
Right.
If I have a reason to be aggressive, I'll be a complete cunt. Believe me.
You will?
Yeah. A complete cunt. But that's not called for right now. I think at this point he's frustrated and he's just fighting to get a contract that he's had. I get that. It's like, it's not easy when you're constantly negotiating. And if you're not, and again, I don't even know what they're offering him. I don't even want to know. I literally don't, because it's just going to bug me because it's more than me. But, if he's not getting what he wants, I get that he's annoyed. Yeah, it's a part of negotiating.
Right.
But it doesn't have to degenerate into some fucking... But, and people who work here have to understand that the audience that we've attracted over the years, you can't brush over this stuff and not address it. You can't, because they hate you if you don't address it.
Yes, of course.
Sometimes they hate you if you do address it. But you can't not... a lot of the fans who have turned against us, some are just irrational and crazy, and some are extraordinarily perceptive and right about a lot of it, even the unpleasant shit.
Mm-hmm.
They're not dumb. So, they understand a lot of the dynamics that we have to talk about it when we know it. But
yeah.
As far as any announcements are concerned, believe me, as soon as we have something concrete, you'll know.
Yeah, and it's not like it's fun to not be able to make any announcements.
Absolutely.
Like, you know, all we want to do is know what we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm figuring out who I am. Oh, whoa, different things.
Just professionally.
Sorry.
That's what I'm talking about. There's no personal anything.
And we have, just so you know, we have other guests today. Whenever they come in, we're happy to have the Impractical Jokers are coming in. And I'm really happy that Joanna Jędrzejczyk is coming in. People get weird with the fighters. Sometimes they like them, sometimes they hate them. Cowboy was fucking awesome.
Cowboy was awesome. And, you know, look, I'm also a strong proponent of let's get the fighters in and talk to them. I think they're interesting. I think what they do is interesting. And fight fans are going to love it, too. So I
enjoy it. I enjoy most of them.
And guess what? I'm going to get wrestlers in here, too. So, we'll see.
Wrestlers are always good interviews.
Yeah.
They're great on the mic. They're always, like Foley and fucking Jericho and any of those guys we've had in are tremendous.
Yeah.
Tremendous.
Yeah. All right, so we'll take a break.
Is there any other calls we had to get to or no?
No, I mean, the phone banks are full, but they're all, you know, just kind of...
First, though, I wanted to come up here and talk about something that involved my life for over 20 years, and that is the AIDS virus. I'm kidding! I was only kidding. But it's close to the AIDS virus. It was working with Opie for many years. No, I'm kidding. I had a great run. Great run with the O&A show. Please. Beloved. I think we were beloved for 10 minutes or so. Beloved! And then hated, but still popular. It worked. I think this is finally it, though. It's like done. Any incarnation of the O&A show is fini. Of course, I was a member of the O&A show from the year of our Lord 1996 to the year of our Lord 2014, somewhere like that. And that's when I got fired. And it continued in some weird Opie and Jimmy show, but then it wasn't the Opie and Jimmy show, it was the Opie with Jim Norton show, and then it wasn't even that. It's like Opie and sometimes if Jim doesn't want to kill him show, and then it would be, you know, then Opie and every single comic that's ever been on a stage show, and it kind of got, you know, it kind of turned into something, but it was still connected to the Opie and Anthony framework. That seems to be done. Jimmy Norton, I guess Jimmy did announce that he's doing a show. Yeah, I saw it somewhere on Twitter. And I think he said something. But he's going to be doing a show over there. He's re-signing with Sirius XM Satellite Radio to do his own show. And I believe, at least for the time being, little Sammy Roberts is going to be with him. Now, I love those two. They're great. I think they work so well together. Sam is a very talented little cocksucker. He's a wonderful guy, smart and very funny, sarcastic. I like it. Can take a joke and give one out. Jimmy goes without saying. He's brilliant. I love the guy like a brother. Like a brother, I love him. And I think they'll do very well together. Yes, we were trying to get Jimmy here. Jimmy is, like I said, wonderful. They wanted him over there. We're 2 years old here at Compound Media. And we act too. That is right. Gino's sitting over there, and he just said we acted. And it's absolutely fact. So we wanted him over here, but just being around here for 2 years, we're a fledgling operation, we just couldn't really compete with the offers that Sirius was making to Jimmy. It happens. I don't hold anything against Jim Norton as far as that's concerned. You take the better deal. One good thing, though, Jimmy has always been very good with, because he's a comic and he's on the road, and he has to do to promote his career, do other shows, he's not going to be held to that you're not allowed to go on Anthony's show thing. So Jimmy's still going to be able to come over here and do my show. Also, it's not out of the question that maybe signing Jimmy to do a once-a-week thing here. We're working every angle to get Jimmy involved on the Compound Media platform over here. It also isn't completely out of the fucking question that I do something with Jimmy at some juncture over there. Now, I know it sounds insane, but with the loss of Greg Opie Hughes and any semblance of the Opie and Anthony show, a lot of things change, pieces and parts move around, things can happen that couldn't happen. So everything is open for discussion. I'll leave it at that because anything more would be pure speculation. But me and Jimmy have an amazing relationship. Love the guy and want to work with him. He wants to work with me, and we are figuring out in what way, shape, or form we can do that in the future. The Opie situation. This is a classic backfire of something that he's pulled for years, that I had mentioned numerous times, pissed me off to no fucking end. I wanted to constantly sign longer-term deals. 5-year contracts. Give me a 5-year fucking contract at SiriusXM. I'll cart my ass in there every morning. I'll do a fine job, leave, and do it again the next day. And 5 years, I'll do that. Give me a good pay. The pay was great. Everything. And Opie, for some fucking reason, never wanted to do that. Always, I think he was thinking that something better was right around the corner. You know, that's great thinking if you're 25, not in your 50s. You take the fucking secure gig. That's what you do. You don't want to be loading up a U-Haul to go to fucking suck-ass Oklahoma to do radio. You're not, you know, you might get a better deal. You might. But why even gamble on it at this point in your career? You had a great run, a good career. It's still going. There's a company that wants to pay you money and lock you into their company, and you just keep fucking around with these short-term deals that fuck everyone. The staff, every 2 years. Can you imagine every fucking 2 years? And it was really every, like, 20 months. It wasn't even, like, 2 years. Every 20 months, you don't know what the fuck is going to happen in your life. Now, again, for me and Opie, it was one thing. We had done very well in our careers. We could afford to just sit and see what happens next. Like he is on a beach. You've seen the videos, I gather. But you got people over there like Travis and Eric and all the other support staff that don't even fucking know every 20 months if you're gonna have a job. That's not considered like a career. That's not anything good. Now, I know broadcasting is one of the most insecure jobs you could ever have anyway. But if you can make it any more secure by signing a longer-term deal, by keeping the staff informed what your fucking intentions are, that was always a bitch to me. I'd be on the phone with Bob Eatman, our agent, just saying, what is he doing? Oh, he hasn't called you? No. I'm ready to sign, Bob. I love the deal. What's going on? Opie's a little upset. He wants another week off. He wants Fridays off during the summer. He wants to change the hours from 8 a.m. to noon or Nah! I would go nuts. And it was every fucking time. So this time around, of course, I get fired a couple of years back. And I'm forced to build an empire. I'm forced to build something for the first time ever in my life. Yes, exactly. My empire with warriors such as Gino Visconti. I love it. I love it. So I do this, whatever. I move on, as they say. And it's now Opie and Jimmy. I knew day one this was not going to fucking work. You might remember a time, this was a dandy back in the O&A days. I was already, I had it with Opie. Had it with him for years. He had pissed me off to no end. But I went in that studio and smiled and gave my best and made it work. You see too many of these bands like, holy shit, why isn't Guns N' Roses going out and making a fucking fortune, stick together, smile at each other's dumb faces for the time you're on stage, pocket your cash, and keep your name in the public eye and go home. And then you don't have to deal with fucking Axl or Slash or anything. That was my point. And anytime I'd see these bands break up, you go, what a bunch of fucking idiots. Just stick it out, whatever it takes. And that's what I did. Went in there, even though I was pissed off to no end at his shenanigans over the course of the years. Blatant disrespect, not for me, for the staff. It wasn't a pleasant working environment, put it that way. And so when it was just him and Jimmy, I'd already known this ain't gonna work. I had once inadvertently sent a text to Opie. I tried lying through my teeth and saying it was for someone else, like a girlfriend or that, but it was indeed for Jim Norton, who was sitting right next to me at the time. I was sending him a text that read, "The little cunt won't even look at me." Now, it was just another day of me coming into the studio and having him in a pissy mood and not looking at me. Now, see you people at home, right? You're looking at me, right? See my eyes? I'm looking at you. There it is. Now, here's what he would do. Let's say you're me. You're at home, you're me. Okay, go ahead, you're me. Now, mess your hair up. Okay, make it look like B. Arthur's hair. Go ahead. All right, now you're me. Now, I'll be Opie. And look, and this is how he would pass by me to look at Jimmy, who's over there. Gino, you're Jimmy. Okay. All right, no, suck a tranny's cock. All right, you're Jimmy. Now, here's what he would do. You see how I did not make eye contact with you at home? Well, I'll do it again. Watch. Jimmy.
I need to get closer.
That's what he would do. And I'd sit there like, you motherfucker. He's not making eye contact. And this is before the show would start. So I'm already in the car driving in. I'd be like, he's in a fucking shit mood again. Motherfucker. You should be going into work to do a fun thing every day in that mood? This is just a dark cloud. My friend Adam Ferrara came up with a great term for it. A piss mist in the room. It's just this hanging fog, a piss mist. And you'd walk in there, and if he was in a bad mood, everyone had to be in a bad mood. If he was in a good mood, everyone had to be in a good mood. That's it. He wanted to dictate the mood in the fucking room. And when you're trying to do an entertaining radio show, that's a bad fucking thing to have. So he was all pissy at me like that one day, and I texted Jimmy. I was like, the cunt won't even look at me. I hit send, and I see the top, and it says Opie. And I'm like, oh shit. So I put my phone down. I'm just sitting there, and then like I hear, over at his phone. So he picks it up, and I'm looking at it, and he looks at it, and then he looks at me. He's like, dude, what the fuck? I was like, what? Trying to think of something? Dude, the sync. Yes, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking maybe in a split second, I'll figure out a feature that I didn't know about to get rid of a text after you send it. Like, you're thinking about everything. Just trying anything. But there it was. Yes, it was an eternity that I had to try to think like, what can I do? And realizing there's nothing you can do. Yeah, so I was like, what? He's like, what is this? I was like, oh, yeah. I was like, and then I thought for a split second, maybe I'll wait. I say like, hold on, I'll tell you in a second. And then I was gonna tell him that I was talking about Jimmy. Like I sent Opie that saying Jimmy's a cunt who won't look at me. Because Jimmy would be fine with that, knowing that I fucked up. I'd tell him later. But Opie knows I would never do that because we had already not liked each other. I wouldn't have confided in him or something like that. So he just goes, you meant to send this to someone else. I'm like, yeah, you got me. And it started a fucking argument that went on before the show went on. Oh, it was bad. And it was the whole like, you know, well, you are being a cunt. You're not looking at me. You're pissy fucking. And oh, we unloaded and blew up at each other and everything. So I knew when I got fired, like I was able to hold it together for the most part for a long time. Smile, yeah, all right, yeah, well, whatever. And sometimes to my own fucking, like I'd be mad at myself for not saying something. For not, like, unloading every day. I'd walk home and go, oh, I'd walk home from New York City. I'd drive home and be like, to myself, I'd be like, oh, God, you fucking worm, say something. And then the other part would be like, well, it's a good gig, don't fuck it up. So I was, you know, like that, and I knew Jimmy. I knew Jimmy would not fucking be like that. I was able to be a buffer between Jimmy and Opie for a long fucking time. And if anything like started getting a little dodgy between the two of them, I could step in and keep it okay. And Jimmy could commiserate with me. Opie would commiserate with me also. And I'm sure they commiserated with each other about me too, but it wasn't that big a deal. Right, keeping everything nice. A buffer, yeah, there were lots of buffers. So once I was gone, I knew it was only a matter of time. And that matter of time was like weeks. It didn't take long for Opie and Jimmy to have an on-air blow-up. And that was the first one. We heard of. There had already been some rumblings off-air. So I knew that whatever their contract was that they were going to sign in that October, it was October 2014, was going to be the last one. I fucking knew it was going to be the last one. And I was thinking, if this fucking guy is smart, meaning Opie, he will lock this up and finally sign that 5-year fucking deal. Because after 2 years, holy shit, if you're still thinking in your early 50s, with a pretty big portion of the show gone and not being able to get along with the other big portion of the show, you better fucking lock something up. Again, 2 years. This is the fucking lack of awareness that was going on. The industry itself.
Sirius is like the fact that radio became Sirius and Sirius became internet and these ridiculous subscription
Can you hear him?
services.
A little bit? You should pull that mic over if you want to.
And these ridiculous subscription services where any drunk white could get a show. You've got to think ahead and say, maybe in 2 years there will be so much shit I haven't heard of that I should lock in for 5. All right, I'm going to go back to my coffee.
And here's what else disappeared. The terrestrial radio $1 million contracts. Gone! Just ain't fucking happening anymore. No talent is being signed for 7-figure deals anymore in radio. It is not fucking happening. There are very few people that are grandfathered in that can still get that kind of money if they're already at the station under that contract. When they renegotiate a deal, like Howard fucking Stern got a pay cut over at Sirius XM. Got a pay cut. And he thought it was a good idea to sign a 2-year deal at that point. Like if they're cutting Howard's fucking pay, So I knew it was just a matter of time. When I heard they signed a 2-year deal, I did chuckle a bit. Because, first of all, I knew Jimmy would be fine. Jimmy's very funny, very talented, very amicable and amiable and any kind of otherable. He's very good, and he'll do just fine. Opie, on the other hand, I was like, you can't just surround yourself with comics and hope they carry the show. Comics are fucking great. I love them. They're always on the show. We got a guy today. Come on, Jared. He's gonna be on. I swear, after I'm done with this diatribe. But like, it's part of your show, and it's a communication thing. You can't just plop them down and go, well, it's my show, but you guys do the work. You do the heavy lifting. It's not gonna work. And that is pretty much what happened over the 2 years that they had the contract. More blow-ups between the staff, Jimmy and stuff, and Opie. And then contract negotiation comes along. And I don't know any details, but I've pieced together a few things. And here's my conclusion from knowing all parties involved and being in the business as long as I have been and knowing Opie and stuff. They wanted to cut Opie's pay. They weren't going to give him what he saw as a good deal. Now, I don't know if that was a negotiable deal that they were giving him, or it's like take it or leave it, or if they even pulled it off the table, or just told him to, you know, go fuck himself, or if he said go fuck yourself. But whatever it is, he is no longer there. He's no longer at Sirius. He's no longer doing the Opie show in the morning over there at Sirius Satellite Radio. Jimmy has a show with Sam Roberts. I don't know what time or anything else that's going to be, but he's fine. They, from what I hear, they offered him a very good deal, which he is well worth, and he has been given the shitty end of the stick from day one. He's always been undercut financially from the companies that we all worked for. For some reason, they didn't see Jimmy as one of the guys that were a complete necessity of the program, which he was. So Opie's been very mysterious. He tries so hard to pump things up and make things mysterious and viral. Boy, he loves a good viral video. Got plenty of time to work on those, I guess. So he put out one where it was just the beach. It was just the beach, one footprint, and waves breaking on the beach. It ran for about 6-7 minutes. And he goes, oh, the answer is somewhere in this video. I could only assume it meant he's on the beach, which it was, it's radio, there it is. It's radio DJ term for your in-between jobs. You've been fired or let go, whatever. You're waiting for another gig. Your agent's working on another job or something. And that's what they did. So that's what he did, on the beach. Maybe.
Maybe it's so terrible when there was one set of footprints.
That's what we...
And he's sitting there right now yelling, Jesus Christ!
We went through that also and thought like he was saying, oh, Anthony and Jimmy, how come during the hardest point of my life, there's only my set of footprints? And we both at the same time go, Opie, 20-year career, that's when we carried you. See, get it? Yeah. So I think it means on the beach or whatever. So that wasn't enough. So he had to then give another video this morning after Jimmy announced that he was getting his own show. And I guess he says in this that Bob Eatman had to tell him. And he says, my manager, my agent, had to tell me that Jimmy re-signed over at Sirius and got, which tells me that Jimmy never said a word to Opie about that, which isn't Jimmy's obligation. Or if you're friendly, you would probably do that. If you're friends, because they're not. But that was obvious. So, and then he turns, he's got this video, he's at an aquarium. There's a shark swimming around in the aquarium, and Opie's talking over the video. Then Jaws music gets loud at certain points, and you can't really make out what he's saying. I gotta give him this. I didn't think that's pretty clever. Like because it makes people go, what? What did he say? And you get kind of like you want to hear what he's saying, and you can't hear it. So I'll give him that. That's kind of clever. Play that video, and we'll all laugh along.
Good morning, Lamb Chops. This is OP, and I want to thank everyone that reached out to me trying to figure out what's going on with me and the future of my radio show. And, well, here you go. I feel like I have to tell you something. I do not do morning radio anymore. I do not do radio with Jim Norton anymore. I found out through my agent that Jim Norton will continue with Sirius. I believe he signed a contract a couple of weeks ago, according to my agent. And it looks like he'll be doing a show with Sam Roberts. I think that's pretty obvious to everyone. I have not been fired. Sirius, who has been very good to me over the years, they want to do a whole new show, brand new show. We're trying to figure out what that's going to be. So we're talking, but I'm not satisfied with what they have offered. So let me leave you with a little lesson. Keep your head on a swivel, because you never know.
All right. Now, aside from the things I couldn't hear because the music went up, I heard a few things like they didn't give him a good enough offer. Sirius didn't fire him. That's what he says there. But regardless, I mean, especially the end there, keep your head on a swivel. He's saying that there are sharks out there that have gotten him. There's sharks you got to look out for. Opie complaining that a co-host of many years didn't have his back when Sirius cut the cord. Yeah, isn't that yeah, fucking McInnes, man? That yes. I didn't even fucking think of that. He's mad because the agent had to inform him that Jimmy had already either signed or was ready to sign a contract a couple of weeks ago. He goes, found that out from my agent. That is exactly the passive-aggressive way to say, Jimmy never told me this. So he's looking like he was stabbed in the back or there are sharks out there because he wasn't supported by his co-host. What the hell? How does that feel? How does that fucking feel? I was tossed to the wayside, and I know damn well there was nary a complaint from Mr. Hughes, who wanted to move on and do his own thing. Well, plenty of time for that. Literally your own thing. Because he's burnt every single bridge that has ever been built. He has utilized people, and there seems to be no one left. There honestly seems to be no one left. I heard they offered, they were trying to get Jim Brewer as his new co-host, and that fell through, and that might be why they didn't want to offer him any money or continue or whatever the situation may be over there. But you know, it's just odd that everybody else that he has dealt with in the business is working. Everyone else is working with other people that we've made relationships with, known and loved over the years, and he's with a shark. He's with the sharks over there. Davey Mack, you a little happy? You a little smiley? I mean, I don't like a vengeance thing or that, but avenge me is kind of a, you happy about this?
Celebration times, come on! We got celebrations! No, I'm not happy about this. No, but I have been given an offer to join Opie's Compound Media Network.
Oh, Jesus!
Yeah, he just started his own thing.
Dave!
It's going to be absolutely amazing.
Oh, man.
Yeah, me.
Is he starting it in the basement of his Hamptons house?
Me, Asian Pat Dixon. I'm sorry.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I know. He's poached us.
Is he getting everyone?
Yes. Big A?
Big A, do you intend on showing up there every day?
No.
As an audience member? Oh, my God. Garrett, you're getting shackled to the console. You can't leave.
We are going to definitely address this. I believe Shock Jock Robot has a lot to say about this.
Shock Jock Robot later this evening.
Sorry, issue. Yeah.
Yes, Davey Mack, Eastside Dave show is on at 7 p.m. tonight following this show. And you will be discussing the Opie, Jimmy, Sam Roberts, Sirius XM situation.
Yeah, I mean, I won't hijack the show today as I did last week. But what is happening? So Jim is by himself.
Jim
is with
going to be with Sammy Roberts for. I don't know if that's the permanent deal or they're just doing it for the interim.
Gotcha.
But whatever it is, it's Jimmy and Sammy going to be doing a show.
Okay.
And Opie on the beach somewhere.
Well, he deserves everything he gets.
Oh! Well, the thing is, though, you could gloat and say things, but
yeah,
he is.
And I will.
He is a multimillionaire.
Yes, he is.
Saved every single penny. There you go.
Boy, the way Opie's been fired.
He has 2 houses, a beautiful apartment in Manhattan,
doing well,
beautiful home out in the Hamptons.
Good.
And
I hope he sleeps well at night.
Saved every penny he's ever made.
Good.
I know that. So he's rich. He's got a beautiful wife, beautiful kids.
Wonderful, wonderful family.
And as far as I can tell, not a friend in the world.
No,
so
he's Mr. Burns of radio. I think even Howard Stern's got like 6 fucking friends.
Did you hear what Howard did? Howard made everyone stop coming in through the main entrance. You know the elevator bank to Sirius?
Yeah, of course.
Everyone had to take the elevators up to the next floor, get out, and then come down in the back.
Why?
Because of Opie. Opie kept going, conveniently walking by when Howard would come in.
What?
That way, just so
psychotic.
he could go, hey, Howard, every day. And Howard finally went, look, fuck this. No one is allowed anyone to that door. So everyone was so pissed off at Opie.
What the fuck? That's psychotic behavior.
It really is.
That's very, King of Comedy-esque.
Yeah.
Them stuff.
Howard. Right. I can't take over the show, Howard. I can't do it.
Did Opie give Howard Stern pictures of his pride and joy? And they were just laundry detergents?
Yeah, feel free to use those.
Yeah, feel free. Okay, whatever.
Howard, I have the work right here. We could go after dinner. We could work on the material.
I could see, Howard, you're a little bit upset. You're a little bit, you know what? Take some time off.
So did Hitler.
Oh! I know. Jerry Lewis gets real serious all of a sudden.
Yes. Love the King of Comedy.
But that fucking guy, wow. I mean, he just the last 3 or 4 or 5, maybe even more years of just backstabbing his way through goddamn satellite radio. In all honesty, that's what happened.
I would even give him credit if he was backstabbing and profiteering off of it, getting an advance on that. But there never seemed to be any reason to treat people like he did other than just to be fucking shitty to people.
Strange, though.
I never got it.
He was mysteriously
wasn't an upside to it.
He was mysteriously bad. For instance, there's no reason to constantly say to me, "You're a true talent, man, bruh. You're a true talent." At the Patrice O'Neill death benefit, at this place, at Sam Roberts' wedding, in multiple places, he would take me aside because literally, I would sit at a table with you, Jim Norton, everybody, and none of you guys was talking to him.
No.
So he had to pull me aside and be like, I would be his little drinking buddy for these events. And he would constantly be like, I have your back 100,000%. So when I was put on hiatus for the Davey Mack Sports program,
yes,
the only time I reached out was I said, look, it's your channel. You've been telling me if I ever run into a problem, an issue. And I made multiple phone calls, voice messages, emails, and text messages, none of which were replied to.
I remember hearing from him going like, yeah, I don't see Dave on this channel. Oh, absolutely. I remember that.
What the fuck?
And it's like, he's funny. He's fucking, yeah.
A sports show that's hardly a sports show. It's very similar to the Eastside Dave show. Just off-the-rails lunacy was perfect for Saturday nights, and we had established on Saturday nights because me and Sam did a show for 3 years.
He was very threatened of any show that got any attention. I remember he he really wanted Ronnie B off the channel.
Get the fuck.
It was, yeah, because we were really in a funk and felt like we were in a quagmire. We couldn't get any press anymore.
Oh, right.
Was it? And like, you know, the company itself kept us from doing things that would have gotten us some notoriety or attention or something, like old school stuff. They just cut everything. You remember how bad it got over there.
Yes,
they wouldn't let us even have a naked girl in the studio.
It was a horrible experience.
Like, yeah, it was terrible.
We knew that going in. We knew as soon as 57th Street closed, we go, the fun's over, party's done.
So, so we were in a funk, and then a lot of people, because he loves looking at the internet and getting pissed off at things, started saying like, oh my God, Ronnie B, Ron and Fez, that's the fucking hilarious show. Oh, and they suck now, Ronnie B, that's it. And he was just like so insecure, he wanted to get rid of Ronnie B.
Jesus Christ.
Get rid of it. And I think you fell into that same category.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
a funny guy.
Well, I don't know. I don't know what his inner workings were. I do know, though, that on the record, he said multiple times, I have your back at all times, And when push came to shove and I needed his back. And oddly, he would tweet out stuff like, the Davy Mac Sports program is coming back. But he wouldn't respond to any messages.
No, and he wouldn't respond because, again, he wanted to get people in his corner without having to actually do
but what the fuck?
anything with you.
Text message takes 2 seconds.
Dave, he had my back, too. Let's be real here.
Well, that's a good point.
He had my back, too.
You had a little bit of a longer history with him.
He had, who else? Steve Carlisi.
Oh, he had his
back, too.
Okay.
Yeah, he had his back, too, which, you know, didn't work out very well.
No.
I never understood why we kept replacing producers. Like, the producer was supposed to be this person that made the show and made it better and stuff. And I understand a producer's job on normal radio shows, but it was not a normal radio show. We couldn't have a producer come in and go, all right, guys, here's your, here's your 8 o'clock break.
Right.
Here's your 9. Like, it didn't work that way. A producer for our show was someone that could come up with good ideas and suggestions for whatever topics we were going to work on, but not give us, not a producer. We didn't need a show producer. But for some reason, he got it stuck in his head because he couldn't get that traditional radio mindset out of his head. So Steve wasn't good enough. And then, well, of course, we know the Ben Sparks thing got way out of fucking hand.
That became a problem.
And that became a problem. Ben just started fucking calling him and going off on him. And then
doing cocaine.
Travis, an interim producer.
Yeah.
And then Stunt Brain was on there for a while. And then John Manelli was our guy for a while.
Yeah,
and
right.
He got so fucking pissed off. Oh, my God. I still talk to John Manelli.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, did he fucking just not?
Well, B is like a little bit, there's a Billy Martin thing where at just some odd decisions and then ultra paranoia for no reason.
Rick Delgado. Like, all these guys that leave and despised him, and he would be like,
"It's weird.
God, another fucking asshole that's fucking talking shit about me." It's like, how many assholes leave and talk shit about you before you start to realize, oh,
there's a pattern.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, is it? Oh,
it's me.
Oh,
I ain't no John Nash exactly figuring out patterns and whatnot.
Right, but
I think it could have been Opie's behavior. Right.
I'm writing on the window.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I don't do fucking, computer graphic arithmetic in my head, seeing shit in the air. But I'll say that, it was an odd coincidence that everyone who's left has nothing but just a vehement ill will.
Things to say. Yeah. Here's one more example, and then we'll move on and finally get Jared here. I had to actually go to Opie one day and tell him, Opie, please don't do this to the staff.
Snapping?
Never have to tell someone that. He used to go like to the staff. He'd be like, hey, or, get my breakfast. And you're like,
had like a little bell and
you're like, I had
the Emperor wants his breakfast.
Yes.
The Emperor commands you.
I had to tell him, and he's like, what? Are people saying stuff? And I said, no. No one said a word.
No way.
I see their faces when you do it. Go like,
Snapping at the help has been out of date since the late 1400s, actually.
Yes. We're up to doing this now. We clap at them. We don't snap at them. Just insanity, dude. And
I heard that Opie and Gino Visconti are actually hooking up.
Is that what it's gonna be?
Yeah, he just signed Gino.
In hot water?
It's gonna be, yeah.
I bet.
To open for Jim, and we sponsor her. Oh, you gotta come on the show. I text him.
Nothing. There were so many you gotta come on the shows that were so insincere. So insincere.
It's like texting Sarah. You whore!
Davey Mack, I will look forward to watching you at 7 p.m. This evening, the Eastside Dave Show.
Flags half mast for Opie. We hope he lands on his feet.
Yes, he'll land on his feet.
It'll be difficult for him.
When all is said and done, he's fucking rich. So he's got that going for him, which is nice.
Which is nice. Unga, galunga. Gunga, galunga. Unga, gunga, galunga. Your mom's box, Opie.
When Sirius fires you, you will have total...
Sully. That was great. It was Don't Come For Me was the name of the song.
Sully was really great.
The album comes out tomorrow, and his website is sullierna.com. Speaking of internet activity, Jim Norton, there was some discussion of you mainly, I guess you and I, but pretty much you on the Twitterverse this morning.
You know, it's funny. I'm really irritated. So let's address a couple of things.
Okay.
Because Opie would rather go by what people are saying on Twitter, which is a good way to do things when you've been broadcasting for all these years. Just listen to what people say. Clear one thing up. I never once said my stand-up was hurt by Opie himself. I said my draw was not what it used to be because the radio show I was on, which I was 50% of, people didn't listen to us. There was not as many listeners, and they weren't enjoying it. And it reminded them of what it used to be and what it no longer was. So,
and you're saying that not to blame Opie, but to say
no, I'm 50% of it.
Right.
Of course not.
Right.
I'm not an adult who blames other people for things I fail at.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm not doing well, so to clear that up, of course I'm not blaming Opie Radio. I mean, that would be psychotic.
Right.
But the show I was on, which, let's be real honest, a lot of our hardcore fans didn't enjoy. They didn't enjoy it.
Yeah.
I'm half of that. So that's what I attribute to part of it. I never said it's Opie's fault. I mean, I'm not a fucking mental patient to blame someone else for my own. But the reality is, if not as many people are listening to the radio show, and the ones that are not enjoying it the way they used to, the radio relationship you have with people, it's different. It's not like a regular, people get really invested in you. That's why they love you so much, or they get so angry at you, because there's a deeper level of investment. So we didn't have that anymore. There was not the same reaction from fans. There was not the same defense of us from fans. You know, it was a totally different thing because the show wasn't that good. We had great moments, but it just wasn't the same. So that was what hurt, not Opie Radio. And there was something else I had wanted to address too. There was one other thing I wanted to address. I don't remember.
Well, he said that you were lying about the afternoons.
I'm not sure how to respond to that. But why would I make that up? Where would I get that from? He's the one who mentioned it to me. And then Tim Sabian was talking to me about it. I remember having these conversations. You were here at this time.
Yes. Yes, and I remember. And it wasn't a matter of Opie saying, we have to do the shows in the afternoon or I'm not doing it. But there was a conversation of Tim saying, Opie wants to do afternoons. Yeah. Ant and Jim won't do it.
Yeah.
And I remember that. And I don't remember what was on the air and what was off the air anymore. Right. But I remember being in the room. It could have been before the show or it could have been on the air for conversations. And it wasn't heated. It wasn't like Opie was fighting with you guys on it, but he was saying, you know, afternoons could be good, which I would associate as lobbying.
Lobbying for afternoons. He wanted to do them, and here's how you know he wanted to do them. And again, I'm not going to do this for an hour, addressing what somebody is saying on Twitter, because technically, you know, this is still the radio show contract. This is still his radio show.
Yes.
that he could be on if he wanted to.
I wasn't supposed to be here. I'm not even supposed to be here today.
No, Sam means in a much bigger sense. I said to Bob Eatman recently, Bob won't tell me. You know, Bob had a weird job trying to negotiate with me and Opie, and I almost fired him a couple of times because I'm like, I wanted the mornings, and I knew Opie wanted mornings, and that was it. We both knew the other person wanted it. It wasn't a secret.
But it's like if you're doing a morning show and you're splitting up a morning show, both people are probably going to want to do a morning show.
Yeah, because Opie said he was pushed out. Hey, pal, I said put me on another station. I didn't want to be on the same station. I'm like, just put me somewhere else. I didn't expect them to squeeze Opie out for me. Stop getting your fucking news from Twitter.
It's also like, it's what we were saying yesterday, that this thing is designed so that it can be a move where everybody looks good, where all the fans kind of get what they want, you know what I mean? Where there's no pushing out because nobody took Opie's show away from him.
No, and it was never thought to me, especially with my low company self-esteem, that they were going to push Opie out for me. That's not what the thought was. The thought was, we don't want to work together anymore. It was a mutual thing. And I never once said I was a victim. We didn't want to work together. We weren't enjoying each other. Put me on another they didn't want to do that because they want us on the same thing. Okay, cool. Put us on the same thing. I've explained why I didn't want to do afternoons, why I'd have to miss a lot more. So that was a point of contention. But I didn't control what the company did. I said, well, this is what I wanted. And when I said to Bob Eatman, hey, man, Opie, a while ago was the one who wanted afternoons. And Bob's like, well, yeah, I asked him about that, but he said that was a different time and things were a long time ago. Okay, fine. Think maybe your opinion changed, but you did want them at one point.
Right.
That's 100%. Anthony remembers that. I remember that. And I don't even think Opie's lying right now. Like, I don't think he's being a liar. It's like literally, I think that's the way he remembers it, in which case I'm throwing my hands up.
Remembers it incorrectly?
It's totally wrong. And by the way, and I never said that Opie had me taken out of the replays. I said he didn't want Uncle Paul in best ofs. That's what it was. He doesn't want Uncle Paul in best ofs. I never said he took my comedy out of the replays.
Mm-hmm.
So, but he's getting his news from Twitter. So I'm looking at this feed, and I'm like, ugh.
The other thing I think that you wanted to say something about was the tweet that Opie was not happy with the fact that you had signed your contract a week or two ago, and he had to find out from his agent.
Well, we're not that close.
Oh.
Why, seriously, why would I call you? First of all, it's not a secret. I assume Bob told him. It was some big secret. I just signed it. And then they had an issue with something they redlined it. Bob said they sent it back. It was like something that they didn't like the wording of that they had put. It had nothing to do with money. And maybe I could have just said, fuck you, I signed it. But it wasn't that big an issue. I'm like, all right, let him reword it. I said, Bob, I kind of want it like this and just see if they want it. And it was fixed. You know, technically, so I re-signed it. Don and I went out to dinner and I re-signed the contract.
Mm-hmm.
Did I have a case maybe where I would have put my foot down and said, no, maybe. But it wasn't that big a deal. So I was like, fix it. This way we're all happy. I'm not losing any money. It is what it is. But the fact that he's just getting his news from Twitter and feeling victimized and squeezed out. Look, man, and as far as me not calling you, no. Why would I call you? You know how I found out that my last show with Opie was happening last Thursday? I got an email. The last Opie and Jim show is this Thursday because Opie's taking off next week, meaning the week that we're in right now.
Mm-hmm.
That was how I found out. He didn't call me. He didn't say to me, hey, man, we're going to take this week off. I know we're both negotiating.
Because this week is still on your contract.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
It was the last Opie and Jim show is Thursday. And then I get the email that all of you get saying, I can't make it, family emergency. Okay. Hope I sent him a text, hope your family's okay. He sent me back one, thanks, Jimmy. And then I see photos of him holding a giant fish. I'm not saying he may have even had an emergency. But that's where we're at. So all this nonsense and fucking 13-year-old girl shit on Twitter, just listen to what I said. It's all the years you've known me. I'm not saying I'm the most stable guy, but I've never blamed anyone else for something I fail at. And if people aren't coming to see me the way they used to because of the radio show I'm on being a big part, I'm 50% of that. I'm half of the problem. We were not good together. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's not totally Opie's fault. I was half of it.
Right.
And then he says, and I'm just looking at this, someone said if I had, hey, would you be mad if Jim went with Anthony? And he said if he had the integrity, that's what he'd have done 2 years ago.
What does that mean?
I don't know. But at least I didn't lie about defending him. You want to talk about integrity? You want to get nasty? I would suggest you just listen to the show instead of reacting on Twitter.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good suggestion, especially because yesterday
You know
was
what
not
showed integrity?
mean.
When your coworker and your friend is fired and you go on his show and you don't lie to the fans and tell them, no, things were good, we're getting along. You know why people disliked me through all of that, and they were angry at me through all of that, and they still are? But nobody thought I didn't love Anthony. Nobody thought that I was indifferent to my coworker getting fired. No one thought that, because I called into his first show, and I went into his show as soon as I could, and I've gone on, and I supported it, and I promoted it. I didn't think that he had to have a fucking a decaf, a Sanka with me before. So if you're going to tweet stuff about people having integrity, I'm telling you, I was not nasty yesterday. You know, because as far as I'm concerned, he still works here, and he's just take the deal. Unless the money's bad, unless it's horrible.
But if the money's bad, then
don't blame me for that.
That has nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's not.
But I'm not, don't do this like you think that you're gonna fucking. Oh, you don't want me start. If you want to get nasty, get nasty. I have not so far, because again, it's kind of a pussy move to get nasty while I'm on the radio, and he's still figuring things out. But stop getting your news from Twitter.
And as adults, there's no reason to get nasty right now. Nobody's done anything bad to anybody else.
You sit there on the air and tell me, well, we're not friends, which is okay. We weren't. I mean, he wasn't lying. We're not close. And then you wonder why I don't call you and come on, man. Jesus, what are you doing?
Yeah.
So that's where we're at right now. I never said Opie took me out of replays. I said Uncle Paul, he would get mad if Uncle Paul was in best ofs. He would. He didn't like it. And I never said that he hurt my comedy career. He was a supporter. He would always help promote the gig. And had nothing to do with him being duplicitous. It was the fact that people weren't enjoying the radio show. That's a big part of it.
That the show wasn't working. I think you both made that clear on the air at different times.
Sure.
And the fact that the show wasn't working was the reason that your comedy money was down.
People, no, not the money, but less people wanted to come see me. Yeah,
right.
Less people wanted to come see me because there were less people listening.
Right.
And look, there's people who just think I stink. That's always going to be happening in my career. But the fact is, when less people are listening, less people come to see you. Less people feel like I'm really enjoying what this guy's been doing lately. I'm really having fun listening to this guy and what he's been doing lately. But that's not...
And that's not said to blame anybody as much as it is to explain that you were ready to do a different show.
I have never once blamed anybody for one of my jokes bombing, or for me saying something that wasn't funny, or for me not... never. Under any circumstances, no. So, again, I hate to have to re-explain something because I'm dealing with someone who is literally responding on Twitter. But don't talk about integrity when it comes to Anthony. You really don't want to do that.
Right. We can take a couple calls, but we don't want to spend...
no, and I wasn't going to mention this today, but it's like, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, we were kind of down with it, but then...
This victim shit about, like, we're sharks in the water. Brother, I said put me on another channel. I didn't say fuck Opie, squeeze Opie out.
Yeah.
We weren't going to work together. Oh, and as far as the 2 to 3 days a week thing, it absolutely was brought to my attention that he was trying to get me knocked down to 2 or 3 days a week. We had talked about me leaving, and I said yesterday, he did stop me in the hallway. And he goes, that's not what I was trying to do. Okay, never brought it up again. It was what he was trying to do. Just own up to it. I didn't think he wanted me unemployed, but he didn't want me on that radio show with him, and that's fine. I didn't want to be on that radio show with him. So we separated.
Right. But it's frustrating because it could theoretically be far more amicable, right?
It's not even that nasty at this point.
Right.
These little things are annoying me.
Right.
I know he's frustrated and pissed off, and I get that. But it's like, listen to the show and respond to what I said. Respond to what I actually said. Instead of just being a child on Twitter. You notice that I'm not fucking attacking him on Twitter? Like, what do you think, I can't do that? Come on, man.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing that we did yesterday, it's online. Like, everybody's heard it.
It's there.
So there's no reason to when there's when firsthand information is so readily available, why the choice is made to get it secondhand, especially when there's questions to be asked, is like, it's all there.
Yeah.
It's all of it's there.
But I guess I have no integrity because I don't want to wait for someone again. I guess I should have waited. I guess you're supposed to just wait for another man to make a decision when you're not going to work together anymore. You're supposed to wait. I'm not supposed to go out and say, look, this is what I want to do. I'm supposed to wait.
Right.
Until the decision's been made. And then I'll take whatever's left over. I guess that's what I'm supposed to do.
And I don't think you ever had a conversation saying, I don't want to do that show anymore. Give me the show.
The bottom line was they sat me down and said, if you weren't working with Opie, what would you want to do? Because they knew we didn't want to work together.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I would, man. I'd work with Sam. I'd love having Travis around. Like I mentioned you guys.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, that's what I want to do. I said, just put me on another channel. I told Bob Even, get me on another channel. It was never they were going to squeeze Opie out for me. Put me on another channel. I'll go up against him. I don't care. I don't even care if he wins. I just want to have fun doing fucking radio.
That's it.
That's it.
That's what.
That's it.
It can be fun.
I would have been happy to do that.
It can be fun. I don't know. We'll just go to a couple. Scott in Illinois. What's up, Scott? Oh, sorry.
Hello, Scott.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, I wanted to tell Jim that as far as, people not showing up for your shows, my brother and I could not be bigger O&A fans. And at one point, we were going to fly to Boston. I live in central Illinois. We were going to fly to Boston and make a weekend out of seeing you perform out there. And it just didn't end up working out. Well, you ended up performing 2 hours for me in St. Louis. And I haven't listened to that show in so long. We were completely indifferent to it. And we didn't end up going.
Yeah, and that's part of it. But again, to that is the tone of it. And again, this is aside from people who just don't like my stand-up. I'm not saying that everyone liked my stand-up and doesn't.
A lot of people really don't like it.
Yeah, I know. There's probably a better way to phrase that.
Lots.
But
there's a ton of people it's in the stand-up community outside of it that just, I've heard it.
Yeah, no,
they don't
I understand.
like it. They hate it. Hate it.
I understand. Believe me, you think I don't know who Sammy R is on Twitter? but like what that guy's saying. But to imply that that's blaming him, like, come on, man. Does anybody ever know me to be that fucking mentally ill that I think it's Opie Hughes' fault that I don't think? Of course not.
Right.
The show I was on was not resonating, and like the guy said, it's just that feeling that people have when they love the show so much, when that's gone because they didn't love the show. Opie did not love the show that we were doing. I did not love the show that we were doing.
You both love doing shows, not that one.
Exactly.
Right. Ron in Indianapolis.
Hey guys, how are you guys doing this morning?
Hello, Ron.
Good, Ron.
So I just had a question, and I guess I kind of had the same question back when Ant got fired, and maybe it's too simple of one, but I just kind of always wondered, like, why someone doesn't, like, just pick up the phone. And I'm not saying this towards, Jim or Opie, anyone in particular, but, like, if one person, because I'm, like, reading Twitter right now, and Opie's saying, someone said something, he's like, please confirm this. And it's something that was said on the radio show. And,
sure.
I mean, he could go back and listen to the replay himself and confirm it rather than waiting for people to feed him information on Twitter. It's just silly.
Yeah. Why don't we pick up the phone?
Yeah, he's asking why don't you guys just talk to each other?
Because what's there to say?
Right.
Like, it's not like, in this, here's my assumption when we're going into this. They're going to keep me on board, and I assumed they were keeping him. I knew which spot I wanted. I knew which spot he wanted. It was the same spot. My solution was put me on another channel. They didn't want to do that. My solution was put us at different times. Obviously, they're going to have to do that. But I didn't tell them you have to give me more. It's not in my contract. I'm telling you, I'm not going to give you a whole bunch of contract stuff, but I couldn't get them to put that in the contract. I would love to have, but they wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
So he's delusional if he thinks that we just all conspired to squeeze him out. I'm not comfortable enough with serious management to walk down and tell them, you give me this or I'm walking. I told them what I wanted.
You didn't even think they were going to keep you. You just said.
I thought they were going to let me. Bob told me about that research they had done where we were equally important to the show. I was assuming that I was gone.
Right.
Because I knew he didn't want me around anymore, and I didn't want to be around.
Right.
I'm not playing victim in this. I'm not a victim in this. Two guys didn't get along after a while.
Yeah.
That's it.
And that's all that there is to it. And it's not even like this. It's like two guys didn't get along on the air. Like you weren't having fun doing a show together.
Yeah.
So it's like at that point.
You get tired of your life being dictated by someone else, and you get tired of it. So I was not going to pick up the phone and see what he's doing. I don't care what he's doing. I mean, I assume that he's doing something in the radio world, and I'm not saying I wish him the best in some, but I don't want to see anything bad happen to the guy. Like, I don't feel hateful towards him, but if he's going to start saying shit like I should have had integrity 2 years ago, like, I would suggest do that on the air, because I'm going to respond. If you want to be harsh and you want to try that fucking, you want to go?
Is this your Walter White speech? Tread lightly.
No, just I'm going to respond in kind. No, just that's it. If you want to try to be nasty.
So you're saying feel free to set the pace.
Yeah. I have not been nasty. But if you want to talk about people having integrity, I suggest you really rethink that line of fucking conversation.
I don't know. Let's Andrew on Long Island.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Hey, I was a huge fan of you guys back in the day, but obviously we all know the new show didn't work. But for me, what worked on the show, Jimmy, was when you and Anthony, you would say something. It was almost sort of behind the scenes. Anthony would pick up on it, and you guys would have a side conversation that just took over the show, and it just made me laugh so much. And I'm just afraid that, without Anthony or somebody like that, it's going to be sort of the same thing as working with Opie. And I just hope it's not like a straight man and you. I just feel like there's got to be a third element in the mix. And I could be completely wrong with that, but that's just my feeling. And I just wanted to see, I guess you probably addressed this already, but there's no way Anthony can ever come back to Sirius. Is that a fact?
I never said there was no way he could ever come back to Sirius. I honestly don't know. I know that nobody has said anything negative about Anthony, and I know they know that we would love to at least get him on the phone. Like, they know that, and they haven't said, you can't do that. It's probably up for discussion. I don't know if he'd ever come back or if he'd even want to come back. But to address what you said about that, the guy raised a smart point. One of the things me and Ant would do, and this is where Opie got resentful instead of just realizing this was what was working on the show, is Ant's a good reactionary guy. I'm a reactionary guy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a guy who just sits down and fucking opens things up. Like, and I hate to say like we're spitball shooters, but that's kind of the way we do radio. Is we fire out responses, and that's what Ant's a genius at. So we were doing that together, and Opie would get angry and feel like he wasn't being heard, instead of realizing like this is kind of what works about. This is where a lot of the comedy in the show comes from, is two reactionary guys in the back of the classroom kind of acting up. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
That was kind of what made this show work, or helped it work. It wasn't, you're not being counted, you're not being heard, Opie. It wasn't about that. It was, this is what makes me funny, that's what makes him funny. And together, instead of resenting your role as being like, hey, I'm kind of guiding this and I'm throwing out some funny lines too, he would resent it and get uncomfortable with it and feel left out of it. And so that's where so much of that shit started. But that guy makes a smart point. Dude, and look, maybe it won't be the same chemistry that you're used to, obviously, but this is a totally new thing. Sam and I have better chemistry than Opie and I, but me and Opie were coming out of a broken three-way marriage. So maybe that's why, too.
Right. And by the way, like, again, I don't know what we're doing yet. We'll probably know what we're doing within a couple of days. I think just a couple things need to either get signed or not get signed. But I don't foresee that being a problem between you and I. If that is the way.
Because we don't have any, I guess Anthony said on his show the other day that me and Opie had, there was always a weird tension. And I don't know why Ope doesn't see it. Like, I've ruined every relationship I've ever had, dating-wise.
On purpose?
I don't know. It's a good question. But I am bad. I'm a bad boyfriend.
Right.
I'm a great friend or a good friend, but I'm a bad boyfriend.
Yeah, good.
All right, yeah, I amended it. I saw your dumb shoulders pipe up. I said, all right, good. But
so you've destroyed all your relationships.
I have been the problem in most of my dating relationships. I've been the problem. My addictive behavior, my selfishness. How does he not see that in this particular case, what he has done to make this where it is? Like, that's all I'm saying.
And before that gets taken out of context, you're not saying this is all his fault. You're saying he plays a part the same way you play a part.
The fact that he isn't signed is his fault.
Yes.
Of course. But the fact that the show didn't work between Opie and Jim Norton is a 50% thing.
Right.
Jim Norton's 50% of that. I've never once said that another person again, creatively ruin something I did. We didn't work well together, and I think he stepped on jokes and whatever. Maybe I think that was done partially out of anger. I could be wrong. But I never said that anything in my life was, oh, Opie ruined that for me. Who the fuck has given more credit to Opie and Anthony as people than I have? Who has publicly said more thank yous to Opie and Anthony than I have? Jesus Christ.
Right. John in New York, you're on with us.
Good morning, you douches.
Hi, John. Good morning, John.
Albeit it was pretty hypocritical for Opie to write the integrity statement on Twitter. However, there is some truth to that statement. Didn't you admit to the fact that it was due to money and lack of audience as to why you didn't sign with Anthony 2 years ago?
I said the fact that they could not get the same kind of an audience that we could get here, yes. And Sirius offered me more money than Anthony could offer me. Yeah, but how is that an integrity issue?
Right.
I'm not complaining about that. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, they said if him and Ant got together, would that bother you? And he said if I had any integrity, I'm not sniveling. I didn't get back with Ant. You know what I mean? Like, he's making a point that I didn't make.
Here's where it becomes an integrity issue: is if you 2 years ago signed strictly for the money, knowing that you would not be able to do a good show, then it's an integrity issue, maybe.
Right, but that's not what I'm saying.
But that's not what you did.
Yeah, no, dude, not at all. I'm not complaining about that.
Let me go.
Oh, is that guy still here? He can respond.
No,
oh, yeah, let them respond.
Okay. Frank in Boston.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Hi, Frank.
Have you guys seen the movie This Boy's Life with De Niro?
Yes, I have. And DiCaprio back last week, and he goes, Howard Stern. I'm definitely the reason Howard is having people banned from the hallways. Do you remember me saying that on the air? I'm the reason he's. What's the truth?
Right. Sean in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I want to say a couple things. Obviously, the show wasn't working. A couple things that I want to say is, Jimmy, didn't you go on the Stern show? Now, you may have had O&A's blessing, or they may have said go, but didn't you go on the Stern show right after the show went off the air? And knowing that, all Stern tried to do to ruin you guys, you just kind of ran over there. Is that some kind of integrity issue there?
Sir, I've never been on Howard. Sorry. I am laughing.
A lot to do with you guys.
Sir, I am laughing.
He's right, Jim.
Stern right after the show was off the air.
Sir, I've never been on Howard's show.
So why'd you go then?
Stern show.
I've never been on Howard's show, sir.
Okay, then I'm mistaken and I apologize.
I accept your. You are, and I accept your apology.
I thought for sure you did.
Never.
I thought for sure. I'm pretty sure you did, actually.
Okay, well, you be sure of that.
If you didn't, that's fine.
You be as sure that as your little heart desires. I actually hadn't met Howard until we were in the hallways here. The first time I ever met, I might have said hi to Howard once at a serious event, at the McCartney event. I think we said hello. But the first time he and I actually stopped and talked for a second was me and Opie were actually in the lobby, and Opie was sitting at the table, and Howard walked by, and I said, "Hey, how are you?"
Jim, I was wrong.
No, I know you were. I didn't know you were still on the phone.
I don't know. I think Sean Sean, I think you may have a point on this one, actually.
And it's funny. One of the things with Howard is I even said, not only did I never go on Stern, and he never asked me to come on. It wasn't like he asked me and I said no, but I never even tried when we were off the air. The only enemy of the show, quote unquote, whose show I went on that I can remember, was Lex and Terry we had fought with. And they were in Dallas, and they reached out to me, and it was a long time after the fight, and they said, would you like to come on? And I said, yeah, as long as we can talk about what happened. And they're like, yeah, sure. Like, they're like real radio guys. They were happy to talk about it. And we did, and we got along fine. So,
Okay, what I want to say, Jim, please let me. I understand I was wrong, and I apologize.
Well, that's still out for the jury to decide, quite frankly.
Yes. Okay, but
no,
what
I
else
thought
was
for
it?
sure you did.
I'm going to do a little research myself on that.
Yeah, please do.
Please.
What I thought was, why the show didn't work was a couple things. One, for some reason, you guys wanted to take it to an area. Now, whose decision these was? Maybe it was everyone. Take it to an area always having comedians in, always having interviews, always having guests. And the best part of what your show used to be was just you guys drifting. And, you know, we don't want it to be intellectual, knocked over the head all the time. You know, I don't want UFC guys in all the time. I don't want, you know, to hear.
Well, hold on. One point at a time. One point at a time, sir. One point at a time.
Well, you were doing too much intellectual stuff with UFC fighters, and it was too much.
So the UFC fighters this week is because they're in town. It happens to be a giant press conference. But I understand some guys don't like the fighters, and I get that. As far as the guests are concerned, sir, I'm answering your question. Sir, I'm answering your question.
Every day.
Sir, I'm answering your question.
Sean sucks.
I'm answering your question, Sean. Jesus Christ, Howard never would have did this when I was on his show. No, and as far as the comedians, after a point, dude, I didn't book, like, guys like Chris and Sherrod and Vic, and I'm only naming them because they were the regulars. I would never know when they were coming in, or Mark. They would just be in. Opie had that with Roland taken care of. I was very rarely consulted on that, but I liked the guests that were coming in, a lot of the guests. So that was both Opie and I, but the daily comedians that were in was him, but I would just kind of come in and see someone sitting here, and oh, that's who's in for the day. But that became more because we weren't enjoying each other. And again, it wasn't a visceral hatred. It was just, it wasn't as fun for us. So does that answer your question a little bit, Sean?
Yeah, I think you two can work good together, but Sam, I got to tell you, your night show is the best show I've ever heard, and I hate to see that go away. It gives me something to do at night, and I'm going to miss it. But I think you two, if you can not have guests in every day, and you two just go back and forth. And Jim, I love you guys, but another thing is, I feel like a lot of times maybe you have too much coffee that you just dominate the conversation, and you'll just throw stuff in. I mean, your little play on words gets old after a while. Your characters that are in your head get old after a while.
Fuck yeah, I hear what you're saying. Howard told them the same thing.
Well, there's a lot of people that don't like it.
Fuck yeah, I'm sure there are. Robin didn't like it. Jackie the Jokeman.
Jokeman.
You know,
so there's a lot of people that don't like a lot of things I do.
There's not a lot of good shows on the radio.
That's
as
right.
You probably know.
Yes, we
And
do know. Sean.
all you got to do, Jim, is just sit back and maybe let somebody else talk once in a while.
I'm not sure what you mean about me dominating the comment. Sam is a pretty verbose young man, and Opie was pretty comfortable talking. I'm not sure what you mean, but I can't change the fact that I'm talking on with Norton and Friends with my pal Sam.
You don't always gotta be. You don't always.
Sean, I appreciate my preference. My preference as we move forward is, Jim, that you continue to talk at the same amount.
Thank you, Sam.
That you've been talking.
All right, Sean. We gave you as much time. You've listed a lot of things you didn't like. I tried to address them. You started off really on the wrong foot.
Play on words.
What's
play
that?
on words is just stupid.
How about if I play on a field or something?
Well, you think that's funny?
Fuck, I
really
know it's funny. I know it's funny. Piece of garbage.
It's really annoying. Actually.
Yeah. You ought to see the
How
happy
about doing
faces.
it maybe a couple times a day? A couple? Can we do maybe a couple times?
No,
a
we
day?
can't be a
Not
couple. What are you
constantly
trying to
with
suck my pecker? Are you trying to suck my fucking pecker, Sean?
Do you understand that I would pay good money to watch a live road show just between Sean and Chip? Like, Sean is the perfect audience for Chip.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. He knows what he's talking about.
That's not funny. Yeah, it is.
Hey, Jim, weren't you on the fucking, whatever the show is, the Bill Stern show?
Howard is his name.
What else you got?
Research it there, Sam.
I'm fucking leveling this cocksucker.
Sean, is there any other complaints while we have Chip in here?
No, just take what I say, because a lot of us fans feel this way.
No,
Just
I don't
try to back
disagree.
it down a little bit.
No, I don't disagree,
Oh,
Sean. I
no.
think you're right. It's too much negativity. Awesome sauce. You don't like that?
Awesome.
Oh, I have a couple more things if you want them.
Okay.
You got to say one positive first.
Yes.
Okay. A positive is Jim is an amazing comedian. But what I don't like.
No. You can't let me thank you. You can't not let me thank you before you go on to the next. You can't say I'm an amazing comedian. You have to let me breathe and enjoy that and go, thank you, Sean. Now you can continue.
Okay, you're welcome, Jim. But the fanboy of you is another annoying thing.
What?
It seems like we have guests in just so you can get a picture, so you can get their autograph.
Yeah, there's been times when I'm too much of a fanboy. Here's the good and bad is this. There are times when I'm too much of a fanboy. People have always said to me when they've met me that I'm nice to them when they meet me, and I'm always try to be very, very respectful and courteous to fans when I meet them. Part of that is because I know what it's like to be a fan of someone else and not be treated well. So it kind of works both ways. But yeah, maybe I've done that too much. Fair enough.
All right, let's just have a great whatever it's going to be. Let's just move on, and
Sean, are you looking for a gig?
I'll never stop listening. I'll never stop listening. There's 2 shows, you and the Stern. There's nothing else any good on this whole series except for sports. There's nothing else. Everything else is stupid. So let's just move on, and hopefully we can, pick up where we left off the good old days. So thank you guys for taking my call. It's very brave of you.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate it. Yeah, super brave.
I think it was really scary.
I kind of want to hire Sean as the new executive producer of the show.
Yeah, Jim, stop doing the thing with the characters.
Yeah. Jim, what is this I hear? Right after the show on Thursday, you went and did Howard's show? No, Sean. Okay. All right.
I might be wrong, but I still think you're wrong.
Okay, but I think you did. I think you did.
Oh, it's so funny.
All right, we should take a break. We don't know what the name of the channel is going to be. Right now it's Opie Radio. Hopefully it'll stay as. Who cares? Opie Radio is fine. Hopefully Opie will. I hope he signs. I would rather him be here in the afternoons than not be here.
It's up to him. I assumed he was signing all along.
Yeah. And for those of you calling in about the night show, I'll be on tonight at 9. Tonight and tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern here, so we can talk about it then. All right, we're gonna take a break. Have you been keeping up with?
I thought you were gonna say working out because I just stressed.
Yeah, no, I wasn't gonna say that.
Yes, I have been.
Have you been keeping up with Gary Johnson?
No.
He is a horse's patoot.
Is he really?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. We'll talk about what Gary Johnson said. Was that at the? Was that a debate last night?
Did Gary Johnson mention my eggs?
Oh, it's just. Why would Gary mention your eggs?
I don't know.
Oh, because you don't have them?
No, I don't. Where's the little guy? Is he out?
We getting Jim some eggs or what?
Is he out?
Yeah, he's out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Egg diva.
I'm hungry. My stomach is growling.
We'll talk about Gary Johnson at his MSNBC interview and a whole lot more after this.
Norton and Friends.
The other thing that's going on, the great, the Opie situation. Look, I don't know what's going on over there. He put out another video. Do we have that video? The seahorse one? Seahorses. Seashells, seahorses. No fucking way. Not now, not never. I love that guy. Yeah, there was another video that he put out. He put out one the other day with a shark swimming and kind of said that Jimmy insinuated, implied, inferred, I don't know which one, pick one, that Jimmy Norton was a shark, or that Sirius was a shark. Sharking? Talking about porkers? So he made that, and that one people saw and commented on. Here's his latest one, the seahorse one.
Good morning, Lamb Chops. Today's video is very, very short. Woke up to an offer from Sirius XM to stay, and I wrote back and rejected the offer. I would entertain an offer to stay at Sirius, but it's got to be right. At this point, it's not right. And they've also told me I'm running out of time, so it's not looking good. Toodles.
And that's it. Then the seahorse just swims around a little more. Seahorses are the fucked uppest looking shit. There's just like nothing moves out there. It's just this. Or this on their back. They got a little. Here's the seahorse. One moving part.
Go in peace. Goddess bless you.
That's a fucking seahorse. They're dumb looking. So I don't know what that video means, except for that he got an offer from Sirius and they said no. I don't know what the seahorse means. I don't know what the music means. That's interesting. They must have lowballed the shit out of him, I'm thinking. Right?
That's what we hear.
They must have lowballed the shit out of him. He had a bunch of tweets, too. He tweeted a bunch of things, mostly about Jimmy. He said something to the effect of Jimmy, if he had integrity, was it? Yeah. If Jimmy had integrity, because somebody asked, would you be upset, Opie, if Jimmy went with Anthony or something over there? And he goes, hell no. If Jimmy had integrity, he would have done that 2 years ago. And that set off kind of a firestorm on Twitter about that whole thing. A lot of people jumped on Opie for questioning Jimmy's integrity based on, shit that's happened over the course of the years. It almost seems like hypocritical, people were saying on Twitter. And then he said that, Jimmy wouldn't go here or something because I don't have the audience or the money for Jimmy.
And that's what, like I told you, I've been talking to him the last couple days.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I'm not going to kick him, and we've had some good conversations and everything.
Sure.
But, this plan, this could sustain Jimmy. This could sustain Opie if he wanted to come.
Abso-fucking-lutely. What we do here could absolutely pay Jimmy and Opie what they would need.
Yeah, absolutely.
I guarantee it would be more money than Sirius is offering right now. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But people don't understand the plan here, so that gets thrown around. But I would entertain anything. I'm not a guy that says no fucking way, never doing that or no. I think, can I say that Kenny was a little upset that I said I would never work with Opie again?
Well, Kenny and I talked the other day, and he did say, he said, well, why
Speaking
did
of fucking
Anthony
seahorse,
say he would never work
speaking
with
of
him?
seahorse faces.
And, that's when I said to you,
I'm a seahorse, GH. Kenny.
And he said to me, why did Anthony say on the show he would never work with him again? And that's I brought up yesterday. And then when you and I were in the elevator, I mentioned it, and you even said,
I had to explain it was a Spinal Tap reference.
Yeah.
Like when Nigel Tufnell wouldn't work with St. Hubbins, David St. Hubbins, he goes, will you ever work together again? He goes, no, we shan't work together again. And then they wound up working together again. When Sex Farm, Spinal Tap's version of Sex Farm, became a big hit in Japan. And then they toured Japan. Working on a sex farm.
So what you're saying, though, is if Opie was open to talking to you about doing something together, I mean, in this infrastructure, since we already built it, you would be willing to talk to him about doing the Opie and Anthony show here together again?
No, we shan't work together again. No. Like I said, I would entertain anything. I am open to talk to anybody about anything. That falls into that criteria. I don't say no or never. It's ridiculous. It's like when they try to make Donald Trump say that he wouldn't use nuclear weapons or this, and he's like, I'm not telling anybody what I will or won't do. And that's what I do. I entertain every offer or that. I'll listen to it. Like I said, there's only two people that I've completely cut off ties with and will never, ever deal with in my life again, and they're both named Danny.
There you go.
That's it. It's quite a coincidence how that worked out, but that's the God's honest truth. Everybody else, I will sit and talk with people that have thought I was their sworn enemy. I'll sit and talk with. I got no problem. It doesn't mean I'm not going to be honest about shit. You know, I'm not going to sit here and blow smoke up anyone's ass to try to garner their support or anything else. So that's how it worked. I got advice. He says he's going to do a good show, and he's got a year contract. He wasn't going to sign anything longer to see what happens afterwards, I guess, and he's going to make this work. Here's how not to make it work. Do the same fucking thing you were doing in mornings in the afternoon. Now, I love Rich Voss. I just had a conversation with Rich Voss. And you're no Rich Voss.
Your hands are too big and you don't spit.
Senator. Yeah. So what he's doing, it seems that he's just going to do exactly what he's been doing. Have some comics on, have some guests that are wandering around SiriusXM, come in, sit down, talk with the comics, talk with him, try to get a viral video out of it or something. And in a year, Sirius will be like, well, nah, it's still not working out, and it's whatever.
But what do you want him to do for 3 hours alone?
Exactly, and there's my advice.
That's a challenge.
Reinvent.
Okay.
You can't do the Opie and Anthony, and here's the problem with what they were doing in the mornings. You cannot do the Opie and Anthony show without Anthony.
Yes.
And now the Opie and Anthony show without Anthony and Jimmy.
And I got to be honest with you, I'm speaking for a lot of people, even with the Opie and Anthony, though, with Anthony.
With Anthony.
Not so great.
No, you can't do it.
It was an average show.
It was great.
You have to be careful not to sound like you're an egomaniac, that he can't do a good show without you.
No, here's what I'm saying.
Seriously, because then you lose credibility with people.
Let me fucking explain.
Okay, Jesus, it's like
I
it's your
would
show.
never
Holy
say
Christ.
that, but I am saying you can't do the Opie and Anthony show without me.
Yes.
You can't.
Yes.
As I can't do the Opie and Anthony show without Opie. What I'm doing now and have been doing for 2 years is not the Opie and Anthony show.
It's not?
It's not.
Wow, I feel
and
so
now
much
if
better
you
about
want to
myself.
leave, but it's not. Like this.
And there was an
isn't-
undeniable chemistry that you guys had. And I don't want to sound
Right.
super gay here,
Absolutely.
but like when I first came on, and I used to come on, there was a thing, and this was before Jim was a regular. And even once Jim was, there was a thing that you guys you said to yourself, they're lucky they found each other.
Right.
And that's rare that happens.
Yeah. Oh, of course.
Right.
But I wasn't gonna leave my job over there after being fired, come and do another type of show, even with the visual aspect of this show, and just try to pull off the O&A show without Opie.
No, this is completely different.
This show does not resemble.
Exactly.
I don't even wear a hat anymore.
Right, exactly. Like on the O&A show.
Every day.
You would never wear a short sleeve shirt over a T-shirt. You would just wear a T-shirt.
Never. I would just wear a
You
T-shirt.
completely mixed it up.
Sometimes I wouldn't even take my coat off.
Right, exactly.
I would sit there in my coat with my hat on.
Right. And the mic used to be over here. Now it's right there.
Mike was like this.
Like that. Now, right. Now it's like this. It's a completely different show.
It's totally different. But
okay, so let's get to the advice about what because I don't know the answer.
Very different.
1 hour, one person, 3 hours, 3 to 6, right?
Right.
That's a lot of programming to fill. You're not playing music.
Right.
You got what? 4 commercial breaks an hour. What do you? How does a guy reinvent himself? What do you do?
Well, that's exactly it. You have to look at what your talents are, and fucking use that. You like entertainment. Do an entertainment show like their EW channel, Entertainment Weekly. Do a show like that. And I'm not saying do this. I'm just saying it's an example of how you can reinvent yourself, but with a more edgy kind of Opie's take on it. Doing that. Not just having comics come in again and shoot the shit. I think that model was so exclusive to Opie and Anthony that I don't think it works to just have comics on.
You know, I'm sitting in the room right now with you. You know, I'm a comic sitting in the room with you.
Comic,
Jesus, I don't need this fucking shit.
My
Paula!
God. Walk into that bathroom. Fucking put her on the rotisserie. Oh, there. Yeah. Scatol. Some of the fucking scatol.
I know what you're saying, and it's all over the country. I mean, I tour around the country. You do morning radio, and it's you know that's what you, especially on FM, Hard Rock FM. You got the couple comics pop in and out. Yeah.
He wanted to lighten the show up with that. He didn't like Jimmy doing the Uncle Paul pedophile character. He doesn't like some of the jokes that are very misogynistic and racist and things like that. And that's fine and dandy.
Well, he's a faggot. You know. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. That was
that's fine and dandy. But if that's what you want to do, you can't do a half-ass version of that and a half-ass version of whatever remnants of O&A are left and a half-ass. You got to go at something full bore and do. And I don't mean bore. I mean full bore. And make something of it. You know, make a run. He's got 1 year to make something that the company goes, wow, the guy reinvented himself and he's doing something.
He can do it. I mean, look, whatever you want to say.
Radio for fucking years before I ever.
He's a very talented guy.
He knows how to get people around him that can do things and use their talents and things. That's what he needs to do. He can't.
What I do want to talk about is my #1 fucking nemesis, Oliver Anthony, this guy that I hate. And I hate him more and more with every passing day. I hated him the first time I saw him with this fluoride stare and this stupid song. And I have only hated him even more as time has gone on, as people have defended him, as he's gone on these other shows. And we realize what a fake he really is. The accent's fake. And anyway, I wanted to just talk briefly about this. I don't know if you saw. But Oliver Anthony, who sings this song, Rich Men North of Richmond. I think at this point I've done like 10 shows about this. I think I've done more shows hating on Oliver Anthony than I have about the election at this point. But the latest development is, and again, I don't know if you caught this, but I guess he was playing a show in Tennessee, and he makes this video that he publishes the other day. He goes on, and I just have to get this off my chest because I see this guy, and he just gets away with this. He goes and does a phone video. He says that he pulls over on the side of the road, jumps out of his truck, and he makes a video on his cell phone, which he publishes on social media. And he says that the show that he's got coming up in Tennessee, he says, oh, well, they're charging people $100 for tickets. And he goes, that's horseshit. Don't pay $100 for those tickets. And certainly don't pay more for VIP. And we'll do another venue somewhere else. And then get this, he says, and I apologize to everybody, but my booking agent, he's not even a booking agent. He's my friend who's a plumber that I'm trying to give him a full-time job as my booking agent. And he made a mistake. He didn't see how much the prices were for the tickets. So I'm not going to play there anymore. And I see the video and I'm like, are you kidding me, man? He goes out there, and what I love about in case you haven't seen it, you could go and check it out. It's blowing up right now. I think Tim Pool covered it and a few other people. But he goes out, and what I love about it, first and foremost, is just throws everybody under the bus. Like, throws the plumber under the bus, throws his buddy under the bus, like, takes no responsibility, says, oh, like, this idiot that I hired to do this job that he doesn't even know how to do. Well, really, it's his fault because he didn't look into the details, he says. And then he throws the venue under the bus. And says, yeah, don't buy tickets, just boycott the whole event. We'll just do it somewhere else. Just totally rug pulls the event. That was like my first impression is like, wow, way to throw everybody under the bus. The other big thing, which is to me the bigger thing, is I am so sick of the poor person act. This like, you know, and I said it the first time, I said it a few different ways. Because I know it was very controversial at the time, but I think the tide is turning. I think people are getting sick of this guy's act. I think they realize he's a fraud. The first thing I said about him is that he's a LARPer. He's a role player. He's not a real hillbilly. He's not a real Southerner. He's a fake. Just like everybody in the South with the boots and the hat and the carrying on, he's role-playing as a Southerner, role-playing as some regional culture which doesn't even really exist anymore. And that has been proven simply by the fact that he faked the accent. His song, he has this strong Southern accent when he sings, and then he does an interview and he just sounds like a guy from Portland. He sounds like a guy from LA. And anyway, that was the first thing I said. And initially everybody said, what? You just hate Southerners, you just hate white people or poor people or whatever. But now, he's making the big bucks. He's blowing up on Spotify, Instagram. He's on Joe Rogan. He's on Jordan Peterson. It's been proven also that he's a hack. He's like an industry plant. And now he's carrying on doing this poor person routine, this ticket price thing. And he says, I'm not going to do a venue where the tickets cost more than $20. I'm not going to do any venue where it's more than $40 for a ticket. And even that's pushing it, $25. You're not going to play a venue if the tickets cost more than $25? What year do you think it is? It costs $25 to go eat at Five Guys these days. It costs $25 for two people to eat at McDonald's. Well, I ain't going to play anywhere if the tickets cost more than $25. It's not 1970, okay? That's a cost of doing business. And I'm so sick of, it's like a form of virtue signaling, almost. To go out there and say, oh, well, hey, I don't support this. I'm going to pull myself out of the venue because the tickets are too expensive. And people are supposed to say what? Congratulations. What a hero.
Light be with you.
Wow.
For the Alliance.
What a folk legend. Rumor has it he won't play a show if the tickets cost more than $25. Enough already. Enough. I'm sure in his mind he thought that was like a good look. I'm sure in his mind he thought that was like in his twisted, warped, sick, faker, phony mind. He thought that this would be good public relations to go out and say, well, I ain't gonna pay if it's $100. I'll only play if it's less than $25 for a ticket. Wow. Oh, wow, wow. What a working class hero. Wow. He really understands the poor. He's not a highfalutin whatever. He's not a highfalutin city boy. He's down to his country roots. He won't play tickets more than $25 and a can of beans. Really, man? It's the cost of doing business. That's what it costs to do anything these days. It's 2023. Hello, inflation and the rest. Spare me the act. Well, I'll only play for poor people that can afford the ticket. You know, just do a charity concert then. And that gets to the most beautiful thing about the whole story, which, by the way, I hated it before this revelation came out, this next part. I hated this video before the next part was revealed. Come to find out, the venue publishes on Facebook today, I think it was today or yesterday, and they said this guy, the ginger folk hero, working hero,
Be careful.
it turns out that in his contract, he was to be paid $120,000 for a 60-minute performance. $120,000 for 1 hour he was supposed to be paid. So he inks the deal to be paid this is more than people make in a year. What's the average income in America? It's like $45,000, $50,000, something like that. So this is more than twice the median or average income of the United States. Close to 3 times that he would be paid in 1 hour to play these stupid country songs in Tennessee. Not in Madison Square Garden.
I'd like to report a crime that hasn't happened yet. Have you seen the movie Back to the Future? Basically, I'm living that movie right now, which is how I know there's gonna be a murder tonight.
Hate time travel movies. They never make any sense.
Happy Halloween. How about we all stay in and hand out Halloween candy?
No, Mom.
You know how hard this time of year is for us. Your friends were murdered 35 years ago. It's not 1987 anymore. Stay safe, honey. I love you. What the fuck? Excuse me, what year is it?
1987.
Oh my God.
I know. The 80s are almost over, and I haven't even tried Coke yet. I don't know.
Oh my God. Mom. Fuck off and die. Jesus, Mom. Masita. Ay.
For my birthday, bitch!
This is a creepy-ass cabin in the middle of fucking nowhere.
What's the big deal?
There's a murderer on the loose, and you drove us into the woods. Oh my God! What? I forgot to bring vodka.
You have 7.5 hours until you're stuck here forever.
I need to stop all this horror before it happens.
In, I think it was Memphis or Knoxville, $120,000 for 1 hour. Now, I'm not hating on it. I hated him before I found this out. And I'm not hating him for getting the money. If that is the kind of money that you can command, hey, God bless. Make that money. But it only reveals what a sick, vile, twisted human being he is. Maybe he thought that people wouldn't learn about this, but he's going to pull over on the side of the road with his t-shirt on and this ridiculous beard and this haircut, if you can even call it that, and go on a phone in the backwoods and say, hey, listen, everybody, Oliver Anthony here. I'm not going to play if the tickets cost more than $20. He's getting paid $120,000 for the performance. He says, don't buy any tickets. Don't support the venue. I'll find somewhere else where you can play. You know, here's a way that you could make it not cost $100. Don't be paid $120,000 for a 60-minute performance. I think that is maybe a big part of the cost. And not to get super technical, but the venue put out a statement and they said, look, we have a venue that seats 1,500 people. Maximum. They said, and we're selling 1,000 tickets, 500 general admission tickets for $100, 500 VIP tickets for $200, and so you do the math on that. What does that work out to? $150,000 they're supposed to make, and he's getting paid $120,000. And the venue said, of course, what's involved in that is processing fees and all the other fees that go into hosting an event like that. They're up $30,000 on top of just Oliver Anthony's compensation for the event. They said, look, we're barely breaking even because we just wanted to do the show, says the venue. It just makes it even worse. So this guy goes out, once again, he's going out into the woods, and they say, wow, he's just like an authentic American in its natural habitat. Look at him in his tattered clothing. He's out there in the woods with a 4K camera shooting in high definition and professional sound equipment that was produced by a $100 million company, the Daily Wire. That was his claim to fame. And then he's going to go out there making tens of thousands of dollars on the biggest shows, on Rogan, on Jordan Peterson, and say, I don't care about fame or money. Oh, really? You're just doing Joe Rogan for not fame? I don't know how that one works. And then he's going to go on tour, touring the country. Oh, I'm going to sing my protest song of a generation. I'm going to sing the anthem of the working man. Oh, but $100. Oh, well, that's not going to do for the working man. That's too much. I won't pay for more than $25. But he's getting paid $120,000. You know what? he should really put his money where his mouth is. If he really is just a poor person, just donate all your money to charity then. You know, I'm so sick of this, like, and I said it the first time. I said, this guy, one, it's obviously astroturfed. Two, I said this whole thing is just a loser mentality. This whole, I ain't got $1, oh boo-hoo, I just wish I could wake up and it's not true. I'm living in a new world with an old soul. I want to go home. And now, obviously, we see the hypocrisy. Money's pouring in. He's touring all over. He's going on all these big interviews. He will not accept $100 for a ticket. He will accept $120,000 from the venue. You know what? If you like being poor so much, give all your money to charity then. If there is some virtue in that, if you really are just a simple guy, you're real down to earth, country living, simple guy, man and his dogs, donate all your money. Donate all. I better not see Oliver Anthony with a new car, and you better not see him move out of rural Virginia, because that's all he needs is his little tin roof hut in the mountains with the dogs. Donate all the money and stop taking money for shows. Why didn't you take the bare minimum just to travel there? I thought you ain't got $1. Guess not. But he will keep showing up to the venues with holes in his shirts and saying, well, I need to be paid a lot, but we can only charge $20. It doesn't add up. The math isn't mathing here. The math does not add up in this situation. So I just thought I'd get that off my chest. I know it's not really news. Maybe some of you don't care. Maybe you're sick of hearing about it. But he has to be stopped. He has to be exposed for what he really is, which is the most evil man in America, the most heinous, the most deviant, sick, twisted sicko in this country, and his name is Oliver Anthony. And we'd all be better off if he was at the bottom of the ocean or hurtling in outer space. This guy is a pestilence on this country. It's pestilence on the world with his protest song of a generation. Anyway, so that's a I know it's not, that's a joke, of course. I know it's not really news, but this guy just gets under my skin. Every time I see his stupid face, it's like stupid face with that blank, dead, fluoride stare, the beard and the haircut. If that's what being right-wing is about, you know, count me out. I thought we got into this because, well, I don't know why you guys got into this, but I got into this because I was tired of seeing the country become poor and gross and filled with losers. You know, I want to see a royalty again. I want to see excellence again. I want to see space travel. I want to see prosperity. And prosperity means I want to see flamboyant expressions of wealth. I want to see people flaunt wealth. I want to see Elon Musk. I don't want to see him in jeans and sneakers. I want to see him dressed like Louis XIV. I want to see a palace. This is good. This is what we want in a country because, you know, we don't support this peasant revolt thing, this populist thing. It's literally like French Revolution talk when they say this kind of thing about this is the protest song of a generation and it's about uniting the working class from all races against the rich. I'm sorry, that sounds like the French Revolution. That sounds like the Bolsheviks. Are we not completely against that? We want the Tsar. We want the Winter Palace. We want Louis XIV. We want cake. Okay, we want a new monarchy. We want new royalty. It stands against everything that we support to go all in on some unsophisticated hillbilly. Seriously. And it's not that he's Southern. There was a Southern aristocracy. The one redeeming thing about the South, in my opinion, is that in the antebellum pre-Civil War South, there was a truly like a European aristocracy there. And on their large estates where they owned slaves, they have these plantation homes, and they dressed up, and they have these complex social rituals and manners and things like that. That was the one, in my opinion, the one redeeming thing about the South is that it was a true society. It was a truly aristocratic society in the way that the North didn't have that same character. And now we have this, like, trailer park thing. And I don't say that with, like, animosity, but that's literally what it is. It's like a glorification of poverty and transience and all these problems that go along with it, like drug and alcohol abuse. And I don't hate people that are truly victims. I don't hate people that are truly suffering. But these things are bad. We want to leave these things behind. They are not to be celebrated. It is, I don't think that it's American to celebrate the lowest common denominator. That's a very modern and I think a very negative development. That America has become synonymous with lowest common denominator, ignorance, anti-intellectual, unsophisticated, consumerism. That's bad. We should reject that. There was a time when American was synonymous with Donald Trump. And Donald Trump in the 1980s being the representative of like a new Gilded Age. Like a glass and marble and gold Gilded Age. Like a technological, super modern skyscraper Gilded Age. Gold towers and luxury and super yachts and billions of dollars. That is, at one time, what it meant to be an American. Or it was William Randolph Hearst. Or the great industrialists, titans of industry, of the Industrial Revolution, or even before that. It was these people in the colonies who built great estates, and they were very educated, and they were brilliant. I mean, when you look at the Founding Fathers, these people weren't peasants. Look at Mount Vernon, look at Monticello. Are those trailer parks? George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, were they walking around in sweatpants? They walking around in farmer's clothes? Were they glorifying ignorance, getting drunk all the time? And no, of course not. And point being is, throughout history, there are examples of a true American high society, an actual refined civilization. And it is so unfortunate that you have this disgusting strain on the right wing. And I don't necessarily have contempt for the people. I want the people to be better. I have contempt for the culture because it lowers the people. And I'm talking about this frat, beer, football, again, drinking, beer, poor people, trailer park culture, that whole scene. We could be so much more. We can aspire to so much greater than these people who feel comfortable with this, this new underclass culture, this new lowest common denominator thing that we have going on. It never used to be that way. People should want to be better. So every time I see it, I know, I'm sort of rambling at this point. You've heard it before. Every time I see his face, I'm like, you know what? Like, this guy is ugly. This guy is ugly, and we don't want that. And he's not ugly because of just like his face. I mean, he's got this big, ridiculous beard. His hair is ridiculous. Every time, the clothes he's wearing, it's like, you make millions of dollars at this point. Wear something nice. Is that like, I'm sorry, is that controversial? Maybe you were poor then, but you're rich now, so get a nice outfit. Why don't you dress like an adult? Why don't you dress like a high class adult instead of like a low class child, like a low class adolescent. And the point is, I mean, he's being made into this symbol. Sure, plenty of people choose to live their life how they want, but this guy, everyone's telling us, has become a symbol of the popular disillusionment or dissatisfaction with the state of things, and people are rallying behind him. You go, Oliver, you go, man. And the guy has this poor person routine. We can't have tickets be $100. They gotta be $25. And he goes to these venues and people show up and they're like, woo! And it's like, seriously, this is what we are? Like, we're going to what? Unseat the left so that we could have barstool conservatism, so that we could have this. I'm sorry, but no, I don't want to be anywhere near that. So anyway, so that's the latest update on Oliver Anthony. We got to keep tabs on this guy. We got to stay up to date on what he's doing because he's killing the country. He's absolutely killing the United States. And, you know, I feel like everyone's just going along with it out of fear. I don't know. Maybe they're afraid of him. They're afraid of what he'll do to them or what his disgusting followers will do to them. You know, I mean, maybe they're like cannibals. They're like cannibal and hill people. Maybe people won't speak out against us because they're afraid. They think that his legions of rabid hill people supporters will just go and kill them and eat them. They're cannibals or something, like Silent Hill. I don't know why no one is feeling courageous enough to call him out. I feel like I'm the only one. I feel like I'm the only one bold enough to attack the one that we're not allowed to criticize. You know, they have that saying. To find out who rules over you, simply find out who you're not allowed to criticize. I think we have a winner. I think we now know. And I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of he can send all the ginger hill people my way. You think I care? I'll take them all on. I know the Groypers will be fighting these people. We'll be putting them down. And that's for the good of the country. But anyway, so that's Oliver Anthony.
To the fact that I honestly think he should change the fucking name.
He should change his
Greg
name.
Hughes. I don't think Opie works anymore. Opie was great for the shock jockey, Opie and Anthony team thing and stuff. He should reinvent himself. If he wants to be more serious or more family-oriented, go in that direction. But if he just sits there,
he should
for the
change his
next year,
name to Walt
Cronkite
Cleaver.
Walt Cleaver.
Leave it to Beaver Cleaver. It doesn't get more.
Wally Cleaver?
Walt was
Ward.
Ward
was the father.
Cleaver.
Ward Cleaver. Beaver.
You
Cleaver.
You can't. I don't know. Changing the name. I don't think you need to change.
I don't know. Well, maybe not change the name, but I'm just saying he needs. If he does the same show he was doing in mornings for the next year, they are gonna usher him a bye-bye at the end of this fucking contract. Abso-fucking-lutely. He needs to change it up. Do something where management notices and goes, wow, he's really tried, and he reinvented himself a bit and changed the show. That's my advice. And I can't tell him what that is. Only he knows
Why
what
don't you call him up?
he could do. I've never done that. Why would I?
We have a total content drought. Are we even in a presidential election? It doesn't feel like it. I remember 2015, it was stuff was happening every day. And same thing was true throughout the first term for Trump. And now it's like nothing's going on ever. Where's the news? Where's the content? There's nothing. The front page story in all of the press was like some dog, some police dog found some convict in Pennsylvania. Really? That's like a local news story. Where's the fucking content, man? It sucks. This whole week sucks.
I can't cast that yet.
Anyway, so I'm definitely, you know, like, I just don't even want to get into either of these, but before we do, I mean, we'll make an attempt to get through the Romney story just so I don't have to change the title of the show. But what I do want to talk about is my number one fucking nemesis, Oliver Anthony, this guy that I hate. And I hate him more and more with every passing day. And gross and filled with losers. You know, I want to see a royalty again. I want to see excellence again. Unseat the left so that we could have barstool conservatism, so that we could have this. Poll in June showed that 47% of Republicans say that Trump best represents them, while only 39% favored Romney. He was the only Republican senator to vote to convict Trump at both his Senate impeachment trials. So he voted to impeach Trump for the Ukrainian phone call and for the Capitol. Only Republican in the Senate to do it. Trump called the senator's retirement fantastic news for America in a social media post. McConnell said in a statement he was sorry to see Romney go and applauded him for making remarkably efficient use of his brief tenure in the Senate. So, you know, it's not... Who even really cares about this? The guy's irrelevant. He sucks. He doesn't represent the party. And it is interesting, though, the turn that he made. Because, you know, Romney ran in 2012 for the Republican... as the Republican nominee for president. And he was obviously criticized by a lot of far-right people in the Republican Party, a lot of immigration hardliners, anti-establishment types. They didn't want him to be the nominee, and they spoke out against him. But it does show how much progress has been made that you had this guy in 12, Trump in 16, now Trump in 24. He appears as though he could be poised to be more radical than ever if he were to get a second term. But it also shows the stark flip. And Romney, although he was an establishment guy in 12, he wasn't like crazy liberal, but now he's right up there working with McCarthy, he's working with McConnell, working with Joe Biden. Goes to show that they're all really on the same team. And interestingly enough, I never knew this about Mitt Romney, but, and I hate to be that guy, but it is pretty interesting. I want to read this other article from the New York Times about Romney, because, you know, the thing that everybody's going to talk about today, if they're talking about it at all, that Romney's retiring, is they're going to talk about how he had beef with Trump. And they're going to say that he represents this moderate wing, and maybe they'll talk about the Republican run in 2012, or maybe they talk about his tenure as governor in Massachusetts, or about the dad, or whatever, him being Mormon. But I never even knew this. I found this out because I'm just reading up on him for the show tonight, that apparently he was best friends with Benjamin Netanyahu in the private sector. Go figure. Isn't that a little bit... And I know, like, I don't mean to be this guy that it always goes back to one thing, which is, like, the Jews in Israel.
I can't cast that.
But isn't it a little bit bizarre that it kind of always does? No matter what?
It's too far away.
This is in 2012 from the New York Times. It says the two young men had woefully little in common. One was a wealthy Mormon from Michigan, the other a middle-class Jew from Israel. It's almost like you just can't even believe the coincidences. It's almost like you just can't even believe at a certain point. And I said this on a show relatively recently. I said, for as long as I've been interested in politics, I keep waiting for somebody to prove that this is not worth looking at, or that this doesn't explain a lot of what goes on in American politics. But the more that I dig, I just keep finding more of this. The deeper that you go with everything, you run into this every time. And I'm not even looking for it, and this is what you find. And what I mean by that is, when I started doing this show and I started getting interested in like this topic in particular, which is Jewish power, Israel, and that topic, I said, well, surely there's got to be an answer. Surely there's got to be a rebuttal that says, no, none of this is real. That's not true. It's all a conspiracy theory. That's all fake. It's not factual. Here's where it's all a lie. And I expected to find that, but I just never did. And I asked everybody I knew. I asked Zionists that I knew. I asked Jews that I knew. I read their sources. And I just never found a convincing counter-argument. And I said, well, I'll do my own research. I'll see if I can rebut it myself. And I kept digging and digging, and you just find more of it. You just find more coincidences, more of these names that echo through thousands of years. You just find more of it.
I need to get closer.
Like you dig on the JFK assassination, as an example. Something that would, to the uninitiated, would seem completely unrelated. Let's do some digging on who really killed Jack Kennedy. And what do you find? It's like we did a story about it this year, published in the New York Times. Newly declassified information shows the guy that was in charge of reading Lee Harvey Oswald's mail was like a Jewish Zionist spy. And he was working under a guy in the CIA who was a Jewish Zionist spy. And he was the handler for Oswald. And who killed Oswald? Jack Rubenstein, who's involved with the Jewish mafia in Los Angeles. And it's just like, okay, so there's that. And then like we did a show about 9/11 a couple days ago. And you think, oh, 9/11 was the other guys. It was the Muslims flying planes into the buildings. And then you find, no, actually it was Israelis who were found all around the city celebrating, and they seemed to have prior knowledge of it, and they had explosives everywhere. And okay, and then something like this. Oh, Mitt Romney resigned. Okay, let's like go on his Wikipedia page. Let's go through his profile. And here's an article from the New York Times. A friendship dating to 1976 resonates in 2012. In 1976, the lives of Mitt Romney and Benjamin Netanyahu intersected briefly but indelibly in the 16th floor offices of the Boston Consulting Group, where both had been recruited as corporate advisors. And the article goes on, and it talks about how they overlap. It says, a relationship between Netanyahu and Romney, nurtured over meals in Boston, New York, and Jerusalem, strengthened by a network of mutual friends and heightened by their conservative ideologies, has resulted in an unusually frank exchange of advice and insights on politics, economics, and the Middle East. When Mr. Romney was the governor of Massachusetts, Netanyahu offered pointers on how to shrink the government. When Netanyahu wanted to encourage pension funds to divest from businesses tied to Iran, Romney counseled him on which American officials to meet with. When Mr. Romney ran for president, Netanyahu presciently asked him whether he thought Newt Gingrich would jump in the race. Only a few weeks ago on Super Tuesday, Netanyahu delivered a personal briefing by telephone to Mr. Romney on the situation in Iran. The ties between Romney and Netanyahu stand out because there is little precedent for two politicians of their stature to have such a history that predates their decision-making at a time when the United States may face crucial questions about whether to attack Iran. Okay, so it's like, this is the New York Times. This is not the Daily Stormer. The New York Times says, well, this guy that's running for president, he's been friends with the Prime Minister of Israel for 40 years. And that influence may matter when it comes to decisions like, I don't know, whether to bomb Iran. It says Mr. Romney has suggested he would not make any significant policy decisions about Israel without first consulting Mr. Netanyahu. It's like this is the Richmond north of Richmond moment for me. When I'm like, you know, I wish I could wake up and it wasn't true. You know, this is like my Richmond north of Richmond moment. It's these French men north of Richmond. Everywhere you look, Mitt Romney retires. Oh, okay. Well, let's see what, let's read into his biography. Best friends with Netanyahu for 40 years. Says that he will not make any decision as president about the Middle East without first consulting the Prime Minister of Israel, his best friend. It says this is a level of deference that could raise eyebrows, giving Netanyahu's polarizing reputation. In a telling exchange during a debate in December, Romney criticized Gingrich for making a disparaging remark about Palestinians, declaring, quote, "Before I made a statement of that nature, I'd get on the phone to my friend Bibi Netanyahu and say, would it help if I say this? What would you like me to do?" American president! The guy was running for the president of the United States of America. This was 10 years ago. And he says on the presidential debate stage, he is attacking another candidate and saying, how dare you? If I were president, I would call the Prime Minister of Israel and check with him first. And I would say, what would you like me to do, sir? And this is the ambassador to Israel in the Clinton administration says, quoted in this article, he said, whether intentional or not, Mr. Romney's statement implied that he would subcontract Middle East policy to Israel, and that would be inappropriate, he said. And you know what's really interesting? And I'm going to make a broad statement here that's not even just about Romney. But just in the last year or two, the older that I've gotten, the more I have realized that one of the primary reasons that Republicans are so polarized against the Democrats is because Israel hates the Democrats. Like Netanyahu and Likud specifically, they hate Obama. And they hate the Democrat Party. And it seems like that is, it's not the only reason, but it feels like that is one of the primary reasons. And that has happened to coincidentally overlap with like white nationalist sentiment also. Because when you look at like who created this perception around Obama when he was president, that he was the Antichrist, that he's gay Muslim socialist, and he's this dictator, and they hate Obama. And who was driving that perception? Well, it was Fox News, which is owned by the Murdoch family, which has donated money to Netanyahu's campaign in Israel, and share a loft with Netanyahu in London, England. Fox News. Who else drives that perception? Talk radio. Radio hosts like who? Ben Shapiro, Dennis Prager. What else? Breitbart News? Dennis Prager's a Zionist Jew. Ben Shapiro's a Zionist Jew. Breitbart News, born in America, conceived in Israel. It's a picture with Andrew Breitbart and Bibi Netanyahu. And it's like maybe they hated Obama more than anything, not because they really disagreed with him on many things, but maybe they hated Obama more than any other reason because Obama wanted a rapprochement with Iran, because Obama wanted us out of Iraq, because Obama refused to put America in Syria, because Obama allowed the UN Security Council to condemn civilian settlements in the West Bank, because Obama wanted to reach out to the Palestinians. Now look, I don't like Obama, okay? I'm not saying that I like Obama at all, because I have my own problems with Obama. I think he's arrogant. I don't like that he put his feet on the desk. I thought that was very obnoxious and rude. Get your feet off the desk, homeboy. It's a White House. But all that notwithstanding, it's important to put aside your personal feelings on these things to examine the ways in which we might have been manipulated. Because one way to look at it is that in 2008, it was Obama versus John McCain. And if you know anything about John McCain, he's another one. John McCain and his father are like this. John McCain, one of the biggest neocons ever, and his dad was also involved in the cover-up of the USS Liberty incident. So it's like John McCain Jr. and John McCain Sr. are like this with Israel. So viewed one way, in 2008, it was Obama who wanted to end the war in Iraq, not bail out the banks, versus John McCain who said, no, we need the war in Iraq. We need to go harder against radical Islam. And a guy who's basically owned by Israel. That's one way to look at 2008. And all the people that warned about Obama, yeah, there were a lot of white nationalists that hated him, like Sam Francis, but it was also a lot of pro-war hawks, Zionist types, and like John McCain of all people. A lot of people don't even know that. I mean, one of these days we'll do a show about him and his background. But John McCain's father helped to cover up the USS Liberty incident. And John McCain, the songbird in the Vietnam War, he's the #1 supporter of the Zionist wars. Him and Lindsey Graham are the biggest Israel hawks, or rather, they're the biggest war hawks for the Middle East and Israel supporters. And so one way to look at 2008 is it was a guy saying end the wars versus a guy who has been controlled generationally by Israel saying we want more. 2012, you got a guy, once again Obama, who wants to end the wars, wants to keep us out of Syria, etc., critical of Israel, frosty relationship with Obama, or with Netanyahu. And then on the other side, you got Mitt Romney, who says, and this is criticized by the New York Times, by Democrats, by the Israel ambassador in the Clinton administration. They say it's wildly inappropriate. That Mitt Romney says in a presidential debate that I would call Netanyahu and ask him before I did anything in the Middle East. That's another way to look at the conflict in 2012, the election. And of course, Romney was also tough on Russia before Hillary Clinton and before Joe Biden and all this. Do you remember that it was Mitt Romney that said that we got to stand up to Russia and stand up to Iran, and it was Obama that said the Cold War wants their foreign policy back? He said the 80s called, they want their foreign policy back. And then in 2020, kind of similar. 2016, 2020, a little bit similar. I mean, Trump, the good thing about Trump, and this is again what made him so appealing, I've said this over and over again, in contrast to how he ran in 2020, in 16, his best moments were when he was going against the Iraq War. When he criticized Jeb Bush for not saying the Iraq War was a mistake, for attacking him and his brother, and saying that they knew that there were no weapons of mass destruction and so on. And he even said in the early stages, he said, look, I'll talk to both Israel and Palestine and I'll make a deal. Then he changed his tune after he got in, didn't he? Then he got in and kind of changed the story. His first press conference with the foreign head of state was with Netanyahu. And under the Trump administration, they did the most aggressive expansion of the civilian settlements. And of course, they moved the embassy and recognized the sovereignty over Golan and all the rest. And it's like, here we are again in 2020 and 2024. Joe Biden is a president who will not meet with Netanyahu in the White House. Refuses to do it. Now, keep in mind, in 2008, McCain and Netanyahu are like this. So was his dad. In 2012, Romney and Netanyahu were like this. Trump and Netanyahu were like this. Although that is a more complex relationship, admittedly. And in this case, you have Joe Biden who says, I won't even meet with him. I won't support him as he tries to get his judicial reform through. I will not give him words of support when people are marching to his house in Israel in protest. And I won't even host him at the White House. Prime Minister of Israel not given a welcome at the White House in the United States under Joe Biden. And it's tough for me because, you know, of course I oppose Democrats because Democrats want gay marriage and abortion and transgender drag queen story hour, and they want the Green New Deal, and they want all these things that we don't like, that we know that we don't like. They want open borders and so on and so forth. But at the same time, it appears to be a little bit more complex than maybe we thought, because clearly the Republican Party is totally captured by the state of Israel. And in some ways, maybe that's all that it is. And maybe that's the only thing that they do, is support Israel. We're on the other side, now that I'm a little bit older, I feel like some of the Democrat stuff is more appealing. Where, you know, and again, it's tricky because I feel like I have to rethink a lot of it. Where I'm like, for example, there was this bill in the House of Representatives recently where what did it do? It said something like, Israel's not racist. It was some like resolution that affirmed that Israel isn't racist. And everyone voted for it except for like 9 Democrats. They were the only ones that opposed. Not Gosar, not Gates, not Green, none of them. It was just Democrats that opposed this bill. And it seems like only on the left is there a possibility of breaking free from the capture by this foreign lobby and American government. I'm just putting that out there. I'm not saying I'm going to vote for Joe Biden. I'm not. I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. I support Donald Trump 100%. But I am saying that maybe we have to re-examine some of our prejudices in light of the fact that clearly American politics is a proxy war between groups like the ADL and the ZOA. ADL on the left, ZOA on the right. On the left, you've got these Jewish liberal groups that are involved in Hollywood, and they're involved in the mainstream media, and they're involved in Wall Street, and so on. But then on the right, you've got all the Zionist forces. You've got the 20% of Jews that are conservative in America. They appear to dominate the Republican Party. It's Sheldon Adelson, and it's Mort Klein, and it's the Zionist Organization of America, and it's Breitbart. It's all the Jews and right-wing media. And like I said, I wasn't even looking for this angle, and I just found it, that it turns out, because, you know, I was not red-pilled when I was 14 when this election was happening, but I had no idea that in 2012 Mitt Romney was getting reprimanded for saying, I will consult with Netanyahu and check with him before I do anything in the Middle East. What an outrageous thing to say. And it hasn't changed. It was like this in 08. It was like this in 12. Even in 16. Trump's son-in-law, who ran his campaign, is best friends with Netanyahu. Netanyahu stays at his apartment when he visits New York. I'm talking about Jared Kushner. And Jared Kushner had a hand in everything. He negotiated the USMCA agreement. He negotiated the Abraham Accords. He negotiated the end to the longest government shutdown in 2019. And by the end, he was running everything in the White House. Go figure. In the year 2000 with George W. Bush, in 04 with Bush, in 08 with McCain, in 12 with Romney, in 16 with Kushner, in 20 with Kushner, in 24 with DeSantis and Kushner. Every election, this is 6 or 7 elections, every election this century, someone has been put up who is in the pocket of Netanyahu on the Republican side. Crazy to think about. Absolutely crazy. And it's a scandal. It shouldn't be this way. Even the entire slate this year. You've got Trump with the Kushner connection. You've got DeSantis, who went to Israel before he announced to get money from Miriam Adelson. You have Mike Pence and Nikki Haley, who Mike Pence's website has the Israeli flag all over it. Nikki Haley says at the debate, Israel doesn't need us, we need them. And Asa Hutchinson has an Israel flag lapel pin on his suit. That's 5 of the people on the debate stage. That's 5 of the people running just this year. How is that acceptable? And then you realize what a truly revolutionary message America First really is, for it to come on the right. Because clearly, that just wouldn't work in the Republican Party to say America First. That's why they hate Trump. Because they know that if it's America First, Israel is going down in the ranking. If somebody goes out and says America First, they all know that Israel currently occupies that top spot. So it means we're going to have to switch those around. And they don't want that. That's why they're so hostile to that expression, and they're so against Trump, and they're against me. So it's just sort of peculiar that a day like today, Romney retires, and we find that out. And I know, people who are older maybe and who were red-pilled 10 years ago remember that, but it's a funny thing when you're red-pilled. You are constantly having to unlearn things that you thought you knew, that you learned before you got red-pilled, before you knew how to look out for these kinds of things. And for 30 years, they have been trying to convince right-wing white Christians that, our interest in Israel's is so similar that we should just let Israel run the right way. Right? When it was 2001, they said, look, the Christians and the Jews are basically the same on this because we're both fighting Muslims. We share exactly the same interests. So, the Zionists should just run everything. And now here we are in 2016 to 2023, and they're saying, look, the radical left is mobilizing a coalition of the oppressed against the so-called light-skinned oppressors. The same thing that's happening in America with BLM is happening with the Palestinians in Israel. We're basically the same. The Zionists and the nationalists in America are the same. So we should all just support each other. So you should support Yoram Hazony and Kostin Alamaru and all the others, Curtis Yarvin, to tell you what the right wing should do, because we're just so similar. How about we have a Catholic America First movement? How about we have a totally exclusionary Christian America First movement that says no Zionists? No, we do not share the same interests as them, and we don't want them running our movement. That would be revolutionary. That would be revolutionary against Romney and Trump. So that's Mitt Romney's retirement. Very interesting that that's really his legacy, is that he was friends with Netanyahu for 40 years. And I'll also say it's a credit to Trump that Romney's against him. It shows the ways in which, and this is why I say that I support Trump in spite of everything I've just said. It's because clearly Trump has a bit more of a complex relationship with Israel. And you know that because Lindsey Graham and McCain and Mitt Romney are against him. And you know that because DeSantis was set up to run against him, and Shapiro's against him, and Miriam Adelson gave money to DeSantis, and Ken Griffin gave money to DeSantis. You know that it's a bit more complex because they've all rallied against him. If it was as simple as Trump was another neocon Zionist, totally captured, they would treat him like the rest. They would get behind him like he's the party guy, and that would be that. But it shows that the relationship between Trump and Israel is a bit more, it looks more like a working relationship than the others, in the sense that it's clear that Trump is getting benefits from them, and then Trump is supplying benefits in return. But it's not like these other relationships where he's a spy, or they have blackmail on him, or he's known Netanyahu for 100 years, and stuff like that. Because Trump got $100 million in both cycles from the Adelsons, and in exchange, he gave them the embassy and a couple of other things, but he didn't give them their war in Syria. He didn't give them their war in Iran. So maybe it's a little bit more complicated. And that's why I say with Trump, it is complicated. I think that he is a guy who is truly independent and trusts his instincts, and his instinct is non-intervention, America first. I think he chafes at a lot of that stuff. But I also think he recognizes the reality that there is an Israel lobby, and he can't go very far by opposing it, and he could get some tremendous benefit by going along with it to some degree. That's why I see a little bit more nuance in what Trump is doing. Because, you know, if Trump was totally owned, he would have never made those statements that he did in 2016. It would have never been about nationalists and globalists. It would have never been America first. He would have never destroyed Jeb Bush about supporting the war in Iraq. He never would have said they got lied into it. None of that would have ever happened. And certainly it's a lot more likely that he would have invaded Syria or went to war with Iran or been more aggressive towards Russia for that matter. So maybe there's a little more to the story, but that's that. I want to move on. I want to take a look at our super chats and see what you guys are saying about all this. So let me get set up here. Okay, let's take a look. Let me get my water. And we'll see what we got here.
Catholic Gooba sent $3. Unpopular opinion, Asians are the funniest race to be racist against.
Nah, I disagree.
Catholic Gooba sent $3. Thoughts on Spaniards? Probably the worst meds DBH if you don't count Yugoslavs.
No, I don't think so. I like Spanish. I had a friend in college who was Spanish. His name was Luis. He was in my international relations, like 101 class. Funny guy. So he was okay. But I don't think I really know any Spanish people, so it's hard for me to say, and I've never been to Spain. So that's the thing. I don't know any Spanish people. I don't know any French people. So hard for me to say who's the worst.
Boss Lurker sent $20. Slav says, how many Slavs watch your show?
I don't know. You tell me.
Boss Lurker sent $4. Best show in the world. Thank you.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it.
Richard Percival sent $10. I saw a map on Twitter where the Nazis claimed all civilizations on Earth came from Germany. How true is this? I know at least the Franks and Anglo-Saxons were Germanic tribes.
Not true at all. Rome, Greece, Spain. Not true at all. And Spain and Rome and Greece created all the basically they created all the civilizations in the world.
Good day to you.
Because Greece, in a way, sort of created Italy, and Italy created all of Europe, and Europe created the whole world, minus like China and India and Japan and the Middle East. But other than that, we created civilization in the whole Western Hemisphere, and to the extent that there is any in Africa, we by extension did all of that. So, no, it's us.
Pretty_fly_white_guy sent $3. 236. Good night, friend.
Hey, good night, buddy.
Middling Intellect sent $3. Aliens. Thoughts?
Totally fake.
Spence sent $3. Send Mitt Romney to Argentina and get our boy back.
Who, Hitler?
Punjabi Growiper sent $3. I'm born in '98 too. Heard 100 years recently, too many feelings were felt. We were 15 a decade ago. Just for a moment.
Great song, right? Yeah. 10, wow, yeah, damn. That was 10 years ago? Oh my gosh, dude. Why did you say that to me? 10 years ago, I was 15. Ugh. Why did you say that? Why would you say that to me? Has it really been 10 years? I still feel like I'm 24. Or 22 or something. I remember being 15. Good times. Oh, brother. Yeah, well. That's okay.
Pragmatic
I'm
Culture
okay.
sent $15.
I'm okay.
What do you think of people who bought into Anthony wholeheartedly? I don't argue about it, but good-intentioned people seem to keep falling for this act. How do we stop it / how should we respond when they do buy into it?
This is a good one. You know, I did the smart water for a while. Not really a fan, but this essential water, this is good stuff. What is the gimmick on this one? It's like electrolyte, right? Or the pH level is higher. Ionized alkaline water. Yeah, that's pretty good. No mercy, no mercy. Because they were so rude to me. When I called out Oliver Anthony, everybody got on my case. It was like an angry mob outside my house, furious because I didn't like their dumb song. And now they're all realizing I was right. So, honestly, they have to be...
Hey there.
They have to apologize or face the death penalty, in my opinion. I think they got to either admit they were wrong and apologize to me, or they're going on the list. But,
Farewell. Can I help you?
how do we stop them from falling for this? You can't stop people from falling for dumb stuff. It's a dumb question.
Jorge Floyd sent $3. Another Anthony? We need more Sean Strickland skinheads and less Oliver Anthony gingerwiggers, if we're gonna have white trash. Great show, Nick.
We need more Donald Trumps. That's it. Just more Donald Trumps. I can't think of anyone else that we would need more of other than Trump. He's the king.
Crusader Michael sent $3. Oliver Kindergarten Diddler Anthony P.S. I'm autistic.
Nice callback. Really funny.
The Unknown Soldier sent $3. Oliver Anthony is no Saint Francis of Assisi.
Good point.
Regina Bolton sent $3. I've lived around real hillbillies. Oliver Anthony is a LARPer.
You're right about that.
Gabar sent $5. You don't always poo-poo when you pee-pee, but you always pee-pee when you poo-poo.
True. Good point.
Salutations.
Black Growiper sent $3. Do you like New England?
Yeah. I love New England.
DR Dat sent $5. America first? More like Oliver Anthony last.
Yeah, we should just change the show.
Boogly Woogly sent $7. Props to Scott Greer for calling out the ruralite and blue-collar romanticization a year ago.
Yeah, it's one of those things I agree with him on. He's right about that.
Regina Bolton sent $3. Jesus did love the poor, and not all trailer parks or the people in them are bad. But I get you don't hate the people, just the glorification of poverty.
Are you in a trailer park? Yeah, I mean, look, I don't hate the people. I mean, maybe there are good people in there. But nobody should want that. And people say, oh, well, you know, the saints took a vow of poverty. Well, that's a very different thing. I don't think Oliver Anthony's taking a vow of poverty. It's class warfare. It's resentment against the rich because he's full of envy. You know, that's where that comes from. He's not one of these good country people that sort of likes a simple life and folksy and everything. He's like a militant Bolshevik who's saying, you know, I hate the rich. Give me money. There's no jobs. There are plenty of jobs, buddy. Or maybe there weren't. There definitely aren't anymore, actually. Bidenomics.
Regina Bolton sent $3. My mom, who is a hardcore MSNBC watching Democrat, wrote Mitt Romney an email thanking him for disavowing
True.
Trump. I think that says it all about his target audience.
True. Romney sucks. You're right.
Boogly Woogly sent $7. So what happened to a debate with the Soviet man of steel Jackson Hinkle? He didn't actually expect to not ever debate a real right-winger, did he?
I already gave you an update on this. I told him, I said, let's set it up. Let's do a 1-versus-1 debate. And he said, no, I refuse. I will only debate if I can bring Haas with me. And it's a 2-versus-2, and it's you and Keith Woods versus me and Haas. And I said, no. I said, you challenged me. You challenged me to a debate about Hitler and several other things. I said, I will debate you one-on-one. I said, you don't get to phone a friend and tag somebody in who you think is smarter than you. I said, you know, maybe I'll debate Haas on my own. I'll do a one-on-one with him. I said, but I'll debate you one-on-one. I said, I don't need help. And he refused. He said, nope, I won't do one-on-one. I said, okay. I said, well, you're a joke then. So that's where we are on that.
Regina Bolton sent $50. QT.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for the super chat.
A Drummond
Whoa!
sent $1,000. A little suspicious that within 3 days of us calling out posting, Grow Hypers start getting banned on Twitter. Really makes a guy think. Christ forever, AF forever.
It's a good point. I didn't think about it that way. Today, all of a sudden, all these groypers start getting banned on Twitter. It's almost like Elon got the wrong message. He's banning the wrong people. We said ban the ADL. But it's the ADL now banning more people. Like, we said, hey, ban the ADL. Elon Musk said, I heard you loud and clear. Lavrov, Groyper, and Tenryo are banned. It's like, dude, no, we don't know. No, 180,000 people cried out in one voice, ban the ADL, not ban Tenryo. So this sucks, dude. Costin got everyone banned because he is a Jew. Costin called up his brother who works at the Eurasia group and said, oy vey, shut it down. And they banned Tenryo and they banned several other groypers. And this is bullshit. I'm just sick of it. I don't want to be banned anymore. I want to be online again. Being banned from everything sucks. I would rather be dead in real life and alive online than banned online and alive in real life. I feel like Weird Barbie now that I'm not on any platform, like subhuman. Anyway, but hey, thank you for the huge super chat. You're crazy. Let's get some 07s in the chat for AT Drummond. Thank you very much for the big super chat. God bless you, man. We love you for that. Your support, you're putting the show on your back, man. I really appreciate you. And you're right, it is suspicious. Costin put in a word. He said, hey, Cousin Shem, and my other cousin, Shlomo, we got to do something about these groypers. And here we are. It worked.
Ramon sent $3. You seen PPL are up in arms about the age gap of Chris Evans and his wife. It's a 14-year gap, so that means when he was 30 she was 14 years/0, but it's okay now just cause she is 26 with baggage. Fucked society.
Yeah, I did see that. Totally outrageous. Listen, Aryan, handsome, rich men can marry whoever they want, and there's nothing you could do about it. It's like I say all the time. The only people that are mad about this are old women and their simps. That's it. Those are the only categories of people that are bothered by this. You know, every real man is saying, yes, you get him, Chris. Should have been even younger. Elvis Presley met his wife when she was, what, like 15 or something? This is just how it was done. Okay, it's trad. And now I'm not like necessarily partial to that or whatever, but it's like, look, all of this stuff about, oh, they're going to be... It's all about older women protecting their sexual marketplace value. The women that are complaining the loudest about this are old women. A 19-year-old girl would love to be married to Leonardo DiCaprio. You know that. All these people are like, boo, Leonardo DiCaprio, can't you find a woman your own age? But you know that any 19-year-old girl, if Leonardo DiCaprio pulled up in a Maybach with his driver and was like, hey, get in, want to get married? They would do it in 2 seconds. If Leonardo DiCaprio was like, hey, want to be my like live-in housewife? They would all say yes. They would be honored. And they all do that shit. They would all do that. I mean, a lot of them do it now. A lot of these hoes, they go fly out to Saudi Arabia, lose their virginity to one of those oil sheiks for $90,000. It happens all the time. So... it's just ridiculous. The only people that get mad about this are these like older women. And do you notice how it's always moving? It's like they say, well, the age of consent is 18. Anything lower than that is disgusting. But it's like, what happens if a 27-year-old dates an 18-year-old? They say, gross! 18, really? They would probably say gross right up until like the age of 22. So it's always moving up. The floor is 18, but really it's like a 5-year gap maximum. If you're a 30-year-old guy dating an 18-year-old, they say that's gross. They're literally a child. That's disgusting. Really? I thought 18 was the minimum. Oh, now it's different now? It changes based on how old you are? Oh, okay. It says who? Some 24-year-old woman? And here's the reason why. The reason why is because everybody knows that younger women are hotter. And women hate that. All women hate every other woman that's younger than them. Every woman hates every other woman that is younger than them until they hit menopause and they stop. Then they become more like guys and they stop caring. And like that is a psychology, which is what animates this this age of consent nonsense where it's always changing. Any woman gets into a room with a younger woman and says, "Fuck that bitch," literally. A 25-year-old woman comes into a room with an 18-year-old woman with real boobs and like hot, and she goes, "I fucking hate that bitch." You know that. You know that that is the psychology. Every woman is like that. Every woman hates younger women. And that's why they especially hate men that like younger women. They hate that men like younger women. A 25-year-old guy stares, he does a double take at a busty 19-year-old walking down the street, and all the 28-year-old women go, "Hey, what are you looking at? That's a child! How dare you? That's not hot. That's disgusting." And all these pathetic simps, all these pussy simps go, "Yes, queen, you're so right. That's gross." And it's embarrassing. It's horrible. Listen, it's just biology. A woman, dude, it's biology. I saw a movie. I don't even know if I should say this because it's going to sound so crazy. But I don't even, I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to go there. I learned my lesson. Hey, listen, I learned my lesson. I'm going to exercise some discretion. I'm just not even going to go there. Because it's going to be bad optics if I go there. But that's a monologue for a private audience. But listen. Okay, but hey, listen. All right, hey, listen. The point I'm trying to make is this. Everybody knows that the younger it is, the hotter. Okay, everybody knows that. Now, obviously, that has a minimum. And I would say the minimum is like 16. I mean, probably it's like 16. And that happens to be the age of consent in most of America and Europe and most of the world. So probably the minimum is like 16. And, you know, and they're hot. And then they start being less hot after they hit their 20s. I mean, this is just biology. It's just biology. And the same is true of both men and women in the sense that with age, both men and women start to get wrinkly and they become less fertile. Their hormones are less active. Like, this is just biology. You know, it all goes together with the biological development of male and female. Women start to lose their fertility. Go figure.